ผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.มนตรีศิลารจนานันท์ผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.แม่ชีกฤษณารักษาโชคนะครับอันนี้คือผู้ทรงคุณวุฒิห้องที่1นะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณผู้ดำเนินรายการห้องที่1นะครับก็คือผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.ขันทองวัฒนประดิษฐ์ครับผมสำหรับห้องที่2นะครับสำหรับห้องที่2พระพุทธศาสนากับการเมืองการปกครองและการจัดการภาครัฐนะครับก็ขอบพระคุณผู้ทรงคุณวุฒิซึ่งประกอบไปด้วยรองศาสตราจารย์ดร.สุรพลสุยพงศ์แล้วก็รองศาสตราจารย์พิเศษวันโทดร.วิระวงศ์สันนะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณผู้ดำเนินรายการนะครับผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.บุญเลิศเอิศสูและดร.ปนัชชยาลีอายุทธแล้วก็ดร.กนกวรรณกรุณาโพธิโยธินนะครับที่ท่านมาเป็นผู้ทรงคุณวุฒิในทรงคุณวุฒิและผู้ดำเนินรายการห้องที่2ครับส่วนห้องที่3ครับประกอบไปด้วยรองศาสตราจารย์ดร.สมศักดิ์บุญปูผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.บุญมีหันษารองศาสตราจารย์อำพลบุตรดาสารแล้วก็ผู้ดำเนินรายการครับผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.เกษมแสงนนท์นะครับห้องที่4ครับประกอบไปด้วยผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.รัฐพลใจเย็นมาผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.ตวงเพชรสมศรีดร.ธานีสุวรรณประทีปผู้ดำเนินรายการผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์พิเศษดร.อรชรไก่จักรห้องที่5นะครับพระมหาพรชัยศิริวโรผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.นะครับแล้วท่านผู้ทรงรองศาสตราจารย์ดร.สุวินทร์ลักษณ์ผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.วิรการกมลเลิศนะครับแล้วก็ผู้ดำเนินรายการพระมหานันทกรปิยพานีผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.ครับส่วนห้องที่6ครับประกอบไปด้วยพระมหาทวีมหาปัญโยผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.แล้วก็ผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.ประยูนป้อมสุวรรณนะครับผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.สานุมหัฒนาดุลผู้ดำเนินรายการครับดร.เบญจภาสีนะครับแล้วก็ห้องสุดท้ายครับห้องที่7ก็คือผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.สมบัติมั่งมีสุขสิรินะครับผู้ดำเนินรายการรองศาสตราจารย์ดร.นาทีศรีดีครับก็ขอกราบขอบพระคุณผู้ทรงคุณวุฒิแล้วก็ผู้ดำเนินรายการทั้ง7ห้องไว้ณที่นี้ด้วยนะครับอาจารย์ครับ
อันนี้เห็นแล้วค่ะท่าน
เห็นอยู่ครับ
Okay, on behalf of the organizing committee here, okay, I think
เข้าไปแล้วค่ะอาจารย์เข้าไปแล้วค่ะ
Okay.
The speaker is already here in this room, right? So before we move on to that session, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the commentators and the moderators from all the 7 panels. So I would not be repeating all those names, but however, thanks to all those commentators and the moderators here, I think we will still be waiting for most of the participants. However, as I just mentioned earlier that our guest speaker, Professor Dr. Volker Grabowski is already here. อาจารย์สมคิดจะให้เข้าเลยไหมครับนี่อาจารย์คณบดีท่านอยู่ไหมครับ
เดี๋ยวถามอาจารย์ท่านเตรียม PowerPoint พร้อมหรือ
ครับไม่ทราบว่าทางทีมงานยังไงถ้าพร้อมแล้วก็ส่งสัญญาณด้วยนะครับ
รอแป๊บนึงเดี๋ยวให้ท่านเตรียม PowerPoint ก่อน
So we will be waiting to so the guest speaker is still preparing for the PowerPoint slides, so we'll be waiting for a few more minutes and entering the afternoon sessions. Yes, Ajahn Pieratana, if you have anything to add, please.
Yeah, I think that in this afternoon session, I heard that Venerable the Dean of Graduate School, Associate Professor Dr. Prama Sombun Buddhikaro, will provide or will make some introductions about our keynote speaker in this afternoon session, right, Venerable?
Yes, Venerable. We'll be introducing our guest speaker.
Yeah, because it is, I think for those who are interested in this field, especially on the manuscripts, so Professor will provide such guidelines and also the that make such contribution. So I think Venerable our Dean of the Graduate School will introduce Professor for those local and international participants to make aware that about his contribution or his field of studies. So Achan, so I may invite the most honorable Dean of Graduate School, Pramaha Associate Professor Dr. Pramaha Sombun Buddhikaro, to give some introductions related to our keynote speaker for those who are willing to know much about very well-known keynote speaker. Yes, Honorable Achan.
Yes. Okay. Now. Okay. So, good afternoon, dear distinguished guests, participants, and online viewer around the world. Welcome to the afternoon session of our national and international academic conference. Today, it is our honor and privilege to have very special keynote speaker. Right now, let me introduce him briefly as follows. During 1994 to 2009, he had held many important academic positions, like assistant professor at the Department of Thai and Vietnamese Studies, Seminar of Language and Culture of China, University of Hamburg, visiting professor of traditional Lao literature at the Department of Lao Language and Literature at National University of Laos, professor of the history at Southeast Asia at University of Munster, and since 2009 until today, he has been a professor of language and culture of Thailand or Thai studies at Asia Pacific Institute, University of Hamburg. During his long-term academic career, he has produced more than 50 publications, including monograph, edited volume, books, and articles in journals. Let me mention some his work related to Buddhism and Thai Lao study. New insight into Lao Buddhist manuscript culture, a catalog of manuscripts kept in the monk's abbot Kuti of Phra Khamchan Virajitto, the late abbot of Wat San Sukharam Luang Prabang. The Lao Sangha and Modernity, Luang Prabang, published in 2015. Buddhism, Power and Political Order in Pre-20th Century Laos, published in 2017. Multifaceted perspective on the Buddhist archive of Luang Prabang, the case of the Shattha Sankhayana and the Buddhist Yanti, Buddhism and Animism and in Northern Thailand, Lana, Western Perception of the Late 19th Century, Buddhism and Nationalism, published in Oxford Bibliography in Buddhism, The History of
Recording in progress.
And the Buddhist Culture of Thai in Southwestern China, Thai manuscript in the Dhamma script domain, surveying, preservation, and documentation. A note on Thai หรือ wooden Buddha image inscription and Buddhist manuscript colophon from Northern Laos. Now it is a special. Please welcome Professor Dr. Volker Grabowski. Please, Professor. ไม่ได้ยินเสียงอาจารย์ไม่ได้ยิน
Please turn on your microphone.
ครับกราบนมัสการพระคุณเจ้าทุกรูปสวัสดีคณาจารย์และผู้เข้ารับฟังสัมมนาทุกท่านนะครับข้าพเจ้ารู้สึกเป็นเกียรติอย่างสูงที่ได้รับเชิญก็มาให้การบรรยายพิเศษในโอกาสวันนี้ตัวนี้ขออนุญาตใช้ภาษาอังกฤษต่อไปนะครับ Venerable monks, dear distinguished audience, it is a great honor for being invited to deliver the keynote address to the International and National Academic Conference year 2021, organized by the Graduate School of Maha Chua Longkorn Ratchavityalaya University. Actually, I would have preferred to be with you in Thailand, but the COVID-19 pandemic, which is still haunting so many countries in the world, including Thailand and Germany, does not allow this. In Germany, it is now 8 o'clock in the morning as we have Central European summertime, which is lagging 5 hours behind Thai time. Thus, I have to apologize for delivering my keynote speech, not at the beginning, but almost at the end of your imminent conference. And I now would like to open my PowerPoint presentation, which I've prepared. So a few moments, please. I hope it will be no technical problem. Do you see my PowerPoint now?
Sure, Professor.
Yes, sir, we can see.
Yeah, so I do from the beginning. In recent years, the studies of manuscripts and manuscript cultures has seen a remarkable upsurge worldwide. In 2011, the Center for the Studies of Manuscript Cultures, CSMC, was founded at the University of Hamburg and has since then got the reputation as one of the world's leading institutions in this field. Many dozens of researchers from many countries in the world and many different disciplines work together to shed new light on our understanding of writing as an essential cultural practice of human beings. Thai studies and Buddhist studies have participated with own projects. Here you see a number of projects that I had the honor to supervise, and a number of Thai scholars, you see here their names, have participated or are still participating in this great endeavor. The Center for the Studies of Manuscript Culture defines a manuscript as an artifact planned and realized to provide surfaces on which visible signs are applied by hand. It is portable, self-contained, and unique. In the case of mainland Southeast Asia, with the exception of Vietnam, the vast majority of extant manuscripts are essentially Buddhist in nature. In fact, more than 90% of extant manuscripts in Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia contain Buddhist texts. In 2009, Stephen Berkowitz, Julian Schober, and Claudia Brown published a volume under the title Buddhist Manuscript Cultures, Knowledge, Ritual, and Art. As you see on the right side, the book gives a fine overview of the production, use, and transmission of Buddhist manuscripts. It also contains articles on Thai manuscripts, such as by Ajahn Momluang Pataraphorn Jirapravat, From Text to Image, copying as Buddhist practice in late 14th century. This article elaborates on the copying of images and texts as a meritorious act or anisong. Another article written by Justin McDaniel entitled Two Buddhist Librarians, The Proximate Mechanisms of Northern Thai History, provides a fascinating account of the endeavors of two charismatic monks from Lana, namely Kruba Kesarapanyo of Wat La Hin in Lampang and Kruba Kanchana from Wat Sung Men in Phrae. Research on Buddhist manuscripts from Myanmar has been carried out in recent years, among others, by Christian Lammertz, who is professor of Buddhist studies at Rutgers University in the US, and by Alexei Kirichenko from Moscow State University. Cambodian manuscripts have been researched since the 1980s by Olivier de Bernon from the l'École Française d'Extrême-Orient in Paris, while research on Buddhist manuscripts in Thailand have been undertaken by quite a number of scholars inside and outside Thailand. I would only like to mention Ajahn Peter Skilling and his admirable fragile palm leaf manuscript. Buddhist manuscripts from Lanna or northern Thailand and Laos were studied, for example, by Harold Hundius, whose path-breaking article, The Colophones of 30 Pali Manuscripts from Northern Thailand, published in the Journal of the Pali Text Society in 1990, paved the way for further research. The famous Pali scholar Oskar von Hinüber from Freiburg University published in 2013 a catalogue, you see on the right side, of Pali manuscripts kept at Wat Lai Hin in Lampang. Unfortunately, this excellent catalogue is only in German. Among more recent works on Buddhist manuscripts in that region are the following two monographs. The first, the left side, is Spreading the Dhamma by Daniel Feitlinger. It is, as the book subtitle states, on writing, orality, and textual transmission in Buddhist Northern Thailand, with a focus on the classical period, so the golden age of Lanna Buddhism from the mid-14th to the mid-16th century, when Lanna was the center of Theravada Buddhist studies in the world. The second monograph on the right side, authored by Justin McDaniel, he's professor of Buddhist studies at the University of Pennsylvania, is entitled Gathering Leaves and Lifting Words, Histories and Buddhist Monastic Education in Laos and Thailand. This stimulating book studies the production, use, and transmission of manuscripts in the monastic education of Laos and Northern Thailand until the late 19th, early 20th century. In my lecture, I will provide some insights into the study of Buddhist manuscripts from Laos, which I supervised over the last 10 years. First of all, I will make some general remarks on Thai and Lao manuscript cultures in general. Thereafter, I will provide an overview of the research activities undertaken by the Buddhist archives of Luang Prabang, with a special emphasis on digitization projects in the old Lao royal capital. This is followed by a discussion of some material aspects of palm leaf manuscripts from Laos. In the fourth section, I will analyze the contents and structure of colophones for understanding the role of manuscripts in Buddhist practice. Furthermore, I analyze colophones as a source for reconstructing the production, usage, and transmission of Buddhist manuscripts. Scribes, sponsors, or donors are identified as important actors in this respect. Finally, I will briefly discuss the transformation of Lao Buddhist manuscript culture in the age of printing technology and nowadays digital technology. First of all, let me make one principal remark. In Burmese, Mon, and Khmer manuscript cultures, one single script is used to write all kinds of text. However, this is not the case in almost all Thai manuscript cultures. Here we have the phenomenon of biscriptality. What does it mean? This means that two different scripts are used to write sacred and secular texts. In Lanna, Fakham script was used for secular texts, including most stone inscriptions, while the Hama script, or Tuakson Tham, was used for writing religious texts, as the name says already. The same was the case in Laos with regard to the parallel use of Lao Buhan, or Old Lao, and Tham Lao scripts. The Shan or Tayai in eastern Myanmar use Burmese characters to write Pali texts, while various Thai Nua groups in Yunnan apply the secular Li Tuong script along with the religious Tham script. The variety of scripts makes manuscript and epigraphic cultures of the Thai world uniquely diverse, rich, and complex. Two different scripts are found in the Siamese or Thai manuscript culture, which for the most part covered the territory of the former Ayutthaya kingdom. Until the beginning of the 20th century, the Cambodian Mul script or Khom script, called in Thai, was used for works written in Pali. It was also frequently used for all religious texts, including those written in the vernacular. This you see here is an example of a Samut Khoi manuscript written in black ink on grayish paper, which demonstrates the use of several languages, Thai and Pali, and several scripts, Khom and Thai, in one and the same manuscript. The main text, it's as you see here in the illustration, Pramalai Luang text is written in Khom, whereas the colophon, which is here marked in red square, is written in Thai. The colophon is here of particular interest. You see Thai in transcription and English translation on the left side. The colophon here is of particular interest as it records the donnor's wish to reborn as a family. So they wish in the next life they should be husband, wife, and the only son once again. This very interesting and unique manuscript is kept at the State Library at the University of Hamburg. That's the reason why I also selected it. Now I take you to the World Heritage Site of Luang Prabang. It is the place with the highest density of monasteries in Laos and perhaps in the whole of Southeast Asia. Since the mid-14th century, Luang Prabang has been the main pillar of Lao Buddhism. Even after the transfer of the royal capital of the Lansang kingdom from Luang Prabang to Vientiane in 1560, the city situated at the confluence of the Khan and the Mekong rivers maintained its prestigious status as the spiritual center of Lao Buddhism. A total of 33 monasteries in a town of less than 50,000 inhabitants gives testimony of the city's rich cultural heritage. Sorry. The huge majority of manuscripts in Laos, more than 90%, are written on palm leaf, the rest on mulberry paper. The huge majority of manuscripts in Laos are kept in monastic repositories called Ho Tham or Ho Trai Pitok, because they are dedicated homes to Buddhist scriptures. These libraries are integrated into the monastic site, of which they embrace the organization and architectural style. Although these examples of monastic libraries, very beautiful, from Wat Patha Tharipunchai and Wat Sung Men, are from northern Thailand. But northern Thailand and especially northern Laos are culturally very, very similar. However, a significant number of manuscripts inside monasteries are kept outside the Ho Tham. For example, here you see the Kuti of Prakamchan Virachito. Many are preserved for the personal use of learned monks in the monks' living quarters, or the Kuti. It is from several larger repositories in Luang Prabang, both Ho Tham and Kuti of venerable monks, that I selected the examples for my presentation. These are the manuscript collections of Wat San Sukaram, the collection of the monastery's former abbot Pakamchan Virachito, one of the most eminent monk scholars in Laos during the second half of the 20th century, from Wat Si Bun Huang, Wat Siang Thong, you all know, Wat Mahathat, all situated in the peninsula of Luang Prabang. All four corpora together comprise more than 3,000 inventoried and digitized palm leaf manuscripts. And the repository of the fifth monastery, Wat Pak Trek, it's a Dai Lu monastery outside Luang Prabang, comprised more than 400 manuscripts. All these manuscripts were inventoried, documented, and digitized in various projects with financial support from the Endangered Archives Program of the British Library, the Centers for the Studies of Manuscript Cultures of my own university, and the Digital Library of Endangered and Affected Manuscripts, or DREAMSea, which is a big enterprise to digitize manuscripts all over Southeast Asia. It's based in Jakarta, Indonesia. The research of these manuscript collections resulted in a number of catalogs. You see here two of them in collaboration with Dr. Kamvon Bunyapon, director of the Buddhist Archives of Luang Prabang, and Dr. Bunlert Sangsulin from the National University of Laos in Vientiane. The digitization took place, or is still taking place, in Sala Tamavihan at Wat Suvarnakiri. You see on the left-hand photo and the right-hand photo, you see Ajahn Dr. Kamvon and his team. Pakamtan Virajita Mahathera, the late abbot of Wat Sen Sukaram, who was also the head of the provincial Sangha of Luang Prabang, was a passionate scribe, sponsor, and collector of manuscripts. Here you see the Venerable Abbot with Her Royal Highness Princess Mahachakri Sirinthorn in 1993, when Her Royal Highness visited Lao PDR. It must be stressed that numerous palm leaf manuscripts found in Pakamtan's abode are multiple text manuscripts. That means that manuscripts that comprise more than one text. Others were created by threading numerous fascicles of different manuscripts together. They were usually made by different people at different times. Later on, a collector who found out that they dealt with a similar topic bound them together as one mat or single bundle. The manuscript which you see here is such a composite manuscript created by Pakamtan Virajito, who combined two palm leaf manuscripts written at two different occasions and times. The first in 1956 at the occasion of Pakamtan's own round birthday, so the completion of 3 animal cycles, his 36th birthday, and the second one 9 years later. Both manuscripts have the same donor, the same Kusang, the Venerable Abbot himself. Let me now provide some basic information about Lao manuscript culture. It can be estimated that more than 90% of the Lao manuscripts are palm leaf manuscripts, or in Thai and Lao, Nang Su Bai Lan. Lao manuscripts are mostly inscribed with a stylus on palm leaf sheets of rectangular shape, varying in length. We can distinguish between two different sizes. The long sized palm leaves, or lan yao in Lao, with a length of 50 to 60 centimeters, and short leaves, or the lan gom, with a length of 30 to 40 centimeters. Whereas long-sized manuscripts contain mostly religious texts, the short-sized ones are mainly used for the writing of non-religious texts, such as traditional medicine, astrological treatises, or fortune-telling or divination texts. The number of lines inscribed on one side of a leaf can vary between 4 and 6 for long leaves and between 4 and 5 for short leaves. But 4 lines are the norm for Lao manuscripts, while 5 lines is the standard for Northern Thai or Lana and Tailu palm leaf manuscripts. However, the vast majority of palm leaf manuscripts are written in the Lao variant of the Hama script, the Tuakson Tham, which is very, very close to the Hama script that is used elsewhere among the Tailu, or among the Taikern in Chingtung, or the place of origin of this script in northern Thailand, Lanao, which is also called Tua Muang. One striking example of a palm leaf manuscript written in Lao Wuhan script, so the secular Lao script, is a royal decree inscribed on the recto and verso sides of 5 palm leaf folios which are bound together by the gilded seal. Sorry. By the gilded seal of the king of Luang Prabang, dated Sunday, the 2nd August 1857. Though another palm leaf manuscript from the same collection, the second one, consisting of a single leaf, has a similar seal, but it is not gilded, but covered with silver, as it contains a decree of the queen. Usually, inscribed leaves are bound together in bundles or fascicles called hook. They are usually fastened together with the braided cords, the sai sanong, threaded through 1 or 2 holes, pierced through the entire body of the manuscript, as you can see here on this image. The number of leaves in a given fascicle depends on the length of the text. Generally speaking, numerous palm leaf manuscripts that contain the same literary text are fastened together. Such a bundle is called sum. 2 wooden boards, in Thai, Mai Kanob, or in Lao and Northern Thai, Mai Prakap, were frequently added to the bundle for protection. The bundle was then usually wrapped in a piece of cloth and tied with a cotton string. A wrapped bundle of manuscript is called mat. A mat could either consist of a single bundle comprising 1 single text or consist of multiple bundles with several fascicles and texts. And we have, for the orientation, these wonderful wooden texts or Mai Panchak. Unlike paper manuscripts, palm leaf manuscripts are mostly numbered by a combination of consonant and vowel graphemes. This system of foliation, which is especially used for manuscripts that contain religious texts, use a combination of consonant and vowel graphemes. The first 12 folios will then start with the first consonant of the Thai alphabet, the Kokai, or the Lao alphabet Kokai, which is then combined with the 10 vowels, which are used in Pali. Apart from the last one, these vowels are produced similar to the pronunciation of the equivalent vowels in Lao. Thus, the first 12 folios would be paginated, kaka, kiki, kuku, and so on. Especially in the case of a longer text, single fascicle manuscripts would comprise more than 12 leaves. So in that case, the remaining consonants while likewise be combined with the same set of 12 vowels would be used. Some scribes prefer cardinal numbers, numerals, Lao numerals, to order the fascicle of a palm leaf manuscript. This approach to foliation is required if the manuscript fascicle is very large, that is to say, if it consists of hundreds of leaves. Traditionally, the foliation was only written in the center of the left hand margin of the verso side of each leaf, thus demonstrating that palm leaf manuscripts are divided by leaf, not page or side. However, a number of manuscripts are foliated by applying the 2 systems of pagination in parallel. As you see here, some palm leaf manuscripts are foliated twice, first with the combination of consonant and vowel graphemes, as described just before, and the second time by using numerals. There are also some cases where the foliation has been realized by using both Lao and Arabic numerals, like the case in the folio 14 on the right side, which is, I think, an innovation influenced by Farang. In the 1990s, the preservation of, the preservation of Lao manuscripts program divided thousands of texts into 20 categories. Several secular or non-religious texts do not appear in any of the manuscripts from this collection. Customary law texts, philological and astrological treatises, and the wide field of secular literature, apart from a few folk tales, are very rare. Texts related to white magic or sanyasat and rites and rituals or pitikam are also quite rare, as is the case for medical treatises or in Thai, Lao Tamlaya. A significant number of manuscript fascicles contain texts from the Pali canon and thus can be classified as belonging to the categories of Vinaya, Sutanta, and Abhidhamma. Of almost equal importance are the popular Jataka stories dealing with the previous lives of Lord Buddha. The large number of Jataka tales written on palm leaf manuscripts is not surprising. This suggests that the Jataka stories dealing with the previous lives of the Buddha are not only well known to the Lao people, but also very popular. Among the many Jataka stories, the Vesantara Jataka is the most popular one. Besides the Jataka tales, Ani Song from Pali, Ani Samsa, texts are featured most prominently in the monastic manuscript collections. Ani Song texts are generally known under the terms salong or song in Lao, which might derive from the Khmer word chlong, which means to transcend, to go over. These popular texts, inscribed mostly on palm leaf, mulberry paper, and other kinds of paper, are used for performing sermons or preaching. And you see around 20%, I would say, of the manuscripts found in the repositories of Luang Prabang monasteries are such Anisong texts. The Lao manuscript tradition lacks a clear distinction between the writer or author of a manuscript and a copyist. Lao manuscripts usually use the terms pu tam, sometimes also pu kien or pu Richana for denoting the scribe who would call himself Ka. Besides, a number of colophons also mention the pu sang, which means literally the maker, the producer of a manuscript. This term refers to the person who sponsors the making of the manuscript by employing a scribe before the manuscript is donated, tawai or tan, or dana, to a monastery or to monks. Daniel Feitlinger lists a number of common colophon subjects which appear in Northern Thai religious manuscripts, but which would also appear in Lao manuscripts as well. First, whoever borrows the manuscript should bring it back. If the borrower keeps it, then the person will be reborn as a hungry ghost or a preta. It was, second, it was very hard to make the manuscript, to take care of it, or it would, let's say, take the manuscript to worship. The fourth, may the manuscript lead to Nibbana. And especially may the donor be born in Arya Miteya's time, the time of the next Buddha, and reach Nibbana then, after many future rebirths, of course. Sixth, may the manuscript support the sasana, the teachings of the Buddha, to last until the end of 5,000 years. 7, it is written in order to get married for the scribe and the donor. And 8, in admonishing the reader to not alter the manuscript. Also, to admonish the reader to correct any mistakes that he might find. And finally, excuse of the poor quality. And last but not least, may the manuscript lead to wisdom and knowledge of the Dhamma. Though very few manuscripts contain all these 11 subjects, a combination of them is quite typical for all Buddhist manuscripts. The 3 wishes that seem evenly distributed over all periods are that the writing of the manuscript will eventually lead to Nibbana, that it will lead to obtain merit or rewards of merit, pahala anisamsa, either for the writer, the scribe, or the sponsor and donor, his family or other people, and finally that the copying of the manuscript and its sponsoring and donation to the Sangha will be a support come true for the teachings of the Buddha to stay until its completion of 5,000 years, counted from the Buddha's entering of the Parinibbana. The basic purpose is grounded in the widespread belief among the Lao, but also other Thai, that the completed degeneration of the Buddha's teachings will be reached after 5,000 years. The endowment with wisdom, or the wish to be reborn again in the age of Buddha Maitreya, are also among the most common wishes. This wish is expressed in different phrases as may we all enter Nibbana together with the Buddha Maitreya, or may I become an Arahan in the presence of Lord Maitreya, or may I meet the excellent Dhamma of Arya Maitreya, or may we all be reborn together in the age of Arya Maitreya. May we all reach Arahanship by the means of the vehicle of the path and the vehicle of the results of the institution of the Padamula Pada, of the enlightened whose name is Arya Maitreya. The last example is quite a long expression of this quite frequent wish. The structure of colophons in Buddhist manuscripts is analyzed in the following chart, discussing two samples which are from different periods and whose sponsors, donors are from a different social background. So we have first the dating of the manuscript. It's very complicated, as you see here. I will not go too much into detail, but if the dating is complete, then we can counter check and arrive at a concrete date, including the day of the week. According to the international calendar, at the time when the manuscript was completed, for instance, Yam Kam or the Yam Gong Dek or Gong Ngai, and so on and so on. Then it's followed by the name of the scribe and sponsor. The sponsor is most important, is more important than the scribe, because the scribe is hired by the sponsor, and without the initiative of the sponsor, the Mula Sattha, the principal, the initiator of the manuscript, this manuscript would never have been produced. Then maybe the title is mentioned, not necessarily in all cases, but then very important, the objects, the objective, and a wish. For instance, in the first manuscript, which you see here from 1914, as for myself, may I attain enlightenment and become one of the teachers of the world in the future. Before I attain enlightenment, as I'm still moving in samsara, in any of my rebirths, may I be purified physically, mentally, and with regard to my speaking more than any other human being. May I be saved from all kinds of diseases and dangers until I attain enlightenment as an omniscient person in the future. So a very impressive wish in this particular colophon. The relatively rigid structure of the Lao Buddhist colophon nevertheless leaves space for more personal expressions of the scribe, who would add them either in a shorter colophon, which is separated from the main sponsor's colophon, or as a final sentence being part of the main colophon. In the personal statements of scribes, we frequently find humble excuses of bad handwriting and misspellings, even by properly trained and experienced scribes. Like here, this one, มือกระด้างก็ไม่ได้คันนมสาวแม่ร่าง here it says, my hand is rough because it has never touched the breast of the widow girl. So you see here also some emotional feelings of monks in their daily life, which I think is quite interesting. Yeah, reflecting a special sense of humor, I would say, with sexual illusions in the colophon of a monk scribe complaining about his unfulfilled desire to touch a widowed lay woman whose physical attractiveness might have been on his mind, or maybe as distracting his mind while he was writing, and he apologizes for that. 1/10 of the colophons in the more than 1,200 manuscripts of the Wat Mahathat corpus record the names of scribes, while the vast majority only state that the writing was accomplished at a certain date, directly followed by the names of the leading and initiating monastic or lay supporters, the Mula Sadha, or Mula Satha, and their intentions for sponsoring the making of the manuscript. With one exception, all scribal colophons explicitly mention the scribe's name, and in many cases also his affiliation to a certain monastery, village, or town quarter. I have here just given you one example of a long list that I have done for the Wat Mahathat catalog. 3/5 of the known scribes were members of the Sangha, mostly abbots or other monks, and in some cases also novices. 2/5 of the scribes were laymen, of whom 4 are called Ajahn, that means a learned man, often also called by the short form Jan, like Jan, Genjan, here in this list. But most of the other lay scribes were former monks that you can recognize by their prefix Tit or Kanan, or novices or Siang. The most prominent principal monastic supporter was the Supreme Patriarch or Sangharaja of Luang Prabang, called Puttapanya, who sponsored the making of a palm leaf manuscript consisting of 12 fascicles, which is survived as a complete set. The manuscript, which you see here, entitled Vijaya Banha or Visai Banha, in the story of King Sivirat and his minister Sonsai, making military preparations to fight against King Sivijaya of Paranasi. A young novice called Me was hired as a scribe. The karmic benefits derived from the production of this manuscript were asked to be transferred to the Supreme Patriarch's elder brother, as is stated in the colophon here, which is written in much smaller script size than the main text in the central part of the leaf. I will skip over. The principal lay supporters who sponsored the making of manuscripts were mostly couples with the name of the husband mentioned first and followed by his wife. The name of his wife. The couple would also include the children, or Luke, the grandchildren, Lan, or the great-grandchildren, Lane, or simply the whole family, the Pantavongsa, as beneficiaries of the merit resulting from the donation. A surprisingly large number of colophons mention a woman, as in this case, as the principal lay supporter, either alone or together with her husband, whose name would be listed at second position. These women are recognizable by their titles, Sao or Nang for younger or middle-aged women, or Pa, aunt, for elderly women, or simply Me'ok, which means in Lao and also in Isan, lay women. One is tempted to speculate that in cases where a woman was the only leading lay supporter, she was either an unmarried woman or a widow. In the later case, children and other family members would explicitly be mentioned as beneficiaries. In the colophon of this manuscript, which you see here on the slide, 3 women decided to jointly sponsor the making of that manuscript. The first woman was probably an unmarried woman or widowed elderly woman, whereas the other two prefixed Sao, Sao Pan, Sao Tong, were young women with two little children who might have already been widowed or divorced. The colophon appearing on the recto side of folio 7 of the fragment of a manuscript recording a Buddhist chronicle reads, I will just to show you and go to the next slide. That's quite interesting. The perhaps most surprising discovery of the Luang Prabang collection is the relatively large number of royalty acting as sponsors and donors of manuscripts. We have identified a quite large number of such royally sponsored manuscripts in Luang Prabang. Even the king of Luang Prabang is among the royal sponsors. Like here, it was King Jamtarat, the last king, who throughout his reign ruled Luang Prabang as a Siamese vassal state. In 1855, he sponsored 2 manuscripts. The second manuscript, from which I have here chosen the folio, the Bainan, deserves closer scrutiny. It is comprised of 9 fascicles of Pug, of which the first 4 have colophons, each of which bear the same text. And this text I have here transcribed into Thai and translated into English. And you see here the long title of the Lao king. I will not read here in all detail. It's just saying His Majesty, the King of Lan Sang, that means Luang Prabang, was the sponsor of that particular manuscript. Most sponsors are, however, lay people. In some cases, sponsors who are usually called the maker or the Pusang of the manuscript closely cooperate with the scribe. In the following example, it's from a Nipanasut manuscript, Dai Lü manuscript from Wat Pak Jack in Luang Prabang province. In Luang Prabang province, we have also quite high number of villages of the Dai Lü ethnic group who have migrated over centuries from the north, Sipsong Panna, but also northern Thai provinces of Luang Nam Tha and Pok Keo. The principal lay sponsors, Paul Sang Pan, along with his wife and his whole family, dedicated the merit derived from the meritorious act to his deceased mother. The scribe, or Kanan, Hang from Man Sui Sua, dedicated his own merit also to his deceased mother, who once was the head of the local branch of the Lao Women's Association. You see here the Lao text, maybe I write it, read it for you. และเวลา10 โมงหยัง 14 นาทีตอนแลงของวันที่ 2 เดือน 1 ปี 2017 เดือน 3 ลือออกไม้หาค่ำวันจันทร์มือกดเป้านั่นแหละเจ้าศรัทธาแม่นพ่อแสงปัน2 ผัวเมียเอา2 ผัวเมียพร้อมลุยลูกและญาติพี่น้องทานหาแม่ซื่อสาวอินค่ำแม่นางแก้วนั่นแหละพูดแต้มเขียนแมนขนานแห้งคุยสวาพ่อไม่น้อยเขียนมุทนาทันหาแม่ยกแม่ยอซื่อสาวอินคำแม่อินางแก้วหัวหน้าสมาคมแต่ใดในปัจจุบันเขาเอ่นว่าหัวหน้าสหพันธ์หญิงขอจงเป็นกุศลนาบุญขอให้แม่ยอค่อยพ้นจากทุกข์ถึงสุข3 ประการมีนิพพานเป็นที่แล้วข้าแด่บุญเฮย วันที่2 เดือน 1 ปี 2017 so you see also for those who know Lao and Lu it's a hybrid language partly Lao partly Lu also reflecting the situation of diaspora of the Dailu of Ban Bakjak. Note here that the colophon is written in modern Lao script while the main text is written in Dailu variant of the Tuakson Tham, the Dharma script. Now I would like to talk about technical innovations which influenced the Buddhist manuscripts during the 20th century and nowadays. In this slide, you have already noticed the use of a ball pen for the writing of manuscripts and the use of paper, here industrial paper from a notebook as writing support instead of the traditional palm leaf. Though the use of ball pens for writing colophons, marginal notes, text titles, and ownership statements is a rather widespread feature of 20th century Lao palm leaf manuscripts. Ball pens have rarely been used for writing a whole manuscript. In the collection of Pakamchan Virachitto, we have found only 3 out of more than 300 palm leaf manuscripts which have been written entirely by a ball pen. These manuscripts almost all contain Anisong texts. The texts in all these 3 manuscripts are only partly legible as the ink has faded from the less absorbent surface of the leaf. Therefore, it does not surprise us that all 3 manuscripts contain very brief texts running over 6 folios or less. In the case of loss of legibility, such manuscripts could be quickly recopied. Further examples are manuscripts completely written by a blue ball pen, like here in the first manuscript called Nibbana Sut, dated 2007 and written in the Dharma script, as well as in the second example entitled Mahu Sot, undated manuscript and written rather coarsely, not very fine and neat handwriting you see here in modern Lao script, not the Tham script. As we have seen with the 3 Anisong manuscripts written with a blue ball pen, they all have a layout different from the classical layout, which is characterized by writing line by line without interruption, or in Latin we say scriptio continua, with only the 2 middle lines interrupted by blank space surrounding the 2 holes through which the Saisanong has to be pierced. In contrast, the layout of the manuscript on this slide here, the number BAD 13102880, these are the, don't be confused, the rahat, the codes that we have given for the manuscripts in the various Lumpawang collections. So here you see the manuscript, the writing organizing the text in 3 columns. Such a new layout is clearly influenced by modern style of printing. However, only the first text is arranged in 3 columns, with the exception of the colophon written in the conventional way, in scriptio continua. By the way, the colophon records the date when the writing was finished, Sunday, the 10th waxing day of the 11th lunar month of the year 1318 or พุทธศักราชล่วงแล้ว 2,499 ตัวปีโลวายสันวันอาทิตย์ออกใหม่ 10 ค่ำเดือน 11 Yeah, this is also quite interesting. The 3 columns layout became very fashionable in the production of palm leaf manuscripts written with a typewriter, using a typewriter as a writing instrument. So it's possible, and because we have found more than a dozen such manuscripts, mostly written by one bhikkhu, Jina Dhammo of Luang Prabang, be produced in 1988. The manuscript is titled Anisong Het Bun Ban Keut, or Benefits Derived from Sponsoring Birthday Ceremonies. It has been directly copied word by word from an earlier manuscript incised with a stylus. So in a traditional way, that is dated 1973. Interestingly, the two manuscripts do not represent a transition in, not only represent a transition in layout and use of writing tools, but also a transition with regard to script. Whereas the older manuscript was still written in the Hammer script, the typewritten manuscript is in modern now script. As the Tam or the Hammer script, typewriters have not been developed, unfortunately. It has been mentioned at the beginning that Lao manuscript culture uses palm leaf as the dominant writing support. This had not changed until now. However, since the mid-20th century, so roughly 50, 60 years ago, mulberry paper and more recently industrial paper has become more and more fashionable, not only among minority groups such as the Dai Lu in the far northwest of the country, but also among the ethnic Lao. However, many of the concertina or accordion-like folded books are in poti format, so the format of the palm leaf manuscripts. Like this manuscript, it's a manuscript containing 4 different texts, all salong or anisong texts from Wat San Sukaram, intended to be read for preaching sermons at the Bun Pavet festival. So all these manuscripts had been analyzed in the frame of the ongoing research project on Anisong manuscript, which is carried out by the postdoctoral researcher, Dr. Sinsupa Jang Savang, here at Hamburg University. The manuscript here dated, according to the Common Era, 2004, has a cover folio with a modern flower design, which you see here. Moving my cursor, very beautiful flower design, and a table of contents here inside. At the end of each text in the yellow frame, there are some space supposed to be filled in with sponsors' names. This manuscript was also used as a master version for future copies. Yeah, this is, sorry. This is the manuscript I will talk about. The scribe was an ex-monk named Tit Niao Maniwong, who was supposed to be a master of ceremony in any religious events and led lay participants to pray Pali words in a proper way. The manuscript was perhaps written for serving his personal use. The new printing technology has also influenced the production practice in which texts can be printed either on palm leaf or on Leporello paper manuscripts in poti format as a mass production. As a consequence, a larger number of books are available, more than in the older days where manuscripts had been written, by hand. However, with such print products, which you see here, can still be called manuscripts, is still debatable because manuscript means writing by hand, and this is just, would say, a fake manuscript. Without handwriting, but you may argue that producing such a book also involves the movement of hand to a certain degree. along the capacity of producing palm leaf manuscripts in the modern national script is an increasing number of, by means of the modern printing, handwriting skills of the thumb script become less required. Besides, manuscripts can also be redonated by writing the new sponsors' names with ink pens in previously prepared gaps, such as here in this case, where just, I mean, the names of the sponsors, Kanoi here is then added later by hand. So certain degree hand is still used. And you see here the sponsors in many cases come from the United States, are Lao expatriates who had left the country after the communist takeover in the mid-70s, but are still connected with their country of origin and contributing to donations to the Sangha. Let me make 3 concluding remarks. The production of manuscripts has not died out in Luang Prabang. Lao manuscript culture is still a living one. Intellectual monks such as Prakamchan Virajito, the late abbot of Wat Saen Sukaram, have built up impressive collections of manuscripts and other documents which represent part of the cultural heritage of Luang Prabang. The analysis of colophons recorded in these manuscripts reveal quite interesting features. Though the structure and content of the colophons of the corpus as a whole are hardly different from what we know from other Lao, Northern Thai, or Thai Lu manuscripts which bear religious texts. And there is a special feature which I would like to highlight. That means the relatively high percentage of women serving as principal lay supporters, but also the presence of royalty, of king, queens, but also of other members of the royal family among the sponsors and donors of manuscripts. But of course, these are manuscripts produced before 1975. Several colophons also help to sharpen our understanding of the cooperation between scribes that are usually monks or former monks and sponsors and donors, mostly lay persons, but also the cooperation between different sponsors and donors in the making of a manuscript bearing Buddhist texts. Here I would come to the end of my presentation. Time is already over. Thank you very much for your attention. ขอบคุณมากครับ
Okay, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Volker Grabowski from the University of Hamburg, Germany, for sharing his valuable knowledge in manuscripts to all the on Buddhism manuscript studies in Southeast Asia to all the participants here. Now I would like to turn over to Associate Professor Dr. Pramahasomboon Utikaro to move on. Please, sir.
ในนามของคณะกรรมการจัดงานบัณฑิตวิไลมหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยก็ขอเจริญพรขอบคุณอาจารย์โฟเกอร์กาโบสกี้มากที่ได้บรรยายเรื่องเมนูสคริปต์หรือคัมภีร์ไบลานในประเทศไทยรวมทั้งที่ประเทศลาวซึ่งถือว่ามีประโยชน์มากแล้วก็มีคุณูปการมี contribution ทางวิชาการอย่างยิ่งแล้วก็ หลายปีมาแล้วที่มหาวิทยาลัยเราไม่เคยมีวิทยากรที่มีความรู้ความสามารถทางด้านคัมภีร์ไบลานทางพระพุทธศาสนามาบรรยายเช่นนี้ก็ถือว่ามีประโยชน์อย่างมากๆก็ท่านอัจฉริวัฒน์ถามที่ประชุมว่ามีท่านใดที่จะถามคำถามต่อท่านอาจารย์บ้างครับ
Okay ครับ Does anyone has any questions to ask with our guest speaker? Anyone? You can please raise your hand and open a microphone, please. If you have any questions regarding to what our guest
ถามเป็นภาษาไทยก็ได้นะอาจารย์ท่านพูดไทยได้พูดหลวงพระบางได้พูดเหนือได้ท่านพูดอีสานก็ได้หลายภาษานะ
สำหรับผู้เข้าร่วมสัมมนาในครั้งนี้ก็ถ้าท่านใดมีคำถามก็ขอเชิญนะฮะขอเชิญเปิดไมโครโฟนถามท่านอาจารย์ได้เลยถ้าเป็นไปได้ก็ขอเปิดกล้องก็ดีนะฮะเชิญครับ
Reverend sir, may I ask some questions?
Yes, please.
Okay. I am as a professor, Dr. Suvin from Mahamakut Buddhist University. I would like to know, this is the previous documents and palm leaves. Right now, they have done something like this as in the present time or not. They have some group to write and to preserve. It's not preserve the old one, but to do the new one in the recently.
Yes. Thank you very much for this very interesting and important question. I mean, in contrast to central Thailand, for example, the manuscript production in Laos and especially in areas further to the north, for instance, in eastern Myanmar, among the Shan, the Dai Khön, or the Dai Lu in Sipsongpana, is still a living culture. So manuscripts are still produced. I mean, the most recent manuscripts that we found in the region are have an age of maybe 10 years or even younger. So it has not completely died out. And in some areas, it has even experienced a modest revival. I mean, what has changed is the writing support. I mean, formerly manuscripts were always, especially religious Buddhist manuscripts, on palm leaf. So that's also the reason why manuscripts are called usually kampi or bailan in general for manuscript. So in the recent years, paper was used, mulberry paper, gradatsa, or normal paper, gradat, utsagam, gradat, farang, Western paper, because it's easier accessible. Notebooks, for example. So copied from palm leaf to notebooks or from palm leaf to mulberry paper. But I have seen, for instance, Sipsongpana also visited a scribe who inscribed Buddhist texts also on palm leaf because there were quite rich sponsors in Qingrong who asked the scribe to copy a text on palm leaf to be donated to a monastery. So the practice has not died out, I would say, and this is a good sign.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. All right.
You're welcome.
ครับเชิญครับอาจารย์พระมหาบุญช่วยที่ยกมือขึ้นนะครับนิมนต์ครับอาจารย์
ขอบคุณครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณท่าน professor ด้วยพอดีช่วงที่ผ่านมานี้นะครับได้แนะนำให้นิสิตซึ่งที่วิทยาเขตต้องขออนุญาตแนะนำตัวพระมหาบุญช่วยสิรินทโรจากมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยวิทยาเขตเชียงใหม่นะครับเงินว่าในช่วงที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยแล้วก็เราเองเนี่ยมีนิสิตที่มาจากประเทศลาวเนี่ย พอสมควรเลยมาจากหลวงพระบางจากหลวงน้ำทาจากอะไรประมาณนี้นะที่มาเรียนอยู่ที่วิทยาเขตเชียงใหม่ในระดับปริญญาโทปริญญาเอกซึ่งก็ได้แนะนำให้ศึกษาให้นิสิตเหล่านี้ได้กลับไปศึกษาเรื่องราวที่เป็นภูมิปัญญาของประเทศลาวนะครับโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งในเรื่องที่เกี่ยวข้องกับพระพุทธศาสนาล่าสุดนี้ก็มีได้แนะนำให้นิสิตได้ศึกษาเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของวิปัสสนาหรือว่ากรรมฐานลาวหรือกรรมฐาน12ปันนาโทษล้านนาแล้วกรรมฐานล้านช้าง sorry กรรมฐานล้านช้างทีนี้เนี่ยมันก็จะมีงานที่เราศึกษาอยู่ที่เชียงใหม่อยู่ที่ภาคเหนือเนี่ยว่ามีกรรมฐานล้านท่านอาจารย์ดร.วิโรจน์ได้ศึกษาเรื่องกรรมฐานล้านนาเอาไว้ทีนี้เนี่ยก็อยากให้นิสิตเราได้ไปลองไปดูว่าในกรรมฐานล้านช้างเนี่ยมีเอกสารมีหลักฐานอะไรที่น่าสนใจที่จะเอามาศึกษาแล้วก็รวบรวมให้เป็นงานที่เกี่ยวข้องกับกรรมฐานล้านช้างได้บ้างนะก็อยากจะให้ท่านอาจารย์ professor ได้ให้ข้อแนะนำในส่วนที่เกี่ยวข้องกับเรื่องเอกสารที่ควรจะไปศึกษาเพิ่มเติมอะไรประมาณนี้รวมไปถึงว่าถ้าเป็นไปได้ก็อยากจะให้ลูกศิษย์ได้มีโอกาสได้พูดคุยกับท่านอาจารย์เพื่อที่จะทำให้งานของเขามีความสมบูรณ์มากยิ่งขึ้นนะครับ
ก็ขอบคุณมากๆผมก็ยินดีที่จะให้ความช่วยเหลือให้การร่วมมือกับนิสิตของอาจารย์นะครับที่จริงแล้วหนังสือใบลานที่เราได้ค้นคว้าในหอธรรมต่างๆของหลวงพระบางเราก็เอามาใส่ในเว็บไซต์ในของEndangered Archives Program แล้วก็ของ Dream Sea ด้วยนะครับ so we have actually now not only made a survey and documentation of all these manuscripts but also now in the process of making these manuscripts available for researchers on different websites.
See.
So they and of course if you would like to investigate also the manuscripts, especially in Luang Prabang, you are also welcome, or your students are welcome to contact the Buddhist archives through its director, Dr. Kamwon Bunyapon, and we are very happy to give you support. In your research, so we're most welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. And can you also share that at the website and note in the chat?
I'm not.
Okay. I'm sorry.
But you can. It's still an ongoing project. So there are several. The website of Dream Sea.
Okay.
And the website of the Endangered Archives Program, and there is now starting a new project by the Buddhist Archives of Luang Prabang, 2-year project on manuscripts, Buddhist manuscripts that were collected or sponsored by the Supreme Patriarch or the Supreme Patriarchs of different times. And by members of the royal family as well. So we also expect new findings, exciting findings in this new project as well. So it's a good time for scholars to learn the old scripts, the Akson Tham, the Akson Lao Buhan, for example. In order to directly access the original sources, and if not directly, using the original manuscript, but at least researching it through the high-quality digital images, which you can also use in times of the pandemic without much traveling.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
ครับขอบคุณท่านพระอาจารย์พระมหาบุญช่วยนะครับครับมีอีกคำถามหนึ่งจากท่านพระอาจารย์ทิพย์ปริยัติธารีครับนิมนต์ครับพระอาจารย์
Seeing that that Ajahn Direk Inchan, who is director of the Palm Leaf Manuscript Center at Chiang Mai Ratchapat University, and who is also in charge of various digitizing projects of DreamSea, he has sent us a chat with a link to the website. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณมากอาจารย์ดิเรกนะครับ
ก็ขอโอกาสโยมอาจารย์วอเกอร์สวัสดีครับก็อาตมาภาพเองก็เป็นคนเชียงตุงนะคนรักฐานซึ่งก็มีเมนูสคริปต์นะครับเกี่ยวกับภาษาตัวธรรมเนี่ยเยอะมากโดยเฉพาะอาจารย์ดิเรกอินตันนะครับรัชพัฒน์เชียงใหม่ก็ได้ไปพร้อมด้วยกับดร.อนาโตนะครับได้ไปเก็บรวบรวมไปถ่ายนะครับเป็นเมนูสคริปต์เอาไว้ถ้าทางแถบเชียงตุงเมืองยองนะครับและอิสตันทรานสเลทนะครับทั้งหมดแล้วด้วยทีนี้ก็มาเก็บไว้ในเป็นดิจิทัลนะครับดิจิทัลเมนูสคริปต์เอาไว้ที่ราชภัฏเชียงใหม่นี่จะถามว่าในระหว่างหลวงพ่อบางล้านนาหรือเชียงตุงเชียงรุ้งเนี่ยโยมอาจารย์เจอเมนูสคริปต์ที่มันเก่าแก่ที่สุดเนี่ยอยู่ในประเทศไหนแล้วก็มันเนื้อหาสาระเนี่ยเกี่ยวกับเรื่องอะไรครับ
นะครับเรื่องอะไรถามเกี่ยวกับว่าผมก็ได้ค้นพบหนังสือใบลานที่มีอายุ
ที่มีอายุ
สูงสุด The oldest มันที่ก็ประมาณที่มีอายุประมาณเกือบ300 ปีครับเกือบ300 ปีครับก็ส่วนมากก็เป็นคิดเป็นคริสตศตวรรษก็ที่18นะครับก็ประมาณ300 ปีพอดีที่มันเก่าแก่ที่สุด
เจอ
ที่ลาวครับที่รวมพระบางครับศตวรรษที่18ครับอันนี้ก็ประมาณเกือบ300 ปีครับแต่ส่วนมากก็มีอายุประมาณ100 ถึง 200 ปีครับ150 ปีก็มีครับ
แต่ในรัฐฐานนะโยมอาจารย์ก็บางฉบับที่อาตมาภาพเห็นนะครับก็มันจะมีอายุประมาณ300 ถึง 400 ปีก็มีนะครับ
แต่ว่าถ้าเป็นของไตรลื้อใน12 ปันนาก็เอกสารที่หนังสือตัวเขียนที่เก่าแก่ที่สุดก็มีอายุประมาณอาจจะไม่ถึง 30-40 ปีเพราะว่าก็สมัยการปฏิวัติวัฒนธรรมของจีนสมัยเหมาเจ๋อตุงก็พวกจีนแดงก็เผาหนังสือตัวเขียนเกือบทั้งหมดเลยก็เกือบ 90% ก็หายไปหมดก็หาหนังสือตัวเขียนที่มีอายุ40 หรือ 50 ปีขึ้นไปได้ยากครับแล้วก็มีช่วงเวลา15 ปีช่วงการปฏิวัติวัฒนธรรมจีนที่ไม่มีการผลิตหนังสือตัวเขียนเลยเพราะว่าทางรัฐบาลจีนก็ห้าม
แล้วโยมอาจารย์ขอคำแนะนำโยมอาจารย์ว่าเราจะรักษาทำใบลานหรือมีวิธีการในการที่จะสืบทอดรักษานี้อย่างไรบ้าง
Yeah, concerning the methods, I see here, several links from Ajahn Direk to repositories. That's very fine, where you can directly see the manuscript and investigate the manuscript collections. I mean, that's a very broad topic concerning the preservation of manuscripts, and that I cannot, tell it in a few minutes or in a few sentences.
Yeah, thank you so much,
but it's just, I mean, I would say the best way, the best method to preserve a manuscript is to use it.
Yeah, oh, that's
เพราะว่าไม่ก็จำคำเตือนของอาจารย์กงเดือนนิตวงศ์อดีตผู้อำนวยการของหอสมุดแห่งชาติลาวที่ว่าถ้าเราไม่ใช้หนังสือตัวเขียนเลยก็เก็บเอาไว้เฉยๆโดยไม่ใช้โดยไม่นำเอามาใช้ก็เหมือน เสมือนการทำลาย manuscript เหล่านั้น so if we don't use manuscripts keep them only it's tantamount of destroying them because they will be neglected so we have to encourage people to use manuscripts to read them เข้าใจไหมก็ต้องใช้ manuscript ก็ไม่ควรจะทิ้งไว้เฉยๆมันก็มันหรือรักษาไว้เฉยๆมันก็ต้องมีคนเอามาศึกษาอันนี้เป็นวิธีการรักษาเอกสารตัวเขียนที่ดีที่สุดนะครับ
Thank you so much
ขอบคุณพระอาจารย์ทิพย์ปริยติธารีจากเชียงตุงนะครับครับขอแจ้งไปยังผู้ที่จะนำเสนอในห้องหนึ่งนะครับมีท่านผู้ประสานงานในห้องได้ตามผู้นำเสนอแล้วนะครับก็ขอเชิญครับก็ยังมีการยกมือถามคำถามนะครับจากท่านพระอาจารย์พันธปาโลนะครับครับนิมนต์ครับพระอาจารย์
ถ้าเวลาไม่พอไม่เป็นไรนะครับก็ May I asking Mr. Faulkner, Professor Faulkner, I'm from Taiwan, right? I joined for your presentation. It's very excellent and very interesting. I will feel as you present on some manuscript from Bailan, it seems like an unofficial of Bailan using in the monk side, right? You present in something that is like something present for like a personal information, something like that. But in front of Prajan asking you, but you already present about on 300 or 400 years ago of Bailan also have like a more official manuscript. That is something let me clear in some part. But that's why I'm asking you about the unofficial this one. Why can be accept or not? I don't know. That is would like to asking Professor to give me some explanation about this.
I'm not quite sure whether I have understood your question correctly. You mean the manuscripts or the examples which I showed?
Let me give you an example, right? It seemed like one of the monk Jan in the Samut Bailan, right? I can speak in Bai Thai. It's more easier, right? Yeah. And just show about the Lao language, right? It seemed like the monk Jan in Bailan, but talking about the lay people concerning for the touch of the.
Oh yeah.
Let me explain that. Not so nice to talking in here, right? To touching something untouchable like on the lay people, especially lady, something like that. And Jan in Bailan, that area, I will feel this thing is unusual. It's unusual.
I
not accept to.
This you are
sorry about this.
Yes. Now I have understood your question. You are absolutely right, but I mean these are. It's not the standard, but it's so you find it from time to time. You know, such quite unusual remarks by monk scribes. I mean, this is only one example, and you find other examples of quite unusual remarks. I mean, you would say improper remarks. And the scribe, you have to imagine the situation. So the scribe, the monk, has spent a lot of time, then copying a text, and at the final moment, you know, when he has finished everything, he feels free, especially if that is a manuscript for his own personal use, for preaching, for example, purposes, to write something very emotional or very personal.
Yeah,
And,
that thing I
so that
think
is,
is not normal to show in the byline area, right?
Yeah,
This
but-
is
but,
something I cannot accept too, right? For my personal will,
Yes,
I cannot accept.
Yes, yeah, I fully understand you, but this is the case, you know, that you find such expressions in colophones, and I think it's, for instance, to give you just an example, you know, another example, in a colophone from Luang Lam Tha, written in Tai Lư script. A monk, I think the manuscript was from the early 1980s. He says he wishes, you know, to be reborn.
Right.
Not as a scholar, but
That
to
area
reborn
also
as
that
as
is not that will feel okay, because you know why? Because it's a more traditional in that era, that time, right? And
But he also-
it's not talking about the it seems like a monk or so you broken about the precept area. This is something is unacceptable for myself, right? Or we reborn again will be something can
No,
be a
but-
little bit
but-
okay.
But I have not yet continued, you know, but born again as the rich, as the son of a rich man, as a Seti in the United
Yeah.
States of America.
To support.
To become the son of a rich millionaire. For example, you know, this is, I mean, also you would say it's not really the proper wish, of course. You should be reborn as a good person, you know, holding the precepts, maybe reborn in the era of the future Buddha, but maybe to reborn as a rich, I mean, as the son of a rich millionaire, you know, is also something which we would say, only for example, you not very frequently, you know, but you find, of course, from time to time such what you might consider as quite improper wishes or improper commands. But I mean, this is the case where you find it, you know, in these very personal expressions and colophones.
Okay, sorry for interrupt
No, no.
for our time.
But I fully
only
understand,
my
yeah.
attention, right? For my personal attention, cannot to show something like this in a monk way. I just explain about like this. I don't know. I'm not to complain, Professor Fogler, right? But that is your doing, and for the for the disease that area. Okay, I agree for your recover for the whole thing. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome.
ขอบคุณพระอาจารย์ท่านพระปาโลที่ถามคำถามนะครับ
เดี๋ยวกวนรบกวนเวลาของท่านอื่นครับขอบพระคุณอย่างสูงครับ
สำหรับคำถามนี้ก็น่าจะเป็นคำถามสุดท้ายนะครับ last question ก็เนื่องจากว่าเรามีเวลาจำกัดให้ผู้นำเสนอได้นำเสนอนะครับในนามของคณะผู้จัดงานก็ขอบคุณท่านศาสตราจารย์ดรโฟเกอร์กราโบสกี้จากมหาวิทยาลัยฮัมบูร์กประเทศเยอรมนีอีกครั้งที่ได้มาแชร์ความรู้ประสบการณ์ให้ผู้เข้าอบรมได้ฟังนะครับเพื่อไม่ให้การเสียเวลานะครับก็ขอเชิญโมเดเรเตอร์ประจำห้องคือท่านรองศาสตราจารย์ดร.ณัฐีศรีดีนะฮะได้มา take over ในห้องนี้นะครับสำหรับผู้นำเสนอท่านอื่นๆที่อยู่ห้องอื่นๆก็ขอเชิญขอนิมนต์นะครับสำหรับผู้ที่สนใจก็อย่างที่บอกไปเมื่อเช้ามีทั้งหมด7 panel สำหรับผู้ที่สนใจก็สามารถติดตามไปฟังในห้องนั้นๆได้สำหรับห้องนี้ก็จะเป็นห้องที่7นะฮะ panel ห้องที่7 Okay, so now I would like to turn over this session to the moderator of this room, Associate Professor Dr. Nathi Sidi, to take over this moment and start the afternoon session along with Assistant Professor Dr. Sombat to start the afternoon session of the room 7 panel. Please, sir. ไม่ทราบว่าท่านได้เข้ามาหรือยังนะครับถ้าอาจารย์ท่านรองศาสตราจารย์ดร.ณัฐฐี ศรีดีเข้ามาแล้วก็ช่วยแจ้งมาด้วยนะครับ
ท่านเข้ามาแล้วเนี่ยเชิญ
ขอเชิญอาจารย์รองศาสตราจารย์ดร.ณัฐฐี ศรีดีนะครับได้ take over session นี้ต่อไปครับผมพร้อมกับท่านอาจารย์ผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.สมบัติมั่งมีสุขสิรินะครับซึ่งจะเป็นafternoon session ต่อจากเมื่อเช้าครับเชิญครับอาจารย์ so also the presenters of this room please be prepared for those who haven't presented this morning now the afternoon session has started please เชิญครับอาจารย์ครับเชิญท่านอาจารย์รองศาสตราจารย์ดร.ณัฐฐี ศรีดีได้ดำเนินรายการต่อไปนะครับ
พูดไปต้องนานลืมเปิดใหม่ครับขออภัย
ครับผมอาจารย์
respect the most venerable associate professor Dr. พระมหาสมบูรณ์วุฒิกโร Dean Faculty of Graduate School มหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัย University and on venerable monks. Good afternoon, all delegates, participants. Welcome back to the international and national academic conference of Graduate School, มหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัย University in afternoon session. The theme of the seminar is Buddhism integrating with the modern science to mental and social development. In the afternoon session, there are the 11 scholar present article, permanent presentation to finish in time. Then we classify into two panels. Each panel consists of 6 and 5 scholars respectively, and each scholar had 10 minutes to present the article. And after finish, I will invite others. And after finish, I will invite the associate professor Dr. Sombat Mang Mi Suksiri and on participants to discuss, exchange, and share the experience and knowledge about Buddhist article presented by the scholar. Be ready, same like the afternoon, the morning session and so. In the beginning of this afternoon session, the keynote speaker had present very interesting, and then we spend quite a lot of time, and now it's time to present the article. I would like to invite the first panel consists of 6 persons. But the 6th person, the first person, I saw him already. Just a moment. The first panel consists of the 6th person. The first person is the Professor Dr. Jose Antonio Rodriguez Diaz. The second one, Venerable Dr. Panyati Pathan. Number 3, Mr. Sontan Caesar. Number 4, Mr. Vichanga Punawaradana. Number 1, 2, 3. Oh, I lost one. Mr. Rahul Rao. Number 6, the last one, Mrs. Damika Praniti. These are the 6 persons of the first panel for the afternoon session. Before the first one start, I would like to invite Ajahn Assistant Professor Dr. พระมหาสมบัติมั่งมีสุขสิริ say welcome on delegate and participant first, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Nati CD, and good afternoon to everyone in this international room for this session. As in the morning session, this afternoon we will have very interesting papers, especially from the foreign scholars and the eminent scholars who are very expert in their field and would like to present their paper in this session. So this session we make it as 6 participants, 6 papers.
Participants.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So should we start now? Shall we start now?
Yeah, 6 participants, but each scholar have 10 or not more than 12 minutes to present the work. And I would like to inform, right? I will running the first panel from the first one until the 6 scholar, and after complete 6 scholar, and after that we will open the chance to exchange the knowledge together after the first panel finish, right? Ajahn Sombat, and I would like to invite all participants to be ready. Okay, right now it's time for the first one to present the article. The first one from the University of Barcelona, Spain. He very expert in the in Buddhism and so, and especially he expert to apply the Buddhist teaching in the current situation, and that's why the first article very interesting in this time, because not only in Thailand, in my point of view, all over the world, right now we panic about this situation. The first topic, the first article is the contribution of Buddhist value and practice to the post-COVID-19 futures. The scholar is Professor Dr. Jose Antonio Rodriguez Diaz from University of Barcelona, Spain. Please.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here celebrating in this academic celebration. Thank you for the invitation. And I hope everything goes right. I mean, I hope I can concentrate everything in 10 minutes. I hope so. And let me share with you my PowerPoint, so it will be better. Okay. So, wait a moment. Okay. Okay. Here it is. Share. Wait a moment. Here we go. So this is a different presentation. This is a sociological analysis, as you will see shortly, hopefully, when this shows up. Okay, here we are. Okay, so let me see one thing for a moment. If I can control this thing, the images, I don't want them here. Okay, let me see a moment. Trying to control the screen. I cannot do it. Okay, anyway, this is it. Okay, so let's start. This is a paper that crosses 3 kind of thought lines. We're talking about futures, we're talking about the pandemic, and also we are going to be talking about the Buddhist values and practices. Okay, this is a sociological analysis. We want to see how Buddhist people, what their values and what their practices. This is basically based on 3 ideas. The future is always the result of past and present forces, putting movement by past and present actions. That's one. The values and action of Buddhist people in the world enter into that system of interrelations, creating futures. That's the second idea. And the global COVID pandemic has generated such magnitude of disruption that it's created an opportunity to take advantage of the reconstruction processes in which we are involved right now, and to think about building better futures. So I will start reviewing our views of the future and the type of futures from the sociological point of view, and then look at the pandemic from the perspective of those futures. and then analyzing the contribution of Buddhist people to better presents and futures. Okay, the most interesting thing is when we think about futures, the most surprising thing is future does not exist. Okay, so those of us that study future, we are surprised, future does not exist. In fact, when it is about to become so, it is no longer future, it is present. Therefore, to think about the future is nothing more than a way of focusing on the present. And we focus on the present to build futures by acting in the present, of course. So although the future is not yet there, there are elements that will constitute it, ingredients and seeds of the future, as we will see later. In this view, the future is open. It's not unique, it's not predefined, and therefore there may be alternative possible futures. And the idea that the future doesn't exist leads us to think that the future has to be created. So it can be anything, it can be changeable. In conclusion, what will happen depends on many things, including what we decide to do. So the future is not set on stone. So let me talk about the three types of futures that we are thinking about: probable, possible, and preferable futures. The study of the probable future have focused on a question: what would be the most likely future of a phenomena in a specific period of time and under certain circumstances? What would be the future be like if things continue as they are today? When we are demographic projections, what would be the future? What would be the demographic projections if things continue as they are today, or if we change a little bit here or we change a little bit there? But as present conditions change all the time, this type of future, the closest future to us, the probable future, the closest, tomorrow after tomorrow in 1 month, is constantly changing. So it has to be rethought constantly. Furthermore, changes in the ingredients of causation systems and in human actions change those highly probable futures. In history, it's very interesting to know that most of those features that were thought that were going to be the more likely features to happen, they will never happen. And they will never happen because those predictions favors changes, and those changes prevented those futures. In the case of the limits to growth, in 1970, there was this major study by the Club of Rome that ended saying that if things continue as they were today, as they were at that moment, by 2020, there will be a total collapse of the planet, There will be a collapse in the production system, in the energy system, in the agricultural system, in demographics, in healthcare, everything would collapse, okay, because of the way we were dealing with things. However, it didn't happen. It didn't happen because that knowledge changed everything. And there were actions that prevented that. So during this month of pandemic, predictions about the future have multiplied. Every time of predictions, GDP falls, closures of companies and sectors, massive job losses, crisis. All we are hearing is about crisis. All of this could create an image of unstoppable dystopian future that could generate fear and paralyze the social capacity to act. If things are so bad, if things are going to be so bad, we cannot do anything. We are kind of powerless in front of those images, those catastrophic images, those dystopian images. However, it is precisely the knowledge of those predictions that would allow them to be changed. Each of those predictions can generate forces to enhance them or to stop them or to transform them, like happened with the limits of growth a few decades ago. In that case, it was demographic policies, environmental policies, energy policies, everything changed, So that's why the probable future is all the time, it's not so probable, it could be changed, okay? Now, the next one of future is the possible futures. Since the future is open, there may be alternative possible futures. There are possibilities based on our knowledge, So whatever is possible. We're talking about 10 years, 15 years. So we make stories, okay? What will happen if things change in the future in this way and the other way? This is the way to foresee kind of the future. And then we use basically, in order to do that, to talk about the possible futures, and there are many, in order to restrict them, in order to start thinking about it, we use scenarios. Scenarios is simply a set of events that we imagine happening in the future. Scenario, starts when we ask what will happen if something or several things happen at the same time. You know, how would be the university in 10 years if we have a new president and we introduce a new a new degree, for instance. So the most used models of scenarios are scenarios that they're double entrance. They're called double entrance. We cross two trends and we create forest scenarios, or those scenarios that are also very used that say, okay, forest scenarios, positive change, everything will go well. Negative change, everything will go bad. No change at all. No, things will continue to be as they are, or unknown change. We don't know how things will be. I have an example, but I'm not going to use because I don't have time. The sample is in the paper in which there are four scenarios: Star Trek, New Humanity, Urbanization, Hypercapitalism. Basically, these are created by Honey, talking about the future after the COVID. And basically, there are two good scenarios: the Star Trek and the New Humanity, which, you know, they say basically we are going to be doing better. And then there are two scenarios, the urbanization and the hypercapitalism, that basically say we are going to go much worse. So the difficulty here when we talk about scenarios is, the challenge is how do we make those good scenarios work? And how do we avoid the negative ones? And that takes us to what we call preferable futures. So those multiple scenarios, we can see the best, we can see the best possibilities, we can see the most desirable, and that indicates us ways to get them. And also we can see the bad scenarios, and it indicates us ways to avoid them. Always here, when we're talking about preferable, is the idea of what's better, what's best, you know, is values, it's a value system. And we have to be thinking about what's the nature of a good life, what's the nature of a good society. And also when we think about preferable features, we are thinking about building them, how to build them. Okay, and how this is, now we are going to see how Buddhist people define and act towards those preferred features. Here I'm using the major survey, one of the major world surveys, world value survey. In this case, is more than 90,000 interviews. And I mean, I think the case of the Buddhists were about between 4,000 and 5,000 in the whole population, you know. And here we can see what the Buddhist people, we can see here what the Buddhist people think, okay? What's their preferred future, okay? And basically what we see is they are favoring kind of harmonious relations. They are opposed to war more than others. They are against violence more than the others, okay? And also, you can see here, they value of altruism and the tolerance also. And basically, there are two key elements here, is the trust. Most people can be trusted. Look at this, how the difference is much more than the non-Buddhists and the global population. And also the idea of the most serious problem, okay, the environment. So there are two key elements here, okay? Let me see this. There are two key elements, which are the trust of most people and the environment. And those are the two central axes that characterize Buddhist people actions and their social agenda. Okay, and there are two values towards harmonious relations between people and societies and the environment. Basically, when we talk about what's the preferred futures by Buddhist people, is harmony, peace, trust, tolerance, care for others, and environment. And let's see now, how do they act? How do they contribute to those better futures? And this, we are looking at the actions they are undertaking. And when we're looking at that, what we realize is above non-Buddhists and the global population, the Buddhist population stand out by their higher level of membership in civil and voluntary organizations, doing things for other people, for the well-being of other people, and also for the well-being and the environment. As we can see here, members in other organizations, active in other organizations. The red numbers means that they are larger, okay? Give money to ecological organizations, member in environmental organizations, and being active in organizations, okay? So basically what we see is a leading in the world, a leading action toward a better world, okay? This social activity point to the important role of Buddhist people today towards better and more harmonious and sustainable present and future societies. So, in conclusion, just a more minute, Buddhist values and practices provide an image of proximity and care for others and an orientation and desire for harmony with people and the environment, with their beliefs that most people can be trusted, their higher levels of social involvement and activity, and their leading role in views and actions towards a sustainable planet. Buddhists are setting and walking a good path for better futures. the values of acts and actions of Buddhist peoples, they are an alternative image of possible and preferable futures, which is very different from the catastrophic images we were receiving some months ago. So the pandemic has shown us the consequences of our way of dealing with each other and the nature and the environment, but also giving us the opportunity to think and create new future paths. In fact, we are already in it, you know. I think we are in a historical moment where the new social goals are being created, those goals that, among them, those that we want, and perhaps it's the moment for Buddhism to take a leading role towards creating a more harmonious and happy societies. The ideals, the values, and actions are already present. They are seeds of the future. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much for the.
I've been trying to be short.
Okay, thank you for helping us to complete your article in time. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. But however, sir, please wait until the first panel complete, and after that we will exchange the knowledge each other, sir.
Where are we? Lost. Okay, here, hold on a moment. Stop sharing now. Okay. I was looking for that.
Okay.
Sorry if I gone too fast, but I was trying to put everything together there.
Okay, please wait until the sixth person complete their presentation, and after that we will exchange the knowledge each other, sir. And then don't leave us right now. Professor Dr. Jose Antonio Rodriguez. Don't leave me, because after the sixth article completes, we will exchange the knowledge, because right now it looks like since the situation of COVID-19 last year, I don't know where I can find a preferable future right now. We have to exchange each other right now because it's very serious for us. Okay, the second article for the afternoon session, Venerable Dr. Panyati Patan, the lecturer from the Chan State Buddhist University, with his topic, the therapeutics of the meditation for mental suffering from early Buddhist text and contemporary scientific findings. Please.
Yes.
Venerable Dr. Panyati.
Yes.
Okay.
Am I on live now?
Yes, in your eye. And
can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thanks for the invitation.
Okay.
Yes. Good afternoon and good morning to all Venerable Sangha and brothers and sisters in the Dhamma. Here is Venerable Penyatipa. Today, can I share the screen now?
Yeah, you can share. Sir.
Okay. Can everyone see my slides?
Yes. Okay. Right now your slide. Everyone can see you. Everyone can see the therapeutic of the meditation.
My topic is on the therapeutics of meditation for mental suffering from early Buddhist texts and contemporary scientific findings. Oops. How come I cannot move it? Okay. As we know, meditation is an ancient religious practice involving a dynamic set of psycho-physical exercises that aims at attaining a certain spiritual purpose. And at the same time, it has also been regarded as an effective and sustainable promoter of psycho-physical well-being. In fact, in the last 2 decades, in particular, the health effects of meditation have gained much attention from scientists all over the world. Along with this, scientific studies on Buddhist meditation have gained momentum with growing scientific reports and articles started to appear in scientific journals as well as on the front page news and popular media. I'm going to skip this. As our world continues to be looted by the COVID-19 pandemic these days, the prolonged lockdown and social distancing, coupled with social, economic, and political unrest associated with this pandemic, the whole world is experiencing increased mental suffering, with reports of increased prevalence of depression, anxiety, psychological distresses coming from all over the world, including Thailand, USA, Italy, France, China, Southeast Asia, etc. With this, my presentation will address three pertinent aspects of how meditation may be useful in this crisis time. First, I will look at early Buddhist texts comprised of Pali Nikaya and Chinese agamas on how meditation heals mental and physical sufferings. My second aims here is to present scientific findings, most likely from randomized control trials, on how how Buddhist meditations helped in coping mental suffering during the pandemic. And the third, I would give an up-to-date overview of all meta-analysis studies on the effects of meditation on mental health to date. First, let's look at what early Buddhist texts have to say about the healing effects of meditation, bhavana. About how meditation may soothe mental and physical health, especially in the Pali Kayakata Sati Sutta in Majjhima Nikaya 119, or its Chinese Agama parallel, Madhyama Agama 81, have mentioned two benefits from establishing mindfulness of the body. The first one would be overcoming fear, dread, and aversion. The second will be tolerating physical and verbal insults. And in another suttas, in Samyutta Nikaya and Samyutta Agamas, it says, it's mentioned about the chief disciple of the Buddha, the Venerable Anuruddha, when he was having a really grave sickness, but still could maintain his calm and unaffected, aloof from all bodily pain. And he said to the monk, dwelling in the four establishments of mindfulness, I was able to remain calm with all bodily pain, possessing right mindfulness and comprehension. And what makes mindfulness effective in managing physical pain is, in fact, through this inhibition of mental pain. It is this mental pain which habitually arises with the physical pain that makes the whole perception of pain unbearable. So in the Sala Sutta, in the Samyutta Nikaya 36.6, it says, illustrate that when the Buddha jhana is being contacted by a painful feeling, he sorrows, grieves, and laments. He feels two painful feelings, a bodily one and a mental one. So the man will feel a painful feeling struck, as if struck by two arrows. For how meditation may dispel mental suffering directly, early Buddhist discourses have repeatedly pointed out to us there is a serenity or samatha meditations, which can induce positive emotions such as rapture, pity, and joy, sukha, and equanimity, upekkha. And these are the antidotes for physical distresses. And samatha meditations could also suppress the 5 hindrances. So these 5 hindrances or nivarana that can weaken deliberating wisdom or direct seeing insight. And with this direct insight enables one to uproot the defilements, and these defilements are the root causes of all mental suffering. So it's a direct remedy for all the mental suffering. And there are discourses as well, which report how meditations was used to heal diseases. For example, the sutras, when the 7 awakening factors, Bojjhanga, were recollected and practiced. This can lead to healing of diseases, reported in the Buddha himself, as well as his chief disciples, Venerable Moggallana and Kassapa. These documents were recorded in various sutras in Pali Nikaya and Agamas. And meanwhile, in the Grimananda Sutta, the Buddha also prescribed 10 kinds of insight contemplation to a sick monk that later successfully repelled his illnesses. Because of this purported effect in healing, these 2 sutras have long served as a protective chants or paritas to be recited to the sick patients to facilitate recovery of sicknesses in Theravada Buddhist countries. So now I will be covering how scientific research so far has discovered about meditation and its role in tackling mental health issues during the COVID-19 pandemic. Because of the nationwide lockdown and social distancing, most meditation interventions conducted in these days have to employ modern meditation instruction tools, such as meditation apps, online live meditation guide, as well as video guided meditation instruction to deliver the meditation course. Here, I will only discuss the findings of 3 main randomized controlled trials. Why use the data from randomized controlled trials? Because this is the best kind of human intervention trials ever existing in the world these days. And all of these meditation trials that are conducted are mindfulness-based interventions. So it uses mindfulness, and which are the most popular form of meditation under trials these days. And but somewhat they use very different protocols in their studies. Like there's one using 4-week mindfulness and self-compassion based cognitive program, CBT program. And the second one will be 30-day mindfulness with 10 minutes daily practice daily in mindfulness. And the third protocol was using 13-day with 1.5 hour daily practice mindfulness-based stress reduction program. So despite differences in the protocol, the reported findings are highly comparable in all these randomized control trials. All have shown comparable positive effects on increasing mindfulness but reducing depression, anxiety, and psychological distresses on the treatment group. And this data and there are also provisional effects reported in not in some but not all of the studies. And there are increased self-compassion, kindness, and common humanity, decreased self-judgment and over-identification, and decreased psychosomatic symptoms such as headache, sleep disturbances, stomach upset, etc. So this data, to some extent, shows that as long as there is a regular regimen to practice mindfulness every day and for some time, and we will gain some benefits from this meditation. Now we move to the meta-analysis of meditation and trials on mental health. And why? What is meta-analysis? A meta-analysis is the highest hierarchy of evidence ever these days. It's a statistical analysis that combines results of multiple critical trials, clinical studies, leading to a higher statistical power and hence precision and accuracy of estimate points in evidence-based research. and it therefore provides the best evidence akin to the gold standard overview of the current body of knowledge in science. As a whole, the meta-analysis conducted on all meditations trials focusing on mindfulness, we are seeing mindfulness meditation significantly improved this list of psychological parameters such as anxiety, depression, pain could be chronic and acute pain, stress could be a sense of burnout or psychological distresses, and quality of life, which is pretty much related to our mental health and mental state and sleep quality. As well as pro-social behaviors, psychological well-being, and cognitive functions, even it could improve schizophrenic symptoms, as well as attention deficit disorders. So these are all findings of most recent meta-analysis studies. Now we move to the, this is loving kindness immeasurables meditations, which are not so frequently conducted as than the mindfulness-based interventions. And a few studies still showed improvement in depressions and increased positive emotions. So the conclusion of my study is that the traditional benefits of Buddhist meditation, particularly mindfulness or mental health as recorded in early Buddhist texts, are increasingly supported by contemporary scientific studies. And as a take-home message, a meditation practice should be encouraged and recommended to the public to reduce the psychological distresses in this pandemic. These are all references I referenced in my presentations, and thank you for having me here. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you when Venerable Dr. Panyati Patan for the lecturer from Chan State Buddhist University. I hope you well right now in your countries, Venerable. On his topic, the therapeutic of the meditation for mental suffering from early Buddhist text and contemporary scientific finding. But however, please wait until the end of this until the end of this panel, and after that we will exchange the knowledge each other. Number 3 for this this panel, I would like to invite Mr. Rahul Rao, the visiting lecturer department of Pali University of Mumbai, and his topic Buddhist pilgrimage, a study of integration for the well-being for social development. Please.
Thank you.
Okay.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. I would like to share my PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. Okay, you can.
Can you be able to view it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, my topic for today is Buddha's pilgrimage, a study of integration for the well-being of social development. Yeah, introduction. A pilgrimage comes under the study of social sciences, an overall umbrella of modern science. As they are segregated into 3 sections, it is essential understanding the integration of Buddhistic studies. Pilgrimage is actually a special way for physically walking on the path trodden by the Buddha in the past and taken as an inspiration from the sacred places and the teachings to keep walking on the path diligently by a person who's termed as pilgrim. Thus, pilgrim and pilgrimage is an essential factor on the path of Dhamma. To study the social and mental development happening in the personality of human nature in the context of society. A pilgrimage is a journey to a sacred place motivated by religious devotion, although the term may be applied to a meditative search for a new spiritual experiences, prolonged wanderings, or travel to a place of nostalgia, meaning for an individual. Here the word refers to the physical journey to a distant regarded as holy. So there's a gatha from the Dhammapad. It states as Puja rahe pujaito buddhe yadi vasavake papancha samati kante tinnam asoka paridave te tadise pujaito nibute akutavahe na sakka punam sakka tu metam pi kenachi. This states paying homage to those who are worthy, to Buddhas or their disciples who have defeated desire and crossed the stream of grief and lamentation. Paying homage to them will lead to emancipation and fearlessness. These merits cannot be measured. So here I've taken the methodology to study as through the Pali textual studies, then historical case studies, then site visits, then survey analysis, and one-on-one interaction. So through Pali literature, we come across 2,600 years ago, the wheel of Dhamma was put forth in motion through the teachings of Buddha in the Isipatan. So we also know about the Chattari Arisachani. Then we also know about the Ashtangik, Ari Ashtangik Maggo. So here we get information from the Tipitaka canonical literature. Buddha has given plenty of messages related to pilgrimage through different sutta in the Pali literature. And this study of social science can be incorporated from the perspectives of modern sciences. We have a sutta from Samvejaniya Sutta, has information related to the 4 major Buddhist sites, which comes under from Anguttara Nikaya. Then we have a sutta from the Mahapadana Sutta, throws a light on the great discourse of the lineage of previous Buddha, sacred places from Dignikaya. Then we also have a sutta from Arya Parisena Sutta, discusses about the places connected with the Buddha and his journey from Majjhima Desha. It's from the Majjhima Nikaya. Then we have information from the Nidan Katha, has information about the life of a Buddha or biography, and places and his journey can be traced out through his important texts. And the main important text is the Mahaparinibbana Sutta. So we come across the 3 types of chaitya, which are mentioned in the sutta. This information about 3 types of chaitya, shrine of a relic body, that is Sarika, Sarira chaitya or Sharirika. Then we have a shrine for a relic of a use or wear, that is Paribhogika chaitya. Then we have a shrine for the memorial, Uddesika chaitya. And we also have the votive stupas. Then here we come across the integration of the well-being, which my paper focus on. So before going to this, I would like to inform you in the Mahaparinibbana Sutta, it is mentioned as Idha Tathagato Jatoti Bhikkave. Then Idha Tathagato Anuttarang Dhammachakang Pavasyati. Before that, we have Idha Tathagato Anuttarang Samma Sambodhi Abhisambodhiti. And the last is Idha Tathagato Anupadesiya Nibbanu Dhatuyo, which all mention about the 4 important sites, that is from the Lumbini, then we have the Bodh Gaya, then we have the Sarnath and the Kusinara. So the important factors of here needs to be highlighted as how Buddhist pilgrimage plays a pivotal role for the social and mental development. Through the help of core teachings of the Buddha, which are not being touched upon in understanding the integration. Pilgrimage itself starts with external journey and later move towards internal journey in life. It is a bridge to connect from outer pilgrimage towards inner pilgrimage. As each religion in the world emphasizes or look upon pilgrimage as a path to rejuvenate them, and hear how Buddha's pilgrimage stands apart, will be studied for the well-being of humans. Then we come across the social development. Social development is essential for all mankind, as each person, if develops all the qualities to reach each stage through right approach, will certainly transform the society in a better way. But the term just merely going on pilgrimage is not essential. If practiced accordingly, can develop and gain merits while performing pilgrimage will certainly lead to a better life and help to attain the path towards Nibbana. So I've taken account the spiritual factors or the integration factors from the part of the paramita, that is Saddha, Dana, Sila, Khanti, Metta, and Bhavana are the spiritual factors which adhere to social aspects which can be developed by on pilgrimage. So the theory states here, the reason for considering these aspects for spiritual development theory are derived from the teaching of the Buddha, which can be incorporated as Dhammacharika or Chaityacharika. So it can help in understanding the relation between knowledge, spiritual, and behavior, the three parameters. These teachings compiled in Pali Tipitaka in the form of Dasaparamita helps in building a good individual and leads towards liberation. Perfection are indeed the authentic tool to lead a better life. And more important, while being on pilgrimage and how it can be applied and fulfilled to an extent. The realization, that is the applicability, the realization of Saddha towards Tiratna, Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. The knowledge of giving dana, generosity, inculcating truthfulness in developing sila towards oneself. Khanti is the key to success to overcome any obstacles. Meditation is serene environment and sharing metta to all living beings. These factors build a strong spiritual development theory for understanding the right perspective towards pilgrimage, and from this spiritual development is about to happen in each individual. So I'll just to highlight these things right now. That is the first, that is Saddha in Tiratna. While on pilgrimage, needs to cultivate devotion towards triple gem, that is Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Embracing this as centers of learning. For the refuge means finding inspiration and protection in the quality and process of enlightenment. Without a sense of confidence and protection, one will find it difficult to plumb the depth of the mind. Taking refuge in the Buddha does not imply that Buddha is a savior or will extinguish one's suffering. The word Buddha as a title means awakened one, or one who personifies being awake. When we take refuge in the Buddha, the Dhamma, or the Sangha, we are taking refuge in the qualities acquired by them. Then we come across the second factor, that is dana, generosity. In this sense, can be defined as a donation of something that belongs to a person out of an attitude of either devotional, respect, or ritualistic, or altruistic helpfulness with the belief in the fruits of karma. Items of offerings such as food, drinks, raiments, chivara, etc. are also designated as dana. And this is more important in the aspect of pilgrimage. Then we have the third factor, that is sila. Although sila is a single concept, it is bifurcated as that of a layman, gahata, or we can say as Upasaka and Upasika, and also for the monks, Vinaya and nuns. And of the monks, Pabajita. The sila of both categories has another twofold division as morality comprising performance, Charita Shila, and that comprising avoidance, Varita Shila, referring respectively to what should be performed and how it should be performed and what should be avoided in ethical sense. And the pilgrimage is the aspect and opportunity when we are there for around 1 week, for 10 days, for 1 month to work on it. And then we have Khanti, patience. Patience is an excellent quality praised by the Buddha and other great beings. It is not the qualities of suffering or complacency in silence, without attempting to extricate oneself from one's difficulties. What patience implies as a virtue and a paramita is not becoming confident and perplexed in the face of difficulties and obstruction. The irritation goes away and one feels only love and compassion for that person when I started developing the quality of tolerance. When we are in patience, we can cross all the phases of life. Then we come across the bhavana, that is karuna bhavana, compassionate meditation. Sabbe satta sukha pachuantu, may all beings be free from suffering. Then we have in the bhavana, we have the Buddhist meditation, that is samatha, focusing the mind on one concept or thing to aid mental or spiritual development, contemplation or relaxation. These are the essential part of the pilgrimage and helps in developing the mental spiritual development. And we also have to go through the vipassana meditation, looking at something to analyze, such as our own body, and strengthen the mind before attempting vipassana meditation. We have to see in ourselves and what we are doing. And the last is the metta. Just as a mother will risk her life to protect her only child, similarly, one should cultivate boundless love towards all beings. The lines from Sutta Nipata, from the Metta Sutta, has a journey through the unfamiliar. A knowledgeable and compassionate guide is very helpful to integrate the cultural and spiritual experience into an enlarged awareness towards all living beings of the Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha, and to integrate into the well-being of own life. So here I would like to conclude. To conclude, Buddhist pilgrimage integrates for the well-being, social development. It emphasizes the real life of today's contemporary world, which we always neglect and rather not adhere in the pivotal role. Buddha has given answers to all questions, and pilgrimage to unearth plenty of answer if we practice and implemented during the course of time. Each religion gives importance to pilgrimage from understanding the true factors and values which a human inculcates when he or she transforms from outer to inner self-realization. Educating the masses related to the objective of pilgrimage, which was defined by Buddha himself, stating seeing the Buddha means seeing the Dhamma and the Sangha who are involved in preserving these places. Buddha wanted this holy site to be a base of physical seeing, inculcating the teachings and making this base Sangha should develop the mental aspects and get them liberated from samsara. This pilgrimage will develop the spiritual aspect to overcome the greed, envy, illusion, are termed as raga, dosa, moho, into a raga, a dosa, and moho. And this can only be done with three perspectives: kaya, vacha, and mana, body, speech, and mind. So pilgrimage is an opportunity to develop this paramita and to go forth in the life. And I just added a slide of a panel of Buddhist side that reflects the 8 important Buddhist pilgrimage sites that is in the Majjhima Desha at India. But in the Mahaparinibbana Sutta, we come across the 4 places. But later on, after the Emperor Ashoka, the Chinese pilgrim Fa Yan, Huizang, and Aising visited here. And apart from that, Emperor Ashoka had been to a journey of pilgrimage. More sites were added onto the pilgrimage. So we have the 8 important major Buddhist sites. We added August, that is Rajgir, Sankisa, Vaishali, and Shravasti itself. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to present a paper. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lecturer Rahul Rao, visiting lecturer department of the Paris University of Mumbai. And his topic very interesting, also Buddhist pilgrimage story, education for the well-being of social development. As we are Buddhists, for this topic, as we are Buddhists, if we have a chance and can follow the footsteps of the Lord Buddha in the Buddha land, I mean in India, we will understand your article. We can understand your article easily if somebody have a chance and been there. In case of me, I've been there many times, at least 20 times. For what? For sightseeing the Buddha place, for worship the Buddha place, for the study on Buddha place in the Lord Buddha. That's why I understand your article easily, because when I was a student in PhD program, I studied in in the Banaras Hindu University, and when I tired from the education, and when I have a time and have a chance, I travel to the on place of the Lord Buddha there, at a good pilgrimage of the Lord Buddha, and so I don't know the lecturer Rahul, do you get some chance to travel to follow the Buddha step in the India? Have you been there?
Yes, I've been in 2012 and 2018.
Okay.
So once I've been for 20 days and second for 28 days, apparently, almost for a month.
Okay, thank you. And if you have been there, write it, you can clear your article easily. And when you write your article, you present from your mind. Don't present from the scripture, don't present from the Chataka, but present from your experience, from your mind, right? It's very good experience to share your ideas. And next scholar, next scholar, he from the Hungary. Hungary. Right now, the Hungary, they the important affiliated of MCU. A few days ago, the rector of university just organized meeting with the lecturer on the Hungary affiliated of MCU. But in that day, I have no chance because I have to work another side of university, and then I have no time to participate that meeting. I'm so sorry to miss, and then I missed that meeting. Okay. For the next lecturer, Mr. Sotan Caesar, the Vice Rector, Dharma Gate, Buddhist College, Hungary. But also we know Dhamma Gate or Dharma Gate. Dhamma Gate, it means we call in Pali language, but the Dharma Gate we call in Sanskrit language. Dharma Gate, Buddhist College from Hungary. And today he will present the article. The article title is Learning to Learn, the 3-step educational model in Buddhism. Please.
So thank you very much and welcome everybody heartfully, especially the MCU team and venerables, most honorables, and also the lecturers, professors, and all the participants. We have the same situation because I was also not able to participate that conference or that meeting. And but our rector said that it was very fruitful, so it was very, very good, and we have a very fruitful relationship with MCU and IBSC. So we have a lot of interconnections. And so we are very happy. And thank you very much, all the MCU, for this possibility. So this article is because I grew up in a Western sciences or Western education. So that's why I decided to talk about a little bit about those educational models which are very, very special in the Buddhist teaching and very precious in Buddhist teaching. And these education models can contribute to the Western education system. So I would like to share my PPT. That's hopefully it works, it will work.
You can share the screen.
Yes, I will do that, definitely share the screen.
Okay, it's coming, okay. Running to run.
Yeah, try to somehow to full screen, turn into the full screen mode. Okay, so maybe you can have this also this way. So learning to learn is, I think this is the key term in Buddhist education, because as you will see in this short lecture, that learning to learn is more important than what we learn. So both Western sciences and the Buddhist approach is the same. We try to discover reality, but there are differences, different approaches, reality, how we research, how we investigate reality. Because in a Western sciences, you know, this is a scientific approach based on measurement, but we are investigating matter and mind in both the West and in the East. But in the Western sciences from the 17th century, mind and matter is different, so it's separated. And as we know in Buddhism, they are interdependent. So if we consider the five skandha, we see that form and so the rupa and vijnana, they have interconnection. They are, of course, separated, but not how the Western sciences think. So investigating matter and mind, we can say from the Western viewpoint, we are investigating from outside, but in Buddhism, we are investigating from inside. And the goal is, the aim is the same, to discover what is reality and using this reality to have a better life, a fruitful life. So that's why we can say that the Western approach is objective. So from outside, based on measurement, numbers, rules. But the Buddhist approach is based on meditation. So like in Satipatthana teaching, Satipatthana practice, we are subjectively, we are feeling what is reality. We are based on experience. So this approach is very significant, the difference between the two. So using measured instrument is mostly in the Western science, is using meditation, awareness. This is the Buddhist approach. Importance of repetition, numbers, is the objective way of investigating reality. Importance of wisdom, on the other side, is the subjective, the Buddhist approach. And then there are some problems. So for example, as I wrote in my article, the economics has a lot of problems because they are basing their all the different experiences, rules, and different systems based on what the ego, what the I is wish. So what is the necessity or necessary things for me, but they don't define what is me, what is I. So that is a real problem, because the base, the starting point is not clear. Of course, in a Buddhist research system or Buddhist education system, also in meditation, there are some difficulties because it needs intensive training. So one time I also with His Holiness the Dalai Lama mentioned that if you want to attain shamatha, then it's necessary to have half a year in retreat. But as my experience, it needs 25 years to really have samatha or shamatha experiences what is real one-pointedness and to have some experience of what is jhana or jhana. So let's go to the Buddhist educational models. Or somebody. So the purpose of education is we can summarize in the Four Noble Truths. So the first one, we should identify problems. So identifying what is the starting point, what is the problem, and then we can find in Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta very clearly, and also the commentaries. This is actually based on sati. So we have to be present and open to see what is the problem, what is the suffering, what is emotional suffering or mental problems. And then we go to the next level of reality, we can say also in the Four Noble Truths, because satya means truth or reality as well. So we have to define the causes of the problems. And this is the law of karma. So we can understand how causality, cause and effect works. And this way we understand that how we can eliminate the causes of suffering. And here there is a very interesting teaching coming from commentaries of Theravada commentaries, the 5 Pahana. And then this is very interesting because it's very much corresponding to different approaches also in Buddhism. So the 5 Pahana, I can very clearly see the connection with the 5 paths of Theravada approach, Mahayana approach, Zen approach, Tantric approach, and also the Ati Yoga, so Dzogchen. And of course, the path is to attain freedom, happiness, and wisdom. So this is the education, the purpose of education models. And there are some education models based on method, and there are some based on wisdom. So let's see what is the first group based on method. So the monastic system and the core education system in Buddhism is the Sila Samadhi Panya, or in Sanskrit, Shila Samadhi Prajna model, which is an extremely effective education model. And as we know, all the canons, so the Buddhist canon is based on these educational models, because we know very well that the Vinaya scripture is connected to Sila, the Sutta Pitaka is to Samadhi, so meditation, and the Abhidhamma Pitaka is wisdom, Panya. And this way we can eliminate the causes of all samsara. The Sila is for craving, desire, attachment, and also the Samadhi, hatred, anger, and then ignorance, delusion, by way of Panya, by way of Vipassana meditation. So when we are trained in this education model, this 3 steps education model, we can develop different capacities. So by way of Sila, self-control and non-violence, ahimsa. And then by meditation, focused and calm state of mind. And also opening the eye of wisdom, so opening the eye of intelligence by way of Panya. So in Mahayana, the northern system, we call the education model of the Pandits, or the Bodhisattva model, which is in Sanskrit, Drishti Bhavana Charya. Very interesting, it's a little bit like opposite, like to compare with the previous one, because here we start with educations. Drishti or Ditti is the monastic way of education, when they had to, all the students had to learn different Buddhist philosophies, and they have to learn a lot of texts from heart and establish the proper view. As you see, the philosophical training, we are establishing a proper view. And by way of proper view, we are doing meditation. Here it is said bhavana, so it's in Tibetan is tava, gompa, chepa, these 3 1. So meditation, bhavana, and then for meditation system, it is called the Sri Bodhicitta training. So Bodhicitta of intention, Bodhicitta of application, and Bodhicitta of our ultimate Bodhicitta, which is the meditation technique or Vipassana technique of emptiness. And then comes the Bodhisattva behavior. And then we are like accomplishing the paramitas, the 6 paramitas or 10 paramitas. And this way we attain the full Buddha, the state of the Buddha or enlightenment. So by way of this education model, we are establishing or developing proper understanding. We are learning how to think, how to use logic, and then also communication and openness and proper altruistic behavior. So this is these are the qualities. No, we of course I was just reducing to some just key terms. So this is the way of or education model of the Pandits or Bodhisattvas. And there is another one, it's based mainly in Mongolia, Tibetan Buddhism, and where the tantric teachings we can find. And this is also a three-step model. We can say the outer, inner, and non-dual mandala education model. And this is connected to the path of transformation, so the yogic or a tantric path. Here in Tibetan, the first stage is called Kerim or Utpatikrama, so development stage. We are developing visualization, visualizing the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, the mandala, using mantras for attaining the one-pointed state. And then in Dzogrim, we are using special movements, drill course, yogic techniques and pranayamas, so physical exercises and breathing. And this is corresponding to Vipassana. This is called Dzogrim or Sampanakrama, so the phase of completion. And then this way we attain Mahamudra, so the non-dual of this previous one, non-dual of outer and inner space. And this is also a very interesting education model because first we are training with the outside world, then we are training with the inside world, and then we are trying to find the middle path, which is called here in Mahamudra, where we are, we discover the non-duality of the inner and outer state. So this is the basic model of the tantric teachings. And this is also a very interesting education model, also based on 3 steps. So these are mostly the Theravada, Mahayana, and the Vajrayana way of education. And then now we can go to the wisdom-oriented systems. And as we know, the wisdom is always 3 steps, Suttamaya Panya, Manomaya Panya, and then Bhavanamaya Panya. And the Suttamaya Panya, we are developing intelligence of listening. So that's we need also when we are doing education or learning or teaching in like a Buddhist college or Buddhist university. And it's interesting because there are a lot of texts dealing with this problem, that how the Buddha was connected to the students, how the Buddha, the teacher, was connected to the trainees or the students, and what is the way to connect. So also there are three steps, and that's why in these texts connected to the Suttamaya Panya or Shrutamaya Prajna, we can find that the proper way of listening to the teaching is to establish empty vessel. When we are empty, we are not leaking. So there are the 3 poisonous vessel, the upside down vessel, and the leaking vessel. These are the improper way of listening to establish or develop the intelligence of listening. So we need openness, respect, presence, and proper motivation. And connected text, we can find the proper qualities of a teacher. So what the teacher should have like qualities, what are the proper qualities of a student, and what are the proper quality of the teaching, what we teach, how we teach. And this is a very interesting topic, and I think it needs a lot of research, because this is somehow the key. If the teacher and the student can properly meet, then the education will be really successful. So Suttamaya Panya is really very important in the West. Also in the Buddhist college, we have a lot of problem with this, because the students they think they know a lot of things. So very difficult to make them empty, to really to be open, respectful for the teaching. So for us, it's really a problematic thing to the first one to develop this first intelligence. So Chintamaya Panya is the intelligence of thinking, and there are trainings. Also in a monastic way, there are the debates. So the debating system we can now see in Tibetan monastic universities is the way of developing logic. They are doing conversation, and the main topic of logic is analyzing phenomena, analyzing dhammas, using logic by way of analyzation. And there is a complete system of philosophical system. It's called the Pramana system, when the key term is valid cognition, how we can have proper information, how we can distinguish the relative level of truth and the ultimate. So this Paramartha Satya and the Samvriti Satya, how we can differentiate these two, and how we can make clear that what is kusala dhamma and what is akusala dhamma. Because when we are on the path, we have to follow the kusala dhammas, but it's not so easy to see what is kusala, what is akusala. So this is anumana, so using the way of logic, and then of course pratyaksha, which is direct perception. And when we using pratyaksha or dealing with pratyaksha, then it goes to the next level of intelligence, which is the bhavana maya panya. So the intelligence developed by, or the wisdom developed by meditation. So actually in the Mahayana text, the bhavana maya panya is dealing with emptiness. So the ultimate nature of all dharmas, all phenomena. And then bhavana is, there is a two system, usually the shamatha vipassana, the samatha vipassana system. When in samatha, we are developing the calm state, the controlled mind, and then this way we are opening the wisdom eye, when we can see the nature of all dhammas, whether we say this, the tilakkhana system of dukkha, anatta, anicca, or in Mahayana, we say also three kind of like emptiness, causelessness, and signlessness. This is very similar, these two systems. So calm, abiding, and insight, shamatha vipassana, and then we see the selfless nature, so the anatta or anatma nature of all phenomena. And then in Mahayana also we are dealing the emptiness of all dharmas. And then there are three eyes connected to this phase, wisdom eye, so the prajna chakku, the dharma chakku, or dharma eye, and at the end, of course, the final fusion is the Buddha, chakku Buddha eye. So these are the different systems. This is a very simplified way of describing, but it gives a little hint of that how high level of three steps model we have in Buddhism. And this could contribute to the Western education system, also doing a proper class. So this is very important for me. And then also in a summary, I collected the different capacities we can attain by way of Buddhist education system, like discipline, concentration, wisdom, like Sila Samadhi Panya, clear comprehension, mind training, altruistic behavior in the Mahayana system, respect, clear vision, going beyond duality, openness, logic, intelligence by way of, this was also the tantric way, and also by the three education steps by wisdom. Very interesting that they are all three steps models. So that is why I decided to a little bit put together and to compare this system. And then finally, you can see that learning to learn, according to the teaching of the Buddha, is more important than the object of learning itself. So when we are studying and teaching, actually, we are developing capacities as well in the students and as well in the teacher. And this way we can prolong, or we can develop on the path of awakening. So thank you very much for your paying attention. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the interesting presentation from the lecturer Sotan Caesar, the Vice Rector Dhammaket, Buddhist College, Hungary, to present his article, Learning to Learn, the 3 steps of education model in Buddhism. However, we will discuss each other after 2 more persons, 2 more scholars finish. Okay, the next person, number 5 for the second panel, Mr. Vishankar Kunavaradana from the Psychological Counselor Sri Lanka Navy. Today he will present the article concerning about the Buddhism ritual for mental and social well-being and analysis of Bodhi Puja ritual in the Sri Lanka Buddhist tradition. I heard that the Bodhi tree, right? Bodhi Puja is like a Bodhi tree in Sri Lanka. This Bodhi tree, the original Bodhi tree, the same Bodhi tree as the same Bodhi tree in the Buddha period. Right now, it remains only one in Sri Lanka. How about this Bodhi tree, and how about this Buddhist disciple Puja this Bodhi tree? Please.
Hello everyone.
Yeah.
Iborn.
Okay.
And good afternoon. I'm Vishankar Gunawardana from Sri Lanka. Let me present my research paper on Buddhist rituals for mental and social well-being, an analysis of Bodhi Puja ritual in the Sri Lankan Buddhist tradition. This is the content of the presentation. Introduction. Religious beliefs have brought ritual practices to civilizations. Therefore, rituals play a vital role in human society to overcome crisis and to gain health and prosperity. Bodhi Puja ritual is one of the most popular rituals among Sri Lankan Buddhists, and the term Bodhi Puja can be defined as the veneration of the Bodhi tree. Bodhi Puja ritual is included bathing the Bodhi tree with scented water, offering flowers, herbal drinks, milk rice, betel leaves, and coins, hanging flags on the tree, lighting oil lamps, and chanting stanzas. Amarasekara states that Buddhists have a tendency to believe in Bodhi Puja as a prevention of various diseases and misfortunes, challenges, and difficulties. Venerable Chandrivimala also explained that people have a close connection with the Bodhi tree simply because they believe that it can bring them prosperity, well-being, and long life. Gombrich and Obesekara states that the Bodhi tree descended from the glorious great Bodhi of India, which protected the Lord Buddha. May it banish all our sufferings and sorrows, the ill effect of planets and the machination of enemies, and may it fulfill our wishes. And hence, the main intention behind the Bodhi Puja ritual are wish for well-being and salvation of personal and domestic problems. With these research evidences, it can identify that there are significant philosophical and psychological factors in the hidden layer of the Bodhi Puja ritual. Some scholars have revealed them in their studies. Vikram and Soisa explained that depressive symptoms, stressful event can be reduced by engaging in Buddhist religious activities such as Bodhi Puja. Another scholar, Jayatilaka, explained that Sri Lankan Buddhists gain relief and comfort from rituals such as Bodhi Puja because it is laying the basic level of their beliefs. Apart from them, scholars such as Venerable Chandrivimala, Obesekara, Gombrich, Amarasekara, Galmangoda, Karyosam, and the Silva has conducted many research regarding various aspects of Buddhist Bodhi Puja ritual. There are only few studies have superficially examined its psychological, anthropological, and psychoanalytical aspects. Therefore, the objective of this study was to find out psychological factors affecting devotees and social well-being. The qualitative method has to use to analyze the mental and social well-being in the Bodhi Puja ritual in Sri Lankan Buddhist tradition. Primary sources are participants' observation and semi-structured interviews. Secondary sources are related articles, books, and reports. Results. Table 1, details of respondent in Gatambe, Temple Bodhi tree. Table 2, details of respondents in the Temple of the Tooth Well Bodhi. Table 3, details of respondents on the purposes of performing the ritual, both Gatambe Bodhi and Well Bodhi. Moving into the discussion, there are two main outcomes of the Bodhi Puja ritual as mental well-being and social well-being. Under mental well-being, emotional development as a healing method, finding options for issues, overcoming negative impacts, and gaining confidence and strength. Mindfulness-based cognitive behavior therapy is the hidden layer of this Bodhi Puja ritual for mental well-being. Social well-being. Under the social well-being, enhancing family support, new social relationships. Group psychotherapy is the hidden back. The WHO defines that the health as a state of complete physical, mental and social well-being and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Buddhist philosophy also has its own definition for the well-being. It's included Dhammapada verse 204. Arogya Paramalabha. Health is the highest gain. Santusti Paramandanam. Contentment is the greatest wealth. Vissasa Paramanati. The trustee is the best kinsman. Nibbhanam Paramam Sukham. Nibbana is the highest bliss. Galmangod has interpreted the Buddhist well-being as health is the highest gain means physical well-being. Contentment is the greatest wealth means mental well-being. The trustee is the best kinsman means social spiritual well-being. Therefore, it is clear that Buddhist philosophy has considered the both mental and social well-being. The Buddhist Bodhi Puja ritual is included essential aspect of the well-being. Mental well-being. Mental well-being is an important aspect of humankind. It is helping people to feel happy and satisfied, work effectively and deal properly with others. Emotional well-being. According to the participants, they were suffering from many issues such as physical mental diseases, family issues, economic problems, conflicts of relationships, and unemployment. As mental health professionals explain, these issues lead to negative emotional states of people. Bodhi Puja ritual is helping them to make emotional regulation. Buddhist teaching is reason behind all the suffering is bad karma, and people need to collect good merits to overcome it. People engage to Bodhi Puja with this belief and eventually it leads towards emotional development. Gombrich and Obesekar explain the philosophical background behind this. As an example, when people offering flowers, they realize that the life is impermanent. Just like the flower, it fades and goes to destruction. Human life also same. By knowing this truth, people gain emotional regulation. Bodhi Puja as a healing method. According to the mental health professionals, in modern society, people have mental health issues such as anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, mental stress, lack of, and that Bodhi Puja ritual helps people to heal these type of issues. It happens because when performing the ritual, their thinking patterns change and look at the life from new perspectives with the supportive factors in Bodhi Puja ritual. Finding options for issues. According to the participants, they can find some opinion and possible solution during the ritual. One of the participants got to know about resources and places which she can send the drug addicted son. This shows psychosocial education features in Western psychotherapy. It has observed that the Buddhist monks are also playing an important role, which is he helps people with Buddhist teaching related opinion with a great empathy. Overcoming negative impacts. Bodhi Puja ritual also help people to overcome the negative impacts of issues which they face. Every participant really revealed that although they had sorrowful, negative and complex mindset at the beginning, they have felt a considerable positive change at the end of the ritual. Gaining confidence and strength. All the participants had a great faith and belief of the supernatural power of Bodhi. They revealed that even keeping a leaf of the sacred Bodhis make them strength. They further revealed that Lord Buddha had obtained the great enlightenment at the Bodhi, and they also have a blessing because they are the followers of Lord Buddha. Therefore, these faith and belief bring them the strength and confidence. These all findings shows that Bodhi Puja has an impact towards the mental well-being of people. Western psychological mindfulness-based cognitive behavior therapy is the hidden layer of this process. People participate the ritual in simple and less materialistic ways. Concentration. Therefore, changing the thinking patterns, behavior modifications, mindfulness are helping them to gain the mental well-being. Social well-being. Social well-being also an important part of human well-being. And Bodhi Puja ritual affects for it and it in specific ways. First one is enhancing family support. Participants reveal that they are performing the ritual because they expect the well-being of other members of family and overcome their misfortunes. The difficulty of a member of a family is a difficulty of a whole family. This collaborative and supportive process eventually make family bond, love, affection, caring, and the success. Success of the family means the success of the society. Since family is the smallest and support system, social support system is another important aspect of Bodhi Puja ritual. Although every individual had own difficulties and own objectives, people perform the ritual together by chanting stanzas and offerings. Participants explained that they had felt more security and strength when performing the ritual as a group. One of the Buddhist monks performed Bodhi Puja ritual for common purposes, such as obtaining the blessing for a new year, obtaining the blessing for overcome common diseases, obtaining the blessing for soldiers or school children. Interpersonal help, compassion, and loving kindness towards coping with difficulties are some other supportive aspect of this ritual. Sharing system. Another significant aspect of Bodhi Puja ritual is sharing system. Share the sufferings, sharing possibilities, sharing offering items. In the group worship, people were performing the ritual together, chanting stanzas together by wishing the blessing for all members. It means people feel belong in a supportive group in the ritual. At the end of the ritual, people were sharing their suffering with Buddhist monk. And the Buddhist monk also gives his blessing them by binding holy thread, giving holy water, and chanting blessing stanzas. New social relationship. Generally, Buddhists perform Bodhi Puja ritual for 7 days, 14 days or 21 days. In this period, people make new relations. According to the Buddhist teaching, human cannot be divided by birth. None is by birth a Brahmin or an outcast. By deed one become Brahmin or an outcast. In the Bodhi Puja ritual, people get together and consider equality. Therefore, Buddhist Bodhi Puja ritual is included great teaching of Lord Buddha, and it enhances the both mental and social well-being. Group therapy is the hidden background of this Bodhi Puja ritual. Bodhi Puja group worship has some similar features of the group therapy in Western psychology. Group therapy is a form of therapeutic method that possesses a collective effort to overcome negative mental impacts and diseases. Two types of Bodhi Puja ritual. Devotees can conduct Bodhi Puja independently, and communal group Bodhi Puja, which is conducted by a Buddhist monk. In modern era, many forms of mental and physical health resources are available to support health well-being. Systematic processes are there to enhance social relationships and social well-being. Intervention of them are not equally accessible in every country. Thus, are playing an important role to enhance both mental and social well-being aspect of Bodhi Puja ritual has a strong psychological background as indicated by the result of the study. advantage of mental well-being, emotional development, used as a healing method, finding options for issues, overcoming negative impacts, gaining confidence and strength. Western psychological mindfulness-based cognitive behavior therapy is in the hidden layer of the ritual. Social well-being, enhancing family support, social support system, sharing system, new social relationships. Western psychological group psychotherapeutic characteristic is in this group treatment for mental and social well-being can be seen in the Buddhist Bodhi Pujari. Primitive rituals are religious practices over Western concepts. Invisible psychological concept in religious rituals. These are my references. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vichanka Kunavaradana from Psychological Counselor Sri Lanka Navy, and his presentation Buddhist Vision for Mental and Social Well-being and analysis of Bodhi Puja vision in the Sri Lanka Buddhist tradition. I wondering something. Actually, in Buddhism, I ask you for prepare to sharing knowledge after the last person finished. Right now, she already here. Damika Panidi, I saw her already. For sharing the knowledge each other, because of in Buddhism, the term of well-being, the Lord Buddha, he not focus only the mental and social, but also he focus on four. He focused on four. The Lord Buddha he called his well-being that the four cultivation. Four cultivation consist of one physical development, second one mental development, the third one meditation development, and the last one social development. But in your article you mentioned only two. But actually in Buddhism, as I found when I was a student until right now from my research work and so, I found that the Lord Buddha, he always focus and always teach to his disciple, not only two, but four. But okay, this is for prepare yourself to sharing the knowledge. For in case of somebody wondering about your article, I will ask you instead of them, right? Okay, the last one. Okay, the last one. The second female, the second female for today. The second female for today. Right now, she already here. Welcome Dhammika Panidi for the Lecturer University of Indonesia, Nalanda. Today, she will present her article is the implication of Buddhism on social emotional Buddhist women. Very interesting for women because right now we will discuss that why the Lord Buddha he teach or he allow just only man audience, and in Buddhism why the Lord Buddha he not allow or he allow, but he have to request the woman practice a lot on very hard, and after that allow to audience in Buddhism. This is very important question in Buddhism. But okay, today she will present her article, the implication of Buddhism on the social emotional Buddhism, Buddhist women. Please.
Thank you, Sir Nadira and Venerable Sangha. Good afternoon. My name is Dhammika Pranidi. So it's very honored and also grateful to be able here in the one screen with all people around the world. And it's very good chance for me to have that kind of the sharing introduction from Mr. Nadira about the woman, especially the Buddhist woman. Okay, so I will share my screen, this one. I hope this presentation actually have compiled or maybe like a compilation or just improvement for all the presentation before. The 5 presentations very good. It's like, wow, amazing. So I just like make it complete about this one in the Buddhist woman perspective. So the title is Vacation of the Buddhism, Social Emotional Buddhist Woman. The first one, I would like to see this picture to see all of us maybe it's kind of the shadow of the woman who like holding the tablet, holding a baby with some kind of the work in the housework, and then there's the working place, the laptop thingy. So maybe for us who will not really like, oh, that's natural. My mom's like that, my wife like that, my daughter like that, and we like that. But in this picture actually have so many things that a lot of the issues that we need to consider. First one about this one, the motherhood. As a woman, and we can do this one as a woman. Of course, we can be a mother, a biological mother, or the social mother, right? And then with that thing, this is like the regular activity in the daily life. We like taking care of our kid. We also cook for entire families, and then we also like caring ourselves. Where is the caring of ourselves? The picture in here? No, we don't have time for to massage ourselves. So yeah, all of those things actually can be removed into one word, is a parenthood. Not only for the mother or the woman who take care of the children in house, but also we also have a partner to do that, right? So it's like a slightly difference when we can see the domestic works actually just obligate to the woman. No, so we can change our perspective right here. So it's like 2 things that we can do with our partners too. This one. And then what about this one? It's also the same thing. We can do the domestic work, because it's changing. A mother is not only from the nature. Yes, we do having birth for the kid, but it's not our not only our responsibility to socially raise the children, but also the father can have the role for that one. So it can be the balancing parenting. Not only because, oh, you are the one who giving the birth, or you are the one who raising it by yourself. No, please don't do that, because it's a parent's thing. So the feminist gender, the Nancy Chordo, also advocates that existing the dual partner is a way to leave the woman operation in the child care. So the motherhood with the contribution of the man as a father, and it must be applied into parenting. I hope all the men in here will be agree with this one. Okay, the second one is about the being a workers. Not only a woman can give a birth or stay at home and then do domestic labors, but we also have a public works as a workers. And me myself is being a lecturer. So women can build up themselves up because there is no essence of eternal femininity that creates the ready-made ideal for them. So when we born, of course, it's not going to be like ideal, you're going to be like this one. As the Buddhists too, right? We can change our karma thingy, and then we can do the things that we want to do. So it's the same thing as the woman. It's not really like you born as a woman, you need to do blah, 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 blah. So it's not like that one. And then the Simon Buddha Boltway, actually the existentialist feminists, revealed that women can be a working woman too. Intellectuals too can work too to be the socialist transformation of the society. But during this pandemic, all the public and domestic works are in one place at the same time, right? We stay at home, we do those things together in the same time, in the same place. So you can imagine this position, a woman who have all these responsibilities. It is inevitable that when working in the video conference right now, I'm also like, see or surrounding me, what happened to my kid over there. So it's just like, okay, I need to turn off the video first then. Maybe my kid will fall down or something. So yeah, we turn off the video, we turn off the sound just for cooking. As the result, what happened? The woman will consider as the unprofessional individuals. Okay, that's not good, right? It's not fair. So what can we do? Actually, the Buddhist has a lot of the ways that all the 5 speakers have spoke before. Become a meditation from the time Panyadipa, that's very good too. Mr. Rahul talking about the pleasures, not only about the physical thingy, but inside our body. And then all of those things actually become one thing that I assume this is the right one. Because I tried to this one, learning to learn, awareness. That's what we really doing step by step, second by second, click, 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 aware. Okay, aware. This awareness begins with the paying attention to the needs for oneself. Of course, oneself first. And then we can take care of the family. So it's just the same thing as the Buddha's teaching about this one. We should not reminisce about something that has passed, but we shouldn't hope for something to come. The things that have passed are the things that have been passed, of course. And the things that will come are things that have not arrived yet. So we just like being a present moment right now. So right now I'm sitting here looking on the screen. There are many people maybe listening to me. Please listen to me. You're being aware, right? And then this presentation hope will bring some kind of awareness for us to really care about everybody surrounding us, right? So the connection within the science thing one that I talk about, or I remember this thing is about interdependence, because the laws of action and reaction that we often study in physics, I studied physics for a long time ago. And then when I learned about the Buddhism, it's also same thing about the laws of cause and effect. So as it is sown, the fruit will be reaped. The virtue maker will reap the goodness, but the evil maker will reap the evil one. What does it mean? It means like when we are being aware of what we take care about something of, and then we are going to take a list like, this is good, this is bad, is it good, is it bad, which one is good, which one is bad. So this kind of the thing that interdependency happening. And the second one is about the Avatamsaka Sutra. So it's like a billion planets. It's about the science one, because the universe is not from only one condition only, but it's about the phenomenon. So the universe can be formed by various causes and countless conditions. So this is the same thing why we're wondering what happened to that kid, and then we just remember about this Buddhism. Oh, it's connected with the other. Maybe she wasn't sleep well. Maybe that's why she was angry to me, something like that one. So if we just like aware or being realized about this theory, we can be like, take a deep breath. Okay, let's move on. So there is no single phenomenon that occurs spontaneously without any cause and relationship relating to the other things. So it's just like a simple thought, but maybe we often forget about it. So what we talking about this one, actually about the learning one, learning to learn. I really like that one. So applying the social emotional learning with the Buddhism perspective, this is the SEL. This is something that we apply in my school. I mean the school that I work on. Social and emotional learning actually for the student, like a kid, and then to the adult actually can happen this one. About 5 skills that we have to manage to ourselves. The first one is about self-awareness. See, this is the same line. Awareness about being accurate, recognize to the emotion, the thought, and the values about my things. Like what happened to me right now, why I'm having these emotions, why do I have this one? So it's just like reflective to ourselves before we move on to the self-management. So this one is ability to successfully regulate about what we have thinking. I know about the thought, it's actually like a pling, like a microseconds that happen, like ting, ting. And then we cannot like, oh, it just happened. And then we just forget about that one. But we can try to solve this one. Self-awareness and then self-management is aligned actually for the awareness. About the life meditation, we have talked about the meditation many times, but when I hear about the meditation, you should meditate. It's just like, okay, I need to sit 10 minutes. That's a privilege for a woman who have a kid, actually. We cannot close our eyes for 10 minutes and then we just like, and then ding, ding, mom, can you help me, mom? Okay, that's like a privilege for us. So it can be happen if we manage our time or we scheduling time or we ask our children to have the meditation together. But I'm really aware about the life meditation is like you are concentrate on the things that you are doing, like the breathing actually happen all the time. So I just like not only sitting down and have a perfect place to concentrate on your breathing, but also like right now, I might concentrate to my breathing too. So learning to that one. The social awareness and the relationship skills, these two things actually have moved on from our like ourselves, and then we move to our environment. maybe if we live with the family, we are going to have this one, the social awareness. So to take the perspective or empathize, this is the word empathy. So we can see what happened to surrounding, and then we can try to have the relationship skills, eventually the social things one that have talked about also. So we have a Kalyanamita that maybe help us in a way maybe we have a problem things. So the social awareness and relationship skills actually can be learned from the law of karma. Like we do the good things before from the seed, and then will be happen the good one. And then about the interdependency also, like it causing something back to back. Okay, and then the last one is about responsible decisions making. Decision making is happen all the time, like what we're gonna do in the next 5 minutes. It's also like being responsible about that one. I know it's happening, it's like naturally happening, but when we realize it or being aware about that one, we can have a wisdom to have that one, right? Not only like having the sila, but you're not being aware about the sila. You have a bhavana, but you're not aware about that one. How can you have the wisdom then? So it's just like, maybe not going to be like the stairs, but it can be a cycle, but they are interconnected with each other. So this one is make constructive choices about the personal behavior and the social interaction based on ethical standards. So this one is actually like the last thing or the things that we can really train up. If we remember about the law of karma, the 5 precepts as upasika, we do the 5 precepts, and also the obligation about the single wada sutta. Being a mother, being a kid, being a friend, become employee, like that one. So my conclusion over here, I hope can for us realize that Buddhist woman has a multiple roles, and we need to stay aware, not only the Buddhist woman, but also all the people around here that listen to me, that we are going to realize the changing of the karma law. That's very important. And then need to learn about the self-awareness first, and then self-management first. And then from that one, we can take care of the other, social awareness and relationship. And then we improve it to responsible decisions making. The last 3 words that I would like to ask for us to do it, just be grateful because we are healthy right here. We have the facility to have the Zoom meeting. That's very grateful. It's very a lucky fact for us. Being empathy, please, for a woman or the people around you, and be compassionate because this is very important event in this pandemic. This is very important for us. So that's all for me. I hope that will be good for us too. So thank you. Namo Buddhaya.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Dhammika Paniti, and integrating the article, the implication of the Buddhism and social emotional Buddhist women. In my point of view, when I study about Buddhism and the roles of the woman in Buddhism, I found that even though actually the body of the woman not stronger than man, but however the heart stronger and can achieve enlightenment. But however, when they achieve enlightenment, the Lord Buddha he also worry about the woman's status. Until the Lord Buddha he said that, okay, I allow you to audience at in Buddhism at the Bhikkhuni, and you can practice meditation, you can achieve enlightenment, but I cannot allow you stay alone. Right? I cannot allow you stay alone. Why? Because if you stay alone, may be very dangerous for you, like Ubon Vanna, right? Like the name of the name of the famous Bhikkhuni in Buddhism, Ubon Vanna or Upala Vanna Theri. She also got achieved and got Niravana, but in some day she she was left by some young man, right? That's why the Lord Buddha he okay about the Lord Buddha he okay and he allow women audience at a Bhikkhuni in Buddhism, but not allow women stay alone. But okay, the heart is strong, but the body not stronger than man, right? So until somebody misunderstand that the Lord Buddha he away look down women, not allow women have the payroll in Buddhism, right? But in my point of view, I don't agree, right? That okay, this for some exchange knowledge with you. Thank you, Dhammika Panidhi, to share the knowledge about the Buddhist women in Buddhism. There are many roles. Okay, I agree with you, but okay, I agree with you. In my point of view, not only women had many roles, even though men, right? Me also had many roles in Buddhism. Sometimes it role as the leader of the family, the role of the leader of the Sangha, right? There are many roles also, but only one thing different is just only the body is not stronger like a man. But however, we can, both of men and women can have the role to propagate Buddhism, not different in my point of view. Okay, thank you. Right now, the second panel just finished. As I promised with on of the scholar, from the first scholar, Professor Dr. Jose Antonio Rodriguez, until the last one, Dhammika Panidhi, that after this panel finished, we will open the chance to everyone to share the knowledge each other. Start from the assistant professor, Dr. Sombat Mangmi Suksiri from Department of the Archaeology, Silapakon University. And after that, Ajahn Sombat, if you need anybody to share the knowledge with you and the scholar, please, you can persuade everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Nati. Since we have very, very limited time for this presentation, we still have 8 more presenters. So I would like to just ask all participants who would like to share their views, and they can ask the speakers, presenters, one by one, or anyone you would like to ask, you please ask. But for me, I will ask them later. So now the room open for all participants, and we still have the limited time. So I warn you about the time, because we still have more speakers. So I start first. No, the first paper for this afternoon session, Professor Diaz. I would like to ask Professor Diaz that you talk about the triple P future, that is probable, possible, and preferable. And you talk about the challenge of preferable future, that is social and environmental harmony. I would like to ask you about, can you make specify or make it clear about the social or environment harmony for this in the preferable future for the pandemic? Professor Diaz, what do you mean by words social and environment harmony? Because it's quite broad meanings for this. Can you specify this?
Yes. What I was thinking is, if we pay attention, when we think about the causes of the pandemic, to some extent, the causes of the pandemic are related to the way we've been dealing with nature. And when I'm thinking about how are the Buddhist people going to contribute to that issue, to solve that issue, I compare their values and their actions, and I see that they are much more oriented towards the well-being of nature, and they are more active towards the well-being of nature than other religious communities or the general population. Therefore, what I'm thinking is, Buddhist people, in their actions, in their values, are really going to provide or can provide a solution, because they are really oriented towards that issue, towards the issue of being careful with nature. Therefore, that's the way, that action creates, that those values and those actions are creating futures in which nature is going to be better. because the whole idea is the future is not written in stone. It's different. It can be different. So our actions today, this very meeting, the idea we are interchanging is changing the future because it will create new ways of acting. And what I'm thinking is that Buddhist people are acting towards those better futures in the terms of the pandemic and the terms of the nature, but also in the terms of harmony, because if you, the effects of the pandemic has been basically social relations, how they've been affected, and how we are being, how we see other people, and how do we care for other people. And we've seen the bad and the not so good. You know, in some countries, we've seen the poor people dying and not getting support. And I see the Buddhist actions in that direction, in the direction of caring for others. Okay, in that, I think the Buddhist actions, not only Buddhism, but the way Buddhist people act and think.
The Buddhist way. The Buddhist way.
The Buddhist way is a very good way to solve the problems of the COVID, and it's also an opportunity to create better worlds, better societies in the future.
Thank you for your clear answer, and I like your word very much. Not set the future on the stone, in the stone. Very good idea. And second paper for this afternoon section, Venerable Panyadipatan from Chan State, and he talked about the meditation, therapeutic of meditation for mental suffering from early Buddhist texts. I would like to ask one question, Pante, about meditation. Pante is here now. Pante Panyadipatan. Oh, maybe. He is not here.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Pante is here.
Not that great. Internet connection here.
Oh, okay. I would like to talk about the yoga and meditation, because as the student of Indian philosophy, I would like to know about the difference between yoga and Buddhist meditation. Is the same or a different, Pante, in your opinion?
In fact, if you want to define it from a very broad perspective, Buddhist meditations could be subsumed in the yoga of Indian systems and in general. But to be more precise, is that the Buddhist meditation systems usually is like focusing on two main parts. The samatha, developing higher mind, adhicitta, and adipanya, the wisdom, the liberating system based on firm morality or virtue, sila. So this is quite a comprehensive systems of meditations, and meditation here, in fact, it really reflects mental training, bhavana. Right? Whereas yoga systems, although the ultimate goal is to yoke, is to connect with the ultimate in their own definition would be the Brahman, the higher self, and components of physical exercises. Right? So nowadays, the physical part becomes the mainstay, the mainstream of training over the world. But the ultimate goal is actually training your mind. The physical part is actually is to facilitate, to give aid, help out in mental training. So this is the ultimate goal, but it's some sort of like deviated, from the original goal. So I would say that yoga systems and Buddhist meditations, they both share very similar features, but they are a bit of unshared characteristics in both systems.
Yes. Oh, thank you, Pante. Because I asked this question because the World Yoga Day just passed on 21st of this month, and I have seen a lot of yoga practitioners. They celebrate this yogasana, and it looked like Buddhist yoga and Buddhist meditation, but it's yeah.
As I say, the Buddhist meditation systems could be named, could be named as the Buddhist yoga system as well.
Yeah.
Like in the Mahayana, in the Yogacara school, they have this yoga Bhumi Sastra. You see?
Yeah.
So it's basically yoga is to connect our mind to certain things. So in Buddhist perspective, it will be connect to the reality, to understand the reality, so that we can use that to develop the wisdom to uproot our defilements, our wrong view towards the reality of mind and matter, right? But in yoga, it's like to connect to the a very metaphysical self, like a Brahman underlying all beings.
Yeah.
So it's philosophically it's quite different, but the systems seems to be sharing a lot of similar features.
But you means the Buddhist meditation may focus on the mental activity, but the Indian yoga always focus on the physical activities like asanas or something like that, right?
Yeah, as I just said, the yoga system in Hindu tradition, originally, even the physical part is to facilitate the mental development. In fact, it's like getting the samadhi, right? There are two types, maybe in general, there are two types of samadhis in the yoga system: the akriyaya and the other one, sahaja, right? So these two kinds of goals actually need a certain very stable training, development of the mind. So the physical part is to facilitate that. Yeah, it's very in that sense very similar, but philosophically and ultimate goals might differ. The Buddhist is not. It's the Buddhist meditation. It's not aiming to attain certain or to unite or with any metaphysical entity. Whereas Hindu does.
Okay,
understand?
Yeah, understand. Thank you for
you don't try to connect. We don't believe in this structure.
Yes, because the ultimate goal is different. So maybe the method is same, but ultimate goal are different.
And
So
Buddhist meditation is very unique characteristics. I remember it's to be able to see the things as they really are. Yata Bhutanyana.
And next paper, thank you, Bhante. Next paper of Mr. Rahul Ravira from Mumbai about the Buddhist pilgrimage. I think Dr. Nati already make a suggestion, and I make only some suggestion about the application of the 10 paramitas. I would like to know this pilgrimage in India. It's quite from Mumbai, because you are from Mumbai. You may have know about the Buddhist people in India, especially who respect or pay worship to Dr. Ambedkar. So I would like to know about their pilgrimage in Maharashtra state. Mr. Rahul Rao, could you explain about this for us?
Okay, it's a wonderful question you have asked, and apparently, as I'm being from Maharashtra, and more precise, my birthplace is Nagpur, where Dr. Baba Ambedkar had taken the first Buddhist conversion. Okay, and I studied my Pali from Mumbai University. That is also a place of revival, as where both Mumbai and Nagpur is a turning milestone in revival of Buddhism, especially in Maharashtra. And coming to the question, has the followers of Ambedkar, Dr. Ambedkar, what are their purpose of the pilgrimage? So my topic itself is that how the revival of Buddhism, especially because when I was reading about the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Buddha and his Dhamma, and their life struggle. So I came across that Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar also, prior to their last breath, they had been for 10 days on the Buddhist pilgrimage from 20th November till the 30th of November.
Oh.
And the more important thing is that Babasaheb Ambedkar pilgrimage is focusing directly on each place one by one. That is going to first Lumbini, then traveling from Nepal to Patna, that is Bodh Gaya. Then from there going to Varanasi, that is the Sarnath, and then coming back to Kushinagar. I mean, in their age, with all their ailments, they were sick in that entire journey, but still they had the determination that Buddha has emphasized that a person, that is Upasaka and Upasika, Bhikkhu and Bhikkhuni, whoever in this human birth do visit this site, they will certainly attain Sugati. So this shows that Babasaheb had that vision that we as the people from Maharashtra Buddhists also should visit in the same perfection. So in my paper, I focused that whenever a person, whoever be from the entire India, just going on a pilgrimage is not about site visit, but inculcating the information, that is the knowledge, that is the behavior, and the spiritual, three factors. It can be applied through the Saddha, that is faith. Similar way, the Ambedkarite Buddhists or the Buddhists from the Maharashtra are also right now in the faith of the Buddha and Dhamma and Sangha. That's the reason a lot of people from Maharashtra are going to the Buddhist pilgrimage site in the Majjhim Desha. And similar way, they understand the importance of generosity, the Dana Paramita, and implying the Sila, which is essential, because what happened when we are in the entire focus of the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, we understand the importance of Sila. The Sila gives us a determination or the foundation of our Khanti and the Bhavana and the Metta. So these six were more important for me to interlink the well-being of our spiritual development and mental and social development.
Oh,
thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for your best answer. And I just know that you are from Nagpur.
Yes.
So thank you for joining us in this room. Since we have very limited time, I forward to the next scholars from Hungary, Professor Sultan, sir. Nice to meet you. And this is the first time I hear your paper here, and very, very informative paper. Professor Sir from Hungary about the learning to learn. Yeah. Professor Sir from Dhammaket, Hungary. And very interesting information about the how to learn Buddhism, Western education system, and method-oriented model and wisdom-oriented model system, especially from Buddhist texts, Suttamaya Panya, Chintamaya Panya, Pavanamaya Panya. And I just have one question for your presentation, because you conclude that the method, in my word, method is more important than aims or objectives. I would like to make it clear that why do you think like that? Method is more important than objective.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. This is a very interesting time in Western education system, because in now the university education system in the West, they changed the focus. Also here in the West, the capacities are more important than the data or the information, because now the information we can access, we can go to the internet, we can go to like digital libraries. So that is why now the how we research is more important than what we research. And as I studied Buddhism for many years, even I was in a Chan community monk, somehow I recognized that these capacities, which is like to be concentrated, to be open for learning, they are really more important. And then also there are some valuable texts, like in Tibetan Buddhism, we have Longchenpa text, when he is like detailed way, like describing those capacities, we have to, if somebody is a proper student, have to establish. So it seems that, of course, there are a very, very important topics like Four Noble Truths, and then also the dependent origination, and also the different philosophical tenets and schools. But the intelligence and of course the capacity to do the meditation is more important. So I had one conference in Sri Lanka when I met Kenshu Rinpoche, and then he said that you are Westerners, you think that you are buying books, and when you buy a book and then you put on the shelf, then you think that you know that. For example, there is a book about meditation, and then you have the book and you think you know that, and we know that we don't know that. So we have to practice, we have to apply meditation. And this is very interesting because now the Western way of education system is really starting to change, starting to go to the developing qualities, capacities. And that is why I try to somehow to pick up this topic that the Buddhist education systems are valuable and incredible high level of giving us the opportunity to learn, and then by way of learning or learning to learn, then we can develop a lot. So that is why I think, of course, there are main topics of Buddhism, but then the capacities are really, it seems very important.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for your answer. Make it clear for me now. So I would like to ask the next speaker, scholar, Mr. Vishanga Gunawaratana from Sri Lanka, about the Bodhi Puja ritual and analysis. Mr. Gunawaratana talk about the mental and social well-being regarding the Bodhi Puja rituals. Actually, in Thailand also, we believe that if we make puja to the Bodhi tree, we also worship the Bodhi tree as the tree of Lord Buddha. But I think not in the central Thailand, but in the north of Thailand, they have so many rituals to the Bodhi tree, like Sri Lanka. But I think in Sri Lanka it's much more have much more ritual, especially the Bodhi Puja in everywhere in Sri Lanka. I would like to ask about the question about the Bodhi Puja. Actually, in Sri Lanka, they worship Bodhi tree. Literally, I mean, according to the text, Pali text, like Dipavamsa or Mahavamsa, that written in Pali by literally. But in Thailand, now we hardly worship the Bodhi tree like that. Maybe we lost the core meanings of the Bodhi Puja here. I would like to ask you that how the Sri Lankan people make the Bodhi Puja so important in their daily life.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question, sir. As you told, there are so many rituals apart from the Bodhi Puja ritual in Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
As example, observing seal, alms giving, and other rituals. But I would say that the Bodhi Puja is the most popular among Sri Lankan Buddhists.
I see.
And you know that as a Buddhist country, the Buddhist people, they have some sources in Buddhist teaching in their libraries as well as in their temples. So people try to engage with Bodhi Puja because of they are suffering from many issues in modern era. So the most easiest ritual is Bodhi Puja. They can perform. other than observing seal and alms giving and other things. And as you know, there was as Obesekar explained, Gananath Obesekar, the most popular professor in Sri Lanka, he explained that there was a period which Buddhist monks are performing Bodhi Puja ritual to obtain the blessing for the nation, whole nation. As an example, Panadure Aryadhamma, Venerable Panadure Aryadhamma Theru. So that much popular Bodhi Puja in the Sri Lankan Buddhist tradition. So we have, as I said, we have many sources. Even domestic life, we are keeping some Bodhi Puja books in our home, as in the Buddhist culture. So it is very easy to perform. That's why people engage to Bodhi Puja more than other rituals.
Oh, I see. So this is the most popular rituals in Sri Lanka, no?
Yeah, even near hospitals, in famous towns, there is a Bodhi tree, so people can worship according to their free time, leisure time. So that much popular, and people keep in Bodhi leaf, kind of Bodhi tree. So that they are believing the supernatural power of Bodhi tree.
So one more question, because the word for Bodhi tree in Pali words, we use asatta. In Sanskrit we use aswata. It means the place, the tree under which the horse stand. But when we use in Pali word asatta, the meanings totally change into that the tree that cannot be cut by any equipment. This is
exactly,
because of this, maybe because of this meaning. So in Sri Lanka, the Bodhi tree never been cut, right?
Yeah, exactly. Even government also can't cut down Bodhi tree without getting permission from the leading Buddhist monk. That's much we respect the Bodhi tree, because we always believe that Lord Buddha obtained the gate enlightened with the support of Bodhi tree. So we are followers of Lord Buddha, then we respect Bodhi tree. That much we respect.
Yeah. Oh, great. Thank you very much for your answer. And I would like to come to the last speaker for the first session, Mrs. Dramika Praniti. Very, very useful for household lady. The paper is her paper is about the social emotional Buddhist women in the pandemic. So many information about the works for women in this situation, this hard situation. But I like the most is multiple loans for the lady in this pandemic, and she present her paper from her experience, direct experience, I thought. And I would like just small question, last question for me, this how do you practice the life meditation in such a hard situation like this? You talk about the life meditation, social awareness, relationship skill, and responsible decision making like this. So how do you practice in this very, very intense situation, intense work in the same house or the office, house and office in the same place? Mrs. Praniti, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. for the questions. Yes, it might be wondering about this one, but it's not only my experience, because we have like a group of the women who has in the millennials age who already have in this position. So we talk about this one. Oh, Maker, I have something to do, and then it's just like having a conversation how to manage the time in our daily life. It's very good too, because I often ask, oh, this is the way, this is how to do the social emotional learning, this kind of the position of life meditation, how to do that. Actually just being aware of a simple one, a simple word, but we often like how, write down one, right? Because when we just sitting over here and then in the next 5 minutes, I think I already take something from that table, but I forget where I put it. So it is not like being aware of that one. But if being a mom, that's like things that we should know. Mom, where's my socks? Where's my drinking bottle? This like it's already automatically doing that one, but sometimes we're not aware about that one too. So in the beginning, in the morning when we just woke up, actually we already arranged the things that we are going to do in our head, like so many things, step. But I know it's not going to be done exact time, but we just try to manage it one by one. Which part of this things can be obligated to the other persons? So that's why I'm asking about the partner teamwork. About what can the kid can do, what is the students can do, and then we're being aware about that one too. At that way, we are going to be remind each other, hey, you should do that one. Hey, you should that one. So it's like not going to be like me do my work all by myself, but we ask the help for the other person. So it's not going to be like being a strongest woman in this world, no. But we ask the other cooperation for the other persons. Yeah. I think that's how I try to doing this awareness thing too.
The reason why I asked this question to you because you know here in Thailand actually when we talk about meditation we use Pali word samadhi. When we talk about samadhi, when we sitting calmly and we just sit with ourselves, not in light meditation. So this is my question. Okay, thank you for your good answer. And now I open the room for the sharing knowledge from the floor, from this room. Anyone would like to ask, you just raise your hand by press the button, raise your hand button, and then ask any question to any scholars who just presented their paper now. Dr. Nati also.
Yes. May I ask question?
Yeah, please.
Okay. I wish to make a comment first. This webinar is speaking to the converted, first of all, meaning that most of us here are Buddhists. So excuse me, could you introduce yourself?
Sorry.
Sorry, let me put the video on. Yeah. Okay. We are speaking to the converted. Most of us are Buddhists here. Okay, so I've been listening and I have some questions in my head as I listen. First, I have practiced Mahasi method meditation for more than 7 years.
Oh.
And my first question is for Sayadaw, Venerable Tan Panyadipa. Okay, and then my second question is to Zoltan, Zoltan. And then my third question is to Vishankar. Yeah, Vishankar, right? So you can take your time to answer. First question to Venerable Tan. As I said, you speak to the converted. Okay, my question is, how would you incorporate meditation into Buddhist education so that it's training from the beginning? I'll give you a little bit of context to this. Very recently, because of more than 1 year of COVID-19 pandemic experience, a Buddhist nun in my university, okay, has gone from fears about the COVID-19 to visions of people who have died coming to her in the form of ghosts, yeah, petas. And then from there, the fear has developed into suicidal thoughts. This is a real case, a very recent case. Okay, suicidal. She's already thinking of suicide because there's no point living, no point dying. And she had only started very just before the pandemic to learn how to meditate. She's a bhikkhuni. And as a result of her suicidal thoughts, she has lost her faith. She no longer believes in Buddhism. Okay, I repeat, this is a real life case. The person is in MCU. Okay, and I've gone to every every person I know of to ask for help. So, and this, so how could you incorporate this? This is a question, first question, all right? So that it becomes part of the training, part of the development path of everybody, every Buddhist, not just, last minute. We can talk a bit about it theoretically. It reduces mental and emotional suffering and all that. But it's like mental exercise. You can't suddenly go and exercise when you're already facing, cancer, carcinogenic problems or diabetes and so on. It's too late, right? So I've helped this person through, but this person is still on the edge, okay? I've helped them learn metta so that they can direct to themselves, so they will not commit violence towards themselves, okay? Because suicide is violence, self-violence, okay? So far, I've gone to everyone in the university. I've even asked for psychologist help and so on, okay? So this is the first question. The second question is for Zoltan, says Zoltan. And you talk about learning to learn. What I'm curious about is, and I do understand the Western part, what I'm curious about is your method. How do you take into consideration the digital world today? Because children, the next generation is not interested to learn about the Dharma. They cannot sit through more than 15 to 20 minutes of the Dharma talk. So traditional methods no longer work, okay? So how do you change your methods? Because it's the next generation is not an empty vessel, and they refuse to empty the social media in their heads, okay? So this is the question I have for you. The third question is for the Sri Lankan. I didn't get his name, I lost his name, okay? And that question is about rituals. Because I come from a Western, I've lived half my life in the West. And so I questioned everything when I first started about Buddhism. So Buddha said no rituals, but why is there so much rituals even in Theravada Buddhism? This is a question I asked when I observe, practices in Thailand, also somewhat in Sri Lanka, as you just mentioned. And incidentally, in South America, ayahuasca, that comes from Bodhi tree, ayahuasca brew is now used in psychiatric treatment. They brew the leaves and it's called psychedelic treatment to get people to go back into their, to regress, their memories and come out with what they know. So it's part of psychiatric treatment today. So what can you do to redirect people's attention to the true Dharma teaching? I mean, from a Sri Lankan point of view, because, okay, I have been through this, puja and all that. And after 7 years of meditation, as some of the monks have pointed out, past life karma came, right? Past life karmic debts came. And I called the monks, Sri Lankan monks in my country, for help. Every time they say the puja, I don't get I'm free from attacks for 2 weeks. And then after that, it comes back again. So one of the Myanmar monks, meditation monks, told me, by right, monks are not allowed to harm beings from another realm. So you have to seek the help of a skillful practitioner. Mine wasn't a psychological problem, right? But my question to you now is, I'm speaking to a converted now, can Buddhist psychotherapy methods be incorporated into education? Because there will come a time when you will meet people who need help, whether it's psychological or not. Thank you.
No, thank you, Ms. Yonfa, for your good question. First, your question go to Pante Panjadipa Tan, all right?
Very good questions, all right? Whenever the Buddhist education is concerned, it's usually branches out into January 2 main trainings. One will be the pariyati, right, the intellectual, theoretical training, understanding. The other will be the patipati, you know, the mental development, the realizing the Dhamma. So, as in the case of that bhikkhuni, because she just started training her mind, you know what? Training the mind is so difficult, you know. It's a gradual process, right? So before that, I think, in the Buddhist educations, there's certain aspects that might be overlooked, into certain aspects. That's what, coming from my own observations, is that, especially in the Theravada world, is that they are not really emphasizing on saddha, the faith, not so much about faith, not so much about the Brahma Vihara, the divine abode, the emphasizing on how to develop effective qualities, like loving kindness, karuna, compassion, mudita, rejoicing, sympathetic joy, and upekkha, equanimity. I think these 4 branches of immeasurable minds are so important to control your mind, to make your mind calm, and to develop saddha as well. It's very important, and that's what I observe. Because without that saddha as the forerunner, and supported by this Brahma Vihara as the qualities, the 5 faculties, the pancha indriya, the saddha, the viriya, the sati, concentration samadhi, and wisdom cannot develop in balance. Right? So intellectual understanding is one thing, but if you want to put to word, you need a really huge transition. You see, and you know what? A lot of people, they are having this psychological traumas. Basically, in general, there are 2 main reasons for that. Aside from understanding of Buddha Dhamma, how deep you can understand, intellectual understanding is very superficial. You have to get to the insight. Like you're saying, you have been practicing Mahasi. Mahasi is really like getting to the present moment, mind and the interaction between Nama and Rupa. The mind and matter, in mind and body. How would they interact with each other, and especially the intention. The intention. Whenever the intention appears, then we are aware of that. So it's a great degree can actually control how our mind influences our bodily actions, right? And one thing is that just now I said about there is 2 reasons why some psychological traumas until getting to the suicidal thought might arise in the mind. The first one, very important, is yonisoma, ayoniso manasikara, unwise attention, you see. So this is so important, that we have to direct our mind into in the right path, you see. So when we are entangled in defilement, we have to be aware of that. And the other thing is, like you say, is somewhat past life karma.
Yeah.
Past life karma can contribute to physical as well as mental illnesses as well.
Yes.
When you are in mental ill, you cannot think clearly. You really cannot think. You need very powerful karma to obstruct this, very, very strong mindfulness to overcome it, so it's quite hard. Even mental illnesses can happen to monks, to practitioners.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you very much, Nande, for your answer. And Ms. Yonfa, it is certified you. So
I've been practicing Mahasi. Kind of. But I wanted to know, what is the role we can play to be that interceptive karma, karmic force, to stop people? Because I spent just that few hours to pull this person back from the suicidal cliff. Took me 2 days of 2 days to recover. It sapped my energy. So what can we? So I wanted to know, how can we be more effective in terms of interceptive karmic force, because we can't, you know, I mean, there was another monk who committed suicide in MCU. That's what happened to another, and people just say, oh, that's his karma. I cannot accept that. Sorry. You know, you cannot just say, oh, that's his karma. Maybe, but we can be the interceptive force.
Yeah. Okay.
If you have Sata.
Okay. Since we have very, very limited time, so it's really good questions and very, I mean, a good question in this situation. So I would like you asked three questions, three scholars, no? I asked next Dr. Sultan, sir, your question from Ms.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much. It's a very, very good question, and we are dealing a lot with how to create proper curriculum which is appropriate or useful for the Western students. And this is one of the biggest problems, that they are full, they have ideas. So what to do? There are 5 different approaches to education, how the previous venerable said that the 5 pancha indriya, this and the one is based on faith. But what we can use is based on intelligence, or based on panya or prajna. It means that they can develop by way of understanding. And what they should understand first is that now the situation, where is dukkha now? So what is dukkha now? What is, and then sometimes it's called like Bhikkhu Bodhi defined dukkha as stress. And the stress is a very good, very, very good topic to define stress, and then to find stress by way of meditation in our body, in our mind, in our emotions, and also in our ideas. There's a lot of stress. And what is interesting, that the new students now, they are interested that what is stress, how we can develop with stress, how we can do meditation, how we can solve stress. So this is a way of putting the Four Noble Truths into this age, and this is also a very good method, and everything is based on understanding. So when we teach meditation, for example, we teach meditation based on understanding why we sit, why the body should be erected, why important the body position, why there are points. In Tibetan Buddhism, there are a lot of yogas. Also, they can connect with yoga. This was also a previous question. There are a lot of all the tantras had yoga systems. So there are a lot of importance of body and breathing also. So reducing stress, we need methods, and we use also understanding and also different methods of satipatthana, and then also moving the body. So using some body methods, and also the breathing is very important to reduce stress. And as I discovered, the more simple things, they are more useful. So not so complicated practices, but and what is interesting that to create empty vessel, the first thing is to talk about reality. What is reality? And then defining the terms in this contemporary case age. And the second one, then you have to question then their ideas. Very good questions. Lord Buddha was the greatest man who can ask. He was always asking questions. Many times he was not saying or telling the answer, but asking very, very, very good questions. And then at the end, the students should understand, the students should give the answer, and the answer is according to Dhamma. So this way you can make the vessel empty. So those ideas, when you question those ideas, when you make them to think about their ideas, they can realize that these ideas are not correct. And this way they can empty. And then talking about stress, and then using some methods to reduce stress, they can go on the path of Four Noble Truths, and then to find somehow the middle path. So this is what we discovered.
Thank you, Dr. Sorgase. The last question, I think, to Mr. Gunawaratan, because I think this is the last question, because we still have more than 8 speakers. So, Mr. Gunawaratan, please, about your question about the ritual in Sri Lanka.
Sir, I'm sorry, could you read? Could you summarize the question again, please?
The question Ms. Yulfa asked about the why even Sri Lanka is the Buddhist country, why so many rituals? Because Buddhism never taught about, the Lord Buddha never taught about the rituals. This is the question.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, madam. Many people question that what is the importance of puja in the Buddhist community. But respectfully, I would say that Buddhist teaching is not only for educated people, not only for intelligent people, but also for uneducated poor people who are living in villages. So I would say that Lord Buddha explained two types of offerings. Amisa puja, called materialistic offerings, and pratipatti puja, the pathway towards nibbana, great enlightenment. Therefore, people who engage to puja enter to the enlightenment step by step. When the intelligent people or educated people directly reach the goal, uneducated poor people also reach in the enlightenment step by step through the puja. And there are many psychosocial aspects of this puja, especially when we compare with them with Western psychological concept. Our people also have their inherent features of Western psychological aspects. So the thing is, even though people are questioning what is the importance of many puja in the Buddhist communities, as an scholar, as a psychologist, I would say that there are so many advantages towards well-being of the people and well-being of the society. So therefore, the people, why they are engaged in the puja is, you know that in modern era, people are suffering of many issues. There is no particular solution for them. So the engaging with ritual is good rather than doing nothing. So and they have to make salvation from those issues. And you know, in this the political and competitive lifestyle, modern era, there's no particular solution. That's why people are engaged in religious rituals. And 2011 WHO explained that why people engage to indigenous and religious ritual. They don't have much resources in their societies. That's the problem. And the philosophical perspective, the uneducated poor people, especially villagers, they are engaged into Buddhist rituals. That is very, very good, because they can step by step reach the goal to enlighten. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Vishanga Gunawaratan, for your good answer. And now we still have more speakers. I would like to thank all speakers in the first session, 6 speakers, 6 scholars who just presented their paper. And now I ask Dr. Nati to resume his position, his duty now.
Okay. Thank you, Ajahn, Assistant Professor Dr. Sombat Mangmi Subsiri, and the scholar for the second panel. 6 persons, but 3 hours. Because we have a lot of knowledge to share each other. We got a lot of knowledge, experience, idea to share each other, and the delegate and participants will have the many questions to share together. But do you know right now how many scholars remain 6 persons from now, the third panel? But I don't know. I don't know how much time we have to spend from now, because the six person for more than 3 hours. But the next 6 person, I don't know how many hours.
So what should we do now? How many times do we have, Dr. Nati?
In my point of view, on idea is very interesting, and on idea very useful for every person to share each other. And then In my point of view, actually, in the first time, I inform everyone that we have time one person for 10
minutes.
Not more than 12 minutes. But however, when we can curate for each person and together with the question, it's more than 20 minutes and nearly 30 minutes, right? And that's why we spend a lot of time. But okay, no problem. Because of all knowledge, all idea useful for everyone, even though for me and so. Okay, thank you for the second panel consist of the Professor Joseph first, and the last one, until the last one, Mrs. Dhammika Paniti for the second panel right now. Thank you for everyone. And right now, I would like to start the third session for 6 persons. The third session. Right now, please stay together until the end. Stay together until the end. Okay. For the third session, third panel consists of 6 scholars. The first scholar, Mr. Sunin Campbell. The second scholar, Mrs. Fonrai Melinda. The third one, Dr. Raran Kumancha. And the fourth one, Dr. Vivek Sharma. And next, Mr. Pratik Saka. And the last one, Mr. Suhano. These are the 6 scholars for the third panel. Okay, right now, I don't want the time a lot, and then I would like to invite the first one, Mr. Sunin Campbell, for visiting faculty department of Paris University of Mumbai, and his article titled "Modern Science and Buddhism." Please.
Am I visible and audible? Hello? Am I visible and audible?
Okay, you can continue to present your presentation.
Yeah.
If you have the PowerPoint, you can share the screen.
I'll share a text file. I'll share a text file, and okay. I would consume around 15 to 16 minutes, not more than that.
16 minutes.
Yeah.
In my point of view, 10 minutes or not more than 12 minutes is better, sir, because right now.
Okay. Okay, we should rush out very quick. Approximately 15 would be quite enough for me. Okay, I'll be sharing my text files. Okay. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. I am Sunil Kamble from Department of Pali, University of Mumbai, India. Today I will be presenting my article on modern science and Buddhism, a very important contemporary issue. A great scientist of this century, Albert Einstein, who had revolutionized the science, he had also an approach to Buddhism, and he specifically wrote on science and religion. So this is what he says: science without religion is lame. Religion without science is blind. Religion should be rational. Scientists should have cosmic religious feelings. Science and religion should coincide. Buddhism has a potential of cosmic religious feelings. He was the one who has drafted some draft on cosmic religious feelings. So he has a question: can science and Buddhism reconcile? And this article is actually aimed to answer this question. Let us check through. What is science? Science is a pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding of natural and social world, following a systematic methodology based on science. Science is the exploration of nature and truth of existence and phenomena in the universe. It is characterized by logically based on reasoning, supported by evidence, and free of dogma. The explored knowledge is presented in a simple and understandable format. systematic methodology known as scientific methodology is adopted for exploration. The knowledge to explore is applied to gain ease, comfort, luxury, wealth, and power. What is Buddhism? In simple terms, Buddhism is guidelines given by the Buddha for the welfare and benefit of mankind. It includes the statements of universal law of nature to which every human existence is subjected. It exposes the knowledge of nature and the manner in which to use this knowledge for leading a happy and peaceful life. The main goal of Buddhism is to end suffering from the human life, which amounts to resolving the problems and issues that add to stress and suffering of the human. Buddhism did not hold the responsibility to relieve anyone of his suffering. Instead, it acquires a role of guide, giving guaranteed result when acts accordingly. Thus, Buddhism holds person himself responsible for his own welfare. The whole control given to person himself. It says, Attahi attano nato, meaning you are the maker of your own future. The teachings of Buddhism are those which are searched and derived from natural sources using the scientific methodology. The laws of nature discovered and stated meet the principles and characteristics of science. They have been used by a large number of people and proved their usefulness. Their applications to the social development have been not only remarkable, but they form the basic fundamentals of ideal society even in modern times. Is there conflict between science and religion? Science and Buddhism. There is basically a conflict between science and religion, and the same criteria applied to science and Buddhism. We find what are the conflicts. The grounds of conflicts are belief without investigation or reasoning, belief in creator of the universe, rituals and dogmas, benefits of prayer, existence of soul, absoluteness, divinity and infallibility of words. These are the conflicts between science and religion. In the table, I showed that there is no conflict between Buddhism, but let us go into little bit details. The conflict between science and religion is on the ground of belief without reasoning and investigation or questioning. Buddhism did not approve acceptance of its tenets, the teachings, without investigation and examination. It openly invites people to test the tenets of their quality of benefit giver. This is in Kalama Sutta, and Dhamma also said Tehi Passiko is the same. It provides arguments as questions that could suggest the criteria for the test. This is in Rahulavad Sutta. These criteria are in accordance with the characteristics of science. Another matter of conflict between science and religion is belief in the creator of the universe, a superpower or his messenger or who intervenes in everybody's life and can be bribed to get benefits. Buddhism has no place for creator of universe. Buddhism installs a principle of series of causes and effects for the events to happen. It does not name any person or God as a creator. Gods referred to in Buddhism are beings enjoying fruits of good deeds in different abodes. Buddhist principles imply beginningless universe, which is also implied by a new discoveries of astronomical science as expanding the universe. The Big Bang theory does not state that it emerged from nothing, but reasons that the great mass condensed to smaller volumes blasted, beginning the expansion of the universe. Buddhism recommends giving up rituals and dogmas. It promotes practical application of its tenets to reap real benefits and not imaginative satisfaction. Yo dhammang passati, so mang passati. When you practice, that is when you get the results. That is when you see the Buddha. It does not promise benefits on prayers, but guarantees when acted upon the directions and guidance. Its fundamental principles of impermanence denies the absoluteness, which is proved by the invention of theory of relativity. That is the theory explored by Albert Einstein. The theory of relativity destroys all absoluteness. The principle of non-self denies the existence and migration of soul, the stand taken by science. Buddha does not claim any divinity for himself, not for anyone else. He did not give infallibility and divinity to his words. He invites to test his teachings for the usefulness and benefits. The repeatability of his teachings satisfy the condition of being scientific. Thus, science and Buddhism have something common. Now let's see into what is common. Universal causation, the cause of the law of cause and effect, interdependent existence, test for trueness, belief is based on knowledge obtained after investigation, and non-absoluteness of the things. These are common factors between Buddhism and science. The most common factor between science and Buddhism is fundamental principle of universal causation. Another factor is the taste of trueness. Belief is based on the knowledge obtained by investigation and not on revelation or commandments of divinity. A practitioner of Buddhism is therefore expected to act as a man of science who practices rationality, experimentation, test, and believe on that which is known through experience to be true. Non-absoluteness of every existence is another common factor which science has discovered and accepted very lately, very recent developments. What is difference between Buddhism and science? Science is a non-emotional knowledge. Buddhism is not. Science aims to explore and expose knowledge of nature and invent its use. Its scope ends here. The utilization of knowledge achieved for benefit or destruction of mankind is not the subject of science. It is the aim and goal of Buddhism to use the knowledge gained to use for the welfare and benefit of mankind. The ethical teachings of Buddhism provide strong volition for that. Science approach towards mind is limited by physical existence. It treats mind as brain connected by nervous system. Buddhism does not have such limited approach. Buddhism encompasses the non-physical existence of mind and its functions. Neuroscience depends on brain and nervous system for functions of mind, which is the physical connection between 5 sense organs, and the brain, which is the physical seat of mind. It has been in advanced stage of development. Buddhism has no contrary to this advanced knowledge. However, Buddhism is more relevant in expanding its functions to the 6th sense organ of mind. The functions of perception, sensation, experience, memory, volition, logic, decision-making, reaction, and response to stimulation, desires, etc. are performed by the non-physical mind. The science of function of human mind is the subject of Buddhism, which it deals in totality. This is in Abhidhamma. Psychology as a science deals only with behavioral issues generalized and based on statistical inputs. Sigmund Freud, the psychologist, put forward the concept of subconscious mind to distinguish between conscious action and automatic action of mind. Subconscious mind has impression that influence the volition of person and the effect seen in his behavioral pattern. Buddhism does not recognize subconscious mind, but according to Buddhism, sankhara, one of the aggregates of mind, does carry the impression of all previous actions, responses, and perception of the person and influence the volition. Normal behavior, according to science, is general response given by large number of population as gathered under statistical data. It has no concern with the ethics or morality. Buddhism, on the other hand, introduces the ethical and moral characteristic to all actions, physical, vocal, or mental, and to its volitions as well. Meditation. Meditation is the field science do not venture in. Focusing on mind and hypnotism are related, but are not recognized as meditation. Meditation is the important tool that Buddhism recommends to bring out controlled changes in the functioning of mind with the aim to achieve end of suffering from the life of the person. The special type of meditation practices, samatha and vipassana, as taught by the Buddha, are the tools and instruments to lead to insight of the person to know himself as he is. His true existence and position in this universe, his true relation with the universe that he lives in, the experience of the universal laws of nature, such as law of cause and effect, law of interdependent existence, law of impermanence, law of anatta, 4 noble truths concerning his life. Discoveries of modern science and Buddhism. Physics. Relativeness of physical entities, mass, energy, space, and time is in agreement with the principle of non-absoluteness, that is impermanence of Buddhism. Mass, energy, equivalence, dual nature of light, Heisenberg's uncertainty principles have nothing that goes against Buddhism. In the chemistry, atomic and molecular nature of material and their chemical reactions, generation of large amount of heat from intermolecular friction, nuclear fusion, converting mass into energy, these have nothing that goes against Buddhism. In biology, Darwin's theory of evolution is in agreement with Buddhist principle of interdependent existence. Investigation into the structure of DNA and its use in disease curing practices too have nothing against Buddhism. Environmental science, pollution, carbon effect, global warming. Buddhism advises middle path, using the natural resources to the minimum of requirement. Excessive use to imbalance the nature, harming to the species is not praised in Buddhism. Restrained behavior with regards to the use of ahar, food, and other requirements for sustenance of life recommended. Greed of wealth and other materialistic gains are not ethically good as per Buddhism. Restrained behavior with regard to nature is the need of the day. Astronomy. Impacts of gravitation on astronomical bodies and light. Impact of gravitation on space and time. Motion of astronomical bodies. Expanding universe. Possibility of black hole. Condensed mass with infinite gravitational pull to attract even light as discrete particles of micromass, and Big Bang theory. These are not in any disagreement with the teachings and principles of the Buddhism. Now,
1 minute, sir. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just mention. Impact of science, scientific discovery on foundations of Buddhism. These are the foundations of Buddhism: ethical behavior, paticca samuppada, law of impermanence, law of anatta, law of interdependent existence, and four noble truths. The scientific discoveries have not been proved anything in disagreement with the foundations of Buddhism. Impact of scientific discoveries on Buddhism and on social life. That's the only thing I will continue, and I'll be on the conclusion. The scientific discoveries has added and continue to add to the knowledge of the world. The discoveries have been very useful in providing ease of work, comfort, and luxury. Many discoveries have boosted the industry and economy. Science has been proved as a boon to the mankind, but its use for power struggle and destruction is also fact of history, taking away the millions of lives. Its contribution to the pollution of environment, causing severe damage to the natural balance, is resulting in biggest damage to the world. We are now in COVID pandemic as well. The same. Science does not teach ethics. Ethics are out of purview of science. For Buddhism, ethics is fundamental. The impact of ethical and moral behavior is very beneficial in the social life. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar used Buddhism to establish equality, fraternity in the caste-ridden, unequal society in India. According to him, Dhamma is social. It is fundamentally and essentially so. By Dhamma, he is referring to Buddhism. Buddhism does not obstruct the exploration and search of knowledge and truth. Rather, it promotes the same. Therefore, Buddhism is very friendly with science. With its ethical foundation, Buddhism can help science deliver the best of the mankind. Come to conclusion, science and Buddhism are not in conflict with each other. Acting together, they can deliver the best for the mankind. Buddhism can easily reconcile with science, realizing the dreams of Einstein. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present before the audience gathering. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sunil Campbell, the visiting faculty department of Pali University of the Mumbai, and we will back again to discuss with you about the modern science and Buddhism again after the scholar in this panel on the scholar of this panel complete their presentation. We will be back again. Please patient to wait us again, sir.
Yes. Thank you.
So, Dr. Nati, I'm sorry to disturb you because I just was learned that we have very limited time. So we are very sorry very much sorry about the time because we still have first we plan to finish all paper within 5:30, but now it's 5:32 and we still have only 30 minutes.
Okay.
And what should we do now for the 5 papers? So I would like all presenters
Okay.
because now we still we have only this room left. So we would like to conclude our seminar conference webinar here within 6 or not more than 6:30. So what should we do now? Can we ask all speakers just present their paper in short? What do you think, Ajahn Nati?
In my point of view, it's okay, but I don't know they can do or not because everyone have a lot of the knowledge, and when everyone write the article, they try to find more material and summarize, analyze, and after that summarize on idea they found from the article. And write it. Me and Ajahn Sombat will consult on of you write it. Possible or not if on of the remain for 5 scholar right from now can finish within 5 minutes for each paper can summarize and finish within 5 minutes right it. I'm so sorry because right now in Thailand nearly 6 p.m. right now in Thailand. And then
also 5 minutes, so short time. We would like to extend around 7 minutes.
Okay. So when 5 minutes, I will give some sign for you. Right now, remain 2 minutes. Right? This okay. The next scholar, very interesting, and so the next scholar. From Hungary, Assistant Professor Fondrai Melinda from the Market Buddhist College, and her topic active Karuna, please.
So this is the best task for me to start within 5 minutes. Okay. So welcome to all. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. So let me try my best. Okay, I try to share my screen. Just give me a feedback if it is working. Is it visible?
Okay.
Okay, fine. Then go ahead. Or cello in India, they say. Okay, so as a mother and a lecturer, I was really happy to have this presentation. Especially, I like the funny things about Dharmika, who was speaking about female Buddhists. So I will really represent that part of the word because I have 2 kids and also I'm late from my kids. But fortunately, my relatives also very compassionate. My topic is active karuna, so I present itself with that. So they took my kids and I can present it 5 minutes. Okay, so compassion. Instead of presenting my papers, can you hear me properly? Is it okay? Okay, so instead of presenting my papers, I would like to give a little brief introduction about my concept, why I would like to raise these topics and why I would like to encourage all practitioners as well as monks to work together with scientists in this era. So compassion, there is no single definition for compassion. First of all, basically we think that it is a response to the suffering of another person, and suffering can be different from physical, emotional, mental pain, anything from disease to injury to general dissatisfaction with life. And compassion, something about in general about compassion, it's not specifically related to any religious activities. That's what I would like to highlight first. And not a privilege for any human race, nation, specific groups, members of others. It is some inherent nature of any beings, any sentient beings, because we can feel that, the sufferings. We can see, hear, and even touch the suffering of others. And of course, we would all have to react somehow for solving that problems. And it has individual and social values, of course, at the same time. And it is an essential basic competence that must develop whole life long, irrespectively of age, sex, profession, etc. It is becoming one of the most important key factors of long-term success in the field of education, politics, economy, ecology, and all sciences. I was amazed because this topic came to my mind due to the COVID, of course, the situation of COVID. And I saw many people in the field of science, still they are very much like blind and only doing what they did before and not open for the need of the people. I hope you will get my words. It's like sincere opinion about the life situation. And I think this is the time to change our perspectives. And even if we are working very hard on some research topics related to any textual references or collecting words or maybe comparison to religious subject or Chitta-Sika, any Abhidhamika projects we are doing. But first of all, we should see the social importance of that particular research, what we are doing. Because now many people are really in needs nowadays. Okay, so some values of compassion generates an instinctually good feelings, compassion, joy, increase our self-regard, supports a positive view of oneself, as well as a sense of well-being and purpose. Good example to others. So if anyone leading a compassionate life, it's the direct example for others. Leading to greater awareness, increase physical, mental health, reduce, dissolve sufferings directly. Actually, many thousands of reports and journal papers already published. So therefore, I won't spend much time on that. You can Google. Karuna in Buddhism. Compassion is one of the core teachings and one of the common evidence for all Buddhist schools. The source of teachings on compassion comes from the four immeasurables, apamanya, which literally has no measure in every sense. Chatari Brahma Viharas, of sublime attitudes like metta, karuna, mudita, upekha, have slight difference importance and sequence of practice in the Theravada tradition than in the Mahayana. What I mean might be in the Theravada practice, we take it as a real practice. We are practicing the four immeasurables. But in case of Mahayana, this is some kind of commitment for the bodhisattvahood, and it is also a kind of prerequisite. And in the Vajrayana, we are practicing it as a result. We are visualizing and imagining things. So it's a kind of, we say it's a result practice. They could be an object of meditation. So Karuna also could act as a meditation object. And also it can be like a side effect only if we are doing any kind of like shamatha or vipassana. So compassion is a kind of antidote for unwholesome mental factors. You all are familiar with the three poison, nothing to waste time with this also, but all three included. So with Karuna, even if we are practicing only this much, then we can solve all of that three. It's like an antidote. Resolve or dissolve suffering directly, and that is the main and key factor. If we say it in general, what Karuna or what compassion can do, that is the main point. And compassion in Buddhism in more detail, somehow it has ethical and moral values. Of course, if you take the ahimsa, so avoid killing and harm, that is the basic concept behind that. And also the developing the metta, the loving kindness. So philosophical sense, if we really understand the Four Noble Truths, then it means we are really get in touch with the meaning of suffering. And of course, that will be the first momentum. We do anything just to remove this kind of negative things from the life. Okay, and practical approaches, of course, compassion in actions we can understand that this is Sammaka Manta from the Eightfold Path. And also we can understand compassion as per Kushala Dhamma or Kusala Dhamma. So it's a kind of kindness, patience, tolerance, active social service in the practice, in the practical life. Compassionate heart and prajna are non-separable. Actually, His Holiness used to talk a lot about it, how important it is for all Buddhist people to develop this compassionate heart. And compassionate attitude works on all three levels. That is the last point, like Kaya, Vacha, and Chitta as well. And the organized forms of active compassion, what we can see, and we can have lots of information nowadays, detailed journal papers as well, but engaged Buddhism, humanistic Buddhism. So that is how can we detect now. Why Karuna is active? So three forms of compassionate responses: when we share feelings, or we act, or we concern about it. We have some concern about it. And I put these two pictures because of the COVID-19 showed us what the value, social value, what more Buddhists can offer for the society. And it was so nice to see in many countries, not only in Thailand or in Japan, or I can say Taiwan, wherever I would say, I was searching pictures. I saw the articles and monks went or nuns went and to help people in needs. And sometimes they shared foods, and it's so nice. Why? Because usually we are giving dana for monks. And that was the situation when monks was giving the dana for poor people, or for people who were sick or ill, or who had any life issues. And you also had to see many pictures. Some community, some sangha was even stitched. I don't know in English, I'm so sorry, so somebody can help me. So something to wear like mask, maybe it is called like mask in English as well. So from their robes, and it is something very heartful action, very active, a compassionate action, I guess. So our care of concern for the compassion suffering, that is considered compassion. And kushala kamma is not equal only to restrain from akushala kamma. And kusala kamma should be active. And today there was one presentation already, some lady mentioned, I guess, this topic. So if we are thinking on the welfare for others, active compassion means nothing but active social activity along with the compassionate attitude towards oneself as well. And active participation in planning research, engaged Buddhist project, etc., for direct social and individual progress. And I put two types of active compassions exist, like proximal and distal compassion. Sometimes in the research projects, we cannot do the proximal one, but we can focus on the distal compassion, means to avoid suffering in the future. Social values of compassion in research project, some example. It can be a key factor for corruption-free politics, change politics for good, for the collective well-being and happiness. Student-centered learning, gentle teaching, training, evaluation methods in the field of education and pedagogy. For gentle and patient healthcare system, tolerant, loyal, non-aggressive defense, military and police forces. Actually, there are so many topics we cannot cover within an hour, I guess. Science and Buddhism. Science is also sensitive and open for the dialogue last decades, I guess, and many books. Hundreds of books are available now on these topics, and I just put some reference so later on anybody can have this PPT. And independent co-arising, it is just a joke from my side, but of course everything is interdependent. So if we match and we put together science and Buddhism, it means the result will be the compassionate science. And also it will lead us to practice active karuna within the Buddhist Sangha. So it's a form of active karuna if we are involved ourselves in as such scientific researches. And of course, later on, it will result in the compassionate society. So planning the research based on active compassion, I guess only 3 more slides I have. So ask yourself, what are the outcomes? I'm talking to the PhD students and also for the assistant professors basically now. So if we are doing anything, then we have to be very honest with ourselves. It is only just for getting some interesting facts and new findings, or it has real individual or social values behind what we are doing. So compassion in action in the field of scientific research activity. Monks and lay Buddhists, I feel, should work together, developing the scopes of studies, find more adequate solutions, answer more prompt results, to avoid bias, to deepen the openness and non-judging attitude of both sides, practice compassion in the form of conformity, of course, to practice Dhamma Dana. And personal responsibility, I think you can just go through because it's a lot, but it is in my paper, so anybody can have it later. Never hesitate to do good for others. I think I will highlight this. And okay, so 5, or the other Shila should be the heart of any research activity. Try to get involved in any types of scientific project which works on the well-being of others. Study Dhamma and science parallel. Have diligence and enthusiasm in learning processes. Keep it in your mind that any study should be based on compassion, and removing avijja is the most important factor to lessen suffering for others and for us. Okay, and I won't share all of that. You can just go through. Okay, and scope of compassionate studies. Relieving any types of distress at present, mental or physical sufferings. Search target groups who are in need, like orphan, poor, uneducated, any kind of disabled people, any groups who suffer from discrimination for any reason. And active compassion in thesis work, these are just final examples from my side. So I'm working in a Gate of Dharma Gate Buddhist college last 20 years. And sometimes, not sometimes, every time I encourage our student to write as such thesis what has really social values, and some illustrations. Just recently, some of my students finished their thesis successfully about prisoner reintegration. That was a really good presentation. And some other wrote about pregnancy. What is the value of Buddhist teachings during the pregnancy? And also we can focus on the physical and mental points in each topics what I mentioned in this presentation. And value of Buddhism in mainstream education. I think I will conclude I hope it was right in time. So conclusion, active karuna is a universal direction for peace, freedom, equanimity, and happiness. Monks, lay Buddhists, scientists could work together to use more potential and share the blessing of Dhamma with all. Compassionate research project could be active force and support for global change and improvement. So I take a breath. Sabbe satta sukhi.
Okay, sabbe satta sukhi.
That was all that.
Yes. In conclusion, sabbe satta sukhi. Thank. First, I have to say thank you, Assistant Professor, Assistant Professor Forai Merina from the Dhamma Gate Buddhist College, and her topic active karuna. And the next scholar who will present the article, that is Dr. Ralan Cha, the Senior Assistant Professor from Naranda Mahavihara Deems University, and the topic relevant of the Theravada Buddhism for mental and social development. Please, 5 minutes or not more than 7 minutes, sir.
Okay.
Please forgive me to inform you like this, sir.
Okay, I will not take more than 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Respected moderator, Nidhar Sridhi, Dr. Sombat Magni Suksri, and Danaipat Gambhir Payo, and my co-fellows. At first, salutation to the Buddha. Yo sambuddhalo kamahito karunadivaso mokha karo rabikulam varanya chando yano dadhin sobipulam sakalam pibuddho lokuttarang namakutang sirsa muninda. Respected audience, whosoever is glued to the internet, very good late afternoon from here. and approaching good evening to all of you. And I think certainly in different part of the world, whatever it is, you accept that. My topic is little bit whatever the sir has told you. 3 parts: relevance of Theravada Buddhism in the age of modern sciences and its role in mental and social development. I just want to share that human being started the nature, destroying the nature during 6th century BC. And it is the great service and it is the great work of the nature. If dot is coming, into dot is also coming. At the same time, we find a personality like Buddha is appearing, who opposed caste system, who opposed yag, killing of incessant killing of animals in the yag, and he opposed everything. So what we find that human being started killing nature during 6th century BC, and we have a Masiha, we have a person par excellence who is opposing all these things and started pitching his down. Next part of my paper is that for the first 6th, 7th century in the Europe, church prevailed upon the science. Scientists could not do anything freely, but slowly after the 4th, 5th or 6th century BCE, science became very powerful and scientific incidents and other things became very supreme and it served the humanity for greater good. But when we come up to the 1945, then we find that the, you say, overreacting aspects of science is coming and science became destroyer. So a great debate started between 18th, 19th and mid of the 20th century that humanity, science and religion. So from where humanity should draw. Some said that we should draw humanity from the religion, some said from the science. So our philosopher president, Dr. Radhakrishnan says, there is no fundamental difference between religion and science because religion believes in reality and science believes in fact. And for finding the facts, test after the test, and for finding the reality, days after days, night after night, are being worked by the sadhus and saints. I have taken so many. I have prepared more than 11 papers and I have to sum up within 5 minutes. And I am trying to do that. So any religion which believes in capacity of man to progress, any religion which believes in experiment, any religion which believes in personal experience that can survive in modern time. Let us see that religion is that these parts are whether in Theravada Buddhism or not. And I find it is. I just read. Supporting all these ideas, a scholar says that religion for the man of today must be supported by reason. It must be in conformity with what we know to be facts, and where it goes beyond mere fact, it must have sufficient logical probability to invite our investigation to higher level. A scholar says that Buddhism applies the same methods as scientists are using. He says that we can fairly say then that Buddhism deals in the same knowledge as science, that which is humanly accessible. Pointing towards experience as tools of Buddhism, the same author says that science is raw material for the study. In experience, it may be termed as science of experience. So Theravada Buddhism can be termed as science of experience. The same author further says that it would need to be recognized that in Buddhism and not in psychology. It is Buddhism, not psychology, which is the science of experience, and that Prince Siddhartha was the founder and father of this science and not wood and cure. Moreover, Prince Siddhartha's discovery of a radical cure for the mental disorganization is sufficient even without his other contribution to make him the greatest figure in science and the greatest it is ever likely to have. He further terms psychology as a stream of extension of Buddhism. So he says personal experience is not the tools of the psychology, but the Theravada Buddhism. Again, it is said that when a day will come when science will be made sentient being, but the scholar said even at that time, relevancy of Theravada Buddhism will be there because it is the past karma that determines the fate of the people, and past karma, whether we are going to produce test tube baby or any other baby or any babies coming from the different cells, relevancy of Theravada Buddhism will be there. And for next part, the role of Theravada Buddhism for mental development, samatha and vipassana. See the beauty. The Buddha taught, ye kechpan bhutas tathava thavara navsesa, digha mahanta va madhyama raskanu khula, dittha va yev adittha va, ye cha dure vasante abdure, sabbe satta bhavan suktatta. At that time, 2550 years before, Buddha is talking about a being which has taken shape, which has not taken shape, which will take in shape in the future, which took shape in the past time. Everyone should be everyone should be possible and find the peace of mind and everything. And last, mental development, I can say that it is for social development, opposing of caste system and other things Buddha did. And we say at last, the Buddha says, even if rains gold coins from the sky, all the desires of human being is not going to be fulfilled. No kahapan vasaya titte kame subijjati appasada sukha kama ite vijay panditoro. So the intelligentsia class, scientists and human beings should think that in the curtailment of desire, we get the peace, not in fulfillment of desire. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senior Assistant Professor Dr. Ralan Kuman Cha from Nalanda. You can finish
just
your
intervention, sir. I thank the organizing committee to give me the chance. I became ill and Corona has taken my younger brother. Last year, my elder sister died from Corona. This year, I lost my younger brother. Even then, I will say, do not do suicide. There is still the world. And also, after losing my elder sister, I lost my brother-in-law. So I am here before you, saluting the Buddha, and previous session I included a question that someone was going to suicide. Suicide is no solution. You have come to this very world, had to the finish to this world, and take the teachings of the Buddha. So, sorry for interruption, sir. Sorry.
Okay.
And I will send you the paper, 11 page, and 1,000 more words I will prepare, and I will send the paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry with you, and so I hope that you can get through from this situation and you can get through from this nightmare, sir. Okay, thank you, the Senior Assistant Professor Dr. Lalan Kuman Cha, and his topic relevant of the Theravada Buddhism and mental social development. And the next scholar is Dr. Vivek Sharma from Academic Coordinator, Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Jammu. The northern Jammu University is located in the northern of India, right? And
right.
Yeah, and his topic modernism and Buddhist therapy. Please, 5 minutes or not more than 7 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Namo tas bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhas. Respected Dr. Farmaha Daniafat, Dr. Sombat, Dr. Nutihar Siridhe, conference delegates, and dear students. Good afternoon to all of you. I am academic coordinator of Kathua campus as well as faculty in the Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Jammu. Kuthua campus is off campus of Jammu University. We are running 6 courses of different stream there. Today, it's my privilege to be the part of this great conference. Now, I am going to present my research paper. My topic is on modernism and Buddhist therapy. I start to present. I will finish within 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to hear like this.
Gautam Buddha has served his full life for the welfare of people after attaining the enlightenment at the age of 35. He gave various discourses and techniques for staying a peaceful and happy life, whereby this form of therapy was considered to be consistent with what was taught by the Buddha 2500 years ago as a path to ending suffering at its origin. While Buddhist therapy may be used in modern time for remove all type of tension, worry, and mood disorders. However, Buddhist philosophy, it is not an evidence-based therapy modality, but several of its themes have been utilized in therapy. Practical model like meditation and mindful techniques have been modified by therapists to help people experiencing mind healthiness challenge. While the Buddha found the root of misery to be within the mind, he has given a therapy whereby the common mentality may be transcended and suffering overcome. This was, in fact, the first sermon of Gautam Buddha. Four Noble Truth. Buddha diagnosed of human ill. There is suffering, dukh, bad state of mind. There is cause of suffering, dukh samudaya, craving, lust, attachment, selfishness. There is destruction of suffering, dukh nirod. A cure is possible but not easy. There is a way leading to the destruction of suffering, dukh nirod gamini patipad. Following Four Noble Truth is a path leading to the destruction of suffering. The path is the prescription to follow for the destruction of suffering. This path is called Noble Eightfold Path. The Eightfold Path is enumerated below. Right path, samadhi, right determination, sama sankappa, right speech, sama vacha, right action, sama kamantha, right livelihood, sama ajiba, right effort, sama vyama, right mindful, sama sati, right concentration, sama samadhi. Following this path, this is to say that the Eightfold Path, we can make our mind pure and free from suffering. Our mind is simple, influenced by negative thoughts like anger, greed, and by attachment and the likes. It is proper training, which is Eightfold Path, which we can eradicate negativity in thought and action. He also preached that the extreme of luxury and extreme of self-torture in the name of purifying both are harmful for the welfare and progress of human beings. Of course, these are unavoidable in the practical and day-to-day life of mankind. That a person desirous of welfare and happiness should follow the middle path between these two extremes. Paper is very long, time is very less. So I am going to conclude. The Brahm Vihara practice explicated in detail in the Suddhimagga written in the 5th century AD by the great Pali scholar and commentator Buddhghosh. These virtues are highly regarded by Buddhists as a powerful therapy to these negative mental states like greed, anger, arrogance, and so on. I am going to conclude this paper. Buddhism as a religious institution of mental healing in modern time can be used therapeutically techniques, the mindful meditation, and through the teaching, which assist not only healing mental illness, however, it improved a qualitative livelihood as well. Besides, the Buddhist philosophy of Dharma lead the community to accurate attitude and helpful thought by managing barely assessing emotion. The community would be gained with the moral standard by the bond to Buddhism as a spiritual path or religious institution. Buddhism therapy in modern time can successful improve your life by helping you to reduce the anxiety in your life, identified and change basic thought and behavior pattern. that contribute to your struggle and provide you with the strategy to reduce uneasiness and restore an overall sense of peace. Lastly, we can say that Buddhism therapy can play an important role in modern time to overcome the problem of day-to-day life, routine life of all people. If all people go on by following the path of the teaching taught by the Gautam Buddha. Thanks for inviting me in this conference.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for helping us to.
Paper is very long. Paper is very long. Time is very light.
I know. Yes.
I will finish.
Okay. I know very well because of in this room. Actually, there are just only the scholar from many university, and everyone have a lot of the knowledge about their own article. But however, I'm so sorry to manage time and have to finish it right this, sir. Thank you. Dr. Vivek Sharma from Academic Coordinator, the Department of the Buddhist Study, University of Jammu, and his topic modernism and Buddhist therapy. And the next scholar is the Mr. Pratik Saga, research scholar, Sanchi University of Buddhist Indic Study, and his topic, investigating Buddhist Indic wisdom and psychosomatic health and with social prevalence of schizophrenia. Please. Please turn on your microphone, so sir. Right now you present, but without open your microphone. Nobody can hear your presentation. Can you turn on your microphone?
Can you unmute your microphone? Unmute the button.
โฮสต์ใครเป็นโฮสต์ช่วยเปิดไมโครโฟนให้กับมิสเตอร์ปฏิกษาก้าหน่อยครับผมเห็นโฮสต์อยู่กันอาจารย์กันนิกาครับผม Please turn on the microphone of the ปฏิกษาก้า because right now he tried to
he has written that he's unable. He has written already. He's unable.
He tried but
โฮสต์เปิดไม่ได้ค่ะอาจารย์โฮสต์เปิดไม่ได้ค่ะ
โอ้ทำไมอ่ะI don't know he can hear my voice or not. You can hear my voice, right? But nobody can hear your voice, your presentation. Okay, if write it, please. I will postpone you first because I don't want to waste the time. In case of we can solve the problem, we back and invite you again. We back and invite you again. And the next person, I will invite Mr. Suhanu, the lecturer, Raden Wijaya Buddhist College from Indonesia, and the topic of the loan of Bhikkhu Sangha in the manuscript, a multicultural harmony in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for the time given to me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you properly.
Wait, this Mr. Pratik Saga. I think that he want to presentation. Oh. This time for me to for Mr. Pratik Saga.
Mr. Sohano, can you continue your?
Oh.
You
Okay.
have to continue because right now.
Okay. Okay.
For 5 minutes, not more than 7 minutes. I'm so sorry to inform.
I will share screen. Okay. Namo Buddhaya. I will present my article, the role of Bhikkhu Sangha in multicultural in Yogyakarta in Indonesia. So, introduction: Indonesia is multicultural country. Indonesian's population consists of 300 ethnic groups who speak nearly 200 different languages. Indonesian consists of various religion and belief. Religion in Indonesia is Muslim, Christianity, Confucius, Hinduism, Buddhism, and many belief. In Java is Javanism, Kejawen, called Kejawen. In Java, maybe in many places have beliefs. Indonesia is the largest multicultural country in Southeast Asia. This fact is a challenge for the Indonesian people to be able to maintain national unity. Building harmony in multicultural society in Indonesia is not easy. Diversity can cause various kinds of problems. All elements of society must have some goal to realize national unity. Religious leaders have a very important and strategic position in building harmony in multicultural life in Indonesia. Interfaith society in the Buddhist perspective. The essence of building an interfaith society in the Buddhist perspective is the emphasis that everyone must carry out the perspective, obligation, and responsibilities according to their social position based on moral principle. I think that is pratnya and karuna, wisdom and compassion. Only there will attain prosperity and happiness in society. Multicultural Yogyakarta. I choose the Yogyakarta. I choose the place my research in Yogyakarta because Yogyakarta, the special region of Yogyakarta is one of province as a miniature of Indonesia, consisting of various religion, belief, ethnies, and races. The special region in Yogyakarta has an area of 1 municipality and 4 districts. Gunung Kidul Regency is one of the district of Yogyakarta that have various religion and beliefs. As sub district in Gunung Kidul Regency social consists of multiple faiths. I think that is miniature Indonesia. So I research in Gunung Kidul, Yogyakarta. This study aim to describe the strategy of Bhikkhu Sangha in building multicultural harmony and Buddhist morality. I think Sila. Inhibiting factor and supporting the Bhikkhu Sangha in building harmony and Buddhist morality. Bhikkhu Sangha strategic in overcoming challenge to building multicultural harmony and Buddhist morality. Result, form of religious harmony in Gunung Kidul. Bhikkhu Sangha strategic for addressing multicultural harmony and Buddhist percept. or Buddhist morality and sila. The inhibiting and supporting factor of the Bhikkhu Sangha in fostering multicultural harmony and Buddhist percent effort being made to overcome to obstacle to the Sangha monk or Bhikkhu Sangha for testing multicultural harmony and Buddhist percent. Yeah. This picture, Muslim woman, Muslim give in Pindapata, give something in Pindapata. Form of religion harmony in Gunung Kidul, Yogyakarta, iftar together in wihara. Indonesia called buka bersama. Diversity school in Indonesia is sekolah kebinekaan. Assisting the organizing committee for religious holiday, inter-religious dialogue. Iftar together in wihara. Bhikkhu Sasana Bodhi, this is Bhikkhu Sasana Bodhi, is the originator of the iftar together activity at the Jina Dharmasrada Wihara in Yogyakarta during the fasting month. This activity so that respect for other religion is not limited by anything, even a place. Iftar together at the Wihara is a clear proof of the form of harmony multicultural in Gunung Kidul, Yogyakarta. This is diversity school or sekolah kebinakaan. The diversity school is a form of interfaith activity pioneered by interfaith leader in Gunung Kidul. Bante, Bhikkhu Sangha, and many interfaith leader in Gunung Kidul. The diversity school structure is a live-in interfaith dialogue conducted by religious leader and young people from various religions in Gunung Kidul. This activity is carried in place of worship of its religion. The purpose of this activity is to foster a sense of brotherhood between belief. Okay, that assisting the organization committee for a religious holiday. For example, during Eid prayer, the young Buddhists play a role as parking attendant, security, and helping prepare equipment before and after the implementation of worship. Yeah, this is inter-religious dialogue in Yogyakarta. The implementation of this interfaith dialogue involve figure from each religion. The place and time of the interfaith dialogue are based on the agreement of the religious leaders. Bhikkhu Sangha, strategy in fostering multicultural harmony and Buddhist percept, psychological approach between Sangha monk or Bhikkhu Sangha and Buddhist, and then direct assistance to Buddhist activity. The inhibiting and supporting factor of the Bhikkhu Sangha in fostering multicultural harmony and Buddhist percept, inhibiting factor, limited number of monks in Indonesia. The majority of people, education level and economic are still low in Buddhist people. Supporting factor, the younger generation of Buddhists who are increasingly open to the importance of education. It's open the importance of education. Buddhists have great respect for the Sangha. Effort are being made to overcome to abstain to the Sangha monk or Bhikkhu Sangha for fostering multicultural harmony and Buddhist percept. Acting directing on the development of people and giving an example. And economic empowerment. This is farming, and this is making shadow paper and batik. This is batik, making batik. Batik is batik. This is.
Give me about 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Terima kasih. Terima kasih. Thank you. Thank you now. Okay. Namo Buddhaya.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Suhano, the lecturer, Raden Vidya Buddhist College, and he's from Indonesia, and the topic is the role of Bhikkhu Sangha in multicultural harmony in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, and the idea, very interesting idea, and valuable reason from your article and research work, sir. And for the last one, right now, possible or not to present your article right now, Mr. Patek Saka, research scholar from Sanji University of Buddhist Indic Study, investigating Buddhist Indic wisdom for psychosomatic health with with special reference to schizophrenia. The last one, possible or not?
Sir, are you able to listen to me?
Okay. You right now I can hear you, and so I think everyone can hear you also, right? Ajahn Sombat.
Okay. Yeah. We can.
Okay.
Okay. I'm very sorry for the problem.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, I'm now connected with my mobile for audio and my screen. I'll be sharing my screen here. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for this opportunity and organizing this conference on such important subjects. And I'm very honored to be here amongst so learned scholars. I would start with thanking all the teachers whose lineage today we now stand and able to find solutions to our times and problems. Namaste everyone. Namo tasso bhagavato arahato sammasambuddhassa. Start my presentation here, and I'll take very less time because we have to sum up. Basically, we have to. Basically, my subject is looking at mental health, especially the case of schizophrenia, and how the West and East have two different opinions on this subject, on this idea of mental illness, and how we both have very different opinions. First of all, we have to understand how psychological makeup of a cultural priorities are set up. So anyone who is seeking to understand the wide range of human problems involving emotional and behavioral disaffection that one can gloss as conditions of psychiatric interest in a comprehensive way has to take into account how such problems were configured, first of all, understood and handled in other eras by means of institutions governed by different regimes of knowledge and practice. This is Fabrica, who reminds us of this. This is a very important observation because in the if we look at the psychological attitude of the West, they basically deals with observable entities. They have a physicalist approach. So they are confined to waking consciousness only. But in the East, we have different layers of consciousnesses like dream consciousness and wisdom consciousness and then transcendental state. So we have to start from there. And likewise, the consciousness studies that is now evolving has this physicalist bias in a way. They also tend to stick to the behavior that is measurable, like neural activities or symptoms like the emotional symptoms, whatever they can catch. So this Western psychology has evolved from this physicalist approach into genetics, neurophysiology, cognitive science, all of it, and the psychoanalytical aspect, which also observes behavior, let's say, and they then are able to benefit the social and cultural, cross-cultural, psychological ideas. That way they are progressing. But if we look at the Indian attitude for psychology, and if we look into it, the fundamental difference is that we consider ontological reality as well. So that is the non-physical existences are considered as real categories, you know, operating on different levels. In fact, there is a great amount of literature and science which is given in support of it. So basically, this approach defines the entire change in the opinion at how mental disturbance or altered state is considered. We'll come to that. The gap. Eastern sciences is this, and because of this, because of their matter-based approach, they define everything which is non-physical as illusory or hallucinatory, or you know, parapsychological phenomena are simply wiped off as animals, because they cannot give same result, which is the basis for scientific inquiry. The link, however, between the West and the East lies in the fact that we both have scientific approach, but we come from different positions. So the modern scientific advances, they are very much in complement with the ancient Indian discoveries to the functioning of mind. I will come to it. And there are a number of ideas that we can offer to the Western sciences, like the idea of subtle koshas or layers of consciousness, alaya vigyan, the storehouse consciousness, idea about mental planes of existences and stuff like that. Then if we talk about mind in the Indian system, it is not confined to brain. First of all, mind has different terms by which it is addressed in the Indian knowledge system, like nama rupa, which is mind matter, then chitta, activity of the mental factors, manas, cognition, buddhi for intellect, kosh for mental layers, ahankar for ego, self, and then purush, prakriti. And so this multifold Indian approach for mind, this mind which is multifold, has a specific dharma. This mental dharma is an unfailing fulfillment of mental operation, enabling a fully functional psychic system. So we understand it in terms of psychic system. This will come in the later slides. And separate mental aspects of the mind, dharma fields are elaborated by various Indian school of thought. So all different school of thought, basically they try to analyze different aspects of the mind based upon its functioning and its style of operation. A holistic approach is necessary to read the intersubjective peculiarities between various school of thoughts. And we have to also remember that religion plays an important role in this, in how mind is understood, or how problem psychology is understood. The mind is a mental activity, which is entity which is many billions times more superior than the brain, which is a material organ. The mind creates all human beings, all living beings, all nations, all kinds of literature and civilization, and the fate and fortune of all living beings. The mind is indeed the most powerful mental entity that can elevate man to the highest level. This is by Dr. Tinmon, this quote. And if we understand mind from Buddhist perspective, it is a mental stream which comprises mental entities. We all know about nama roop and things like that. A human being is composed of nama roop, and in the gross form, it is addressed at Panch Skandha in the Buddhist literature, which is composing of matter, feelings, perception, mental states, and consciousness. The term chitta is used whenever it is used, it is actually talking about different planes of consciousnesses. In Abhidhamma, there is no distinction between mind and consciousness. They talk about it like sort of in the same way, you know. But in Yogacara theory, it has revised consciousness into Manovijnana and Manas. Manas is the cognition. It is the uninterrupted mind. It is responsible for the sense of personhood. And Manas gets attached to Alaya, or the storehouse consciousness, because consciousness or mind actually runs in a continuous stream as per Indian thought, and consisting of arising and passing mental units which leave their properties in the mental stream. So it actually confirms the idea of impermanence and takes it forward, and the idea of self and idea of consciousness and idea of mind, psychic system, structure, everything is actually, we have to look at holistically. That's the point. And then there is this different ideas about how mind is helpful, but I'll just stick with with the peculiar stuff. The Vedantic understanding of mind, it talks about universal self. When Buddhist approach is about the individual mind, the Vedantic approach is about the collective mind, or the Lok Purush as it is called. It is the arch mind or the cosmic mind identified as Satchidananda. Individual self is a fragment of this arch mind, as per Vedantic thought and other Indian school of thoughts. A mandala is a diagram of the mental universe. If you understand it this way, that Tibetan mandala diagrams are individual self in its cosmic manifestation as wholeness or absolute, is concentrated at the center point as the supreme being in the mandala diagram. It tries to give it a diagram, like science has diagrams for different theories. This is a diagram which talks about the psychic structure of mind. It looks at mind, where mind is a unified whole. And the oldest Buddhist sources represent this universe in terms of Chakrawala. They talk about a circular surface which has divisions of jhana realms above it, and with detachment from all the jhana realms, eventually somebody reaches to the stage of nirvana or nibbana. Buddhist cosmology is our...
Excuse me, sir. 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Buddhist cosmologies are universes of Nama Rupa. So this is the idea, is that the cosmologies are themselves talking about mind, psychic structure, and as a whole. It talks about it as a whole. And it considers reality, studies reality, ontological reality, by studying the fundamental cosmological units of time and space. So Theravada has the Sahasra cosmology and Mahayana has Asankhya cosmology. They come to the idea, they have philosophical basis. One talks about Atma Shunyata, Theravada, and later Pure Land sect, they talk about Dharma Shunyata along with Atma Shunyata. We don't have time for that, so I'll just move forward. If we read closely on this, he says, as such, it is apparent that the mathematical cosmologies of Buddhism represent a critique of the mind's apprehension of reality and of mind's ability to analyze reality, to divide it without and to aggregate it into unity. So it is looking at mind as a whole, the entire functioning and all the ideas. Then we have this idea, the psychology, Buddhist psychology is based upon looking at dividing psychology based upon its mental functions as intellect, emotions, and volition. So by these three, they then come up with a solution, a therapy for it. So basically, we have to look at the akushal chitta and akushal karma, and then observe dependent origination, the ideas that how we can stop akushal chitta from converting into akushal karma. And dhamma mind should be cultivated through metta, karuna, and pragyashil, samadhi, etc. Now we come to the idea that how diagnosis is done is already present with the Four Noble Truths. And Yamakami Sogen has once commented that Four Noble Truths are nothing else but the cardinal articles of Indian medical science applied to spiritual healing. This gives an interesting insight when we go forward and look at Ayurveda, the Indian medical system, and Dharma medicine. When we look at Ayurveda, Fabrega has commented that today psychiatrists should really look at Ayurveda from a different position, and there are Indian psychiatrists like Vancouver Roy, etc., who has talked about personality types and mental disease. They find it there in the Indian system. And Ayurveda had also the science of the spirit, the Bhut Vidya, which was earlier ideas. They incorporated it into the system. So in Ayurveda, human personality is understood as having multiple dimensions, which intellectual, social, spiritual, and moral. So they provide a larger, broader framework to operate with the mental disturbances. In Ayurveda, human maladies are classified into exogenous, endogenous, psychic. Endogenous type is understood. It is understood with three dosha theory, where there are wind, phalgam, and bile in the body, which the equilibrium get disturbed. We all know about it, and the disturbance causes ill health or disease. When we look at Ayurveda, it has located. This is the important point, that they have located mind, the manas aspect, the cognition aspect at the third eye chakra system, in the chakra system at third eye, and chitta at the heart center, at the anhat center. And they say that they look at mind and body corresponding to each other. They claim that Tridosha theory is about it's about somatic aspect of the body aspect, and Gunadosh theory is for the mental disturbances. And for curing it, we have to look at these two theories together. They say they claim that psychic channels are affected because of emotional states, and they result into unmad or insanity in mind. The Indian psychology, according to it, schizophrenia falls into the vatonmad, basically the disturbance of wind, and likewise mania with pitonmad, with bile, and kaphonmad with phalgam. So we have a different approach to look at it. Then if we want to solve or find cure for these problems and new occurring problems, we have to look at the entire picture holistically. We have to look at the enteric nervous system, which is a recent discovery in the West, which consider it as the second brain, it talks about the gut area and the microbe that stays in it, and how they are very helpful for a good mental state. Ayurveda has been claiming this for a very long time, and they have associated gut health with mental conditions. In Ayurveda, mental health is also considered hereditary, and we know that these microbes, they actually come genetically, transfer from one generation to another. This is important point. Another is to counter schizophrenia from the position of Vatonmad. We have to look at Jain theories, the Prakrit text we should look at, and we have to consider Ayurvedic Tridosha theory, and with respect to microbial and enteric nervous system. And then we also should consider the yogic mind-body complex that they present, where they present layers of consciousness, the Panchakosh system, and they talk about psychic energy system and the flow of energy, and they talk about nodes and everything, which is later on has been they are present in the Tibetan aspect of the side of Buddhism. The Tibetan medicine, the Sowa Rigpa, they talk about psychosis, and they say that they divide it broadly into fear, paranoia, aggression, and depression, associated with withdrawal. And they talk about disturbed live wind, as we said earlier. They have taken from the Ayurvedic and the yogic system of thought, and they have also influence from Chinese side. And they talk about mental or emotional strain caused due to disturbance of the wind and this mental instability. And they talk about how worry, strain, overwork, sorrow, anger, these things, they actually disturb our stomach and our mind. The cure lies in the control of breath, which is a very basic yogic theory. And yoga therapy, likewise, they have given this abhyasa, this discipline which somebody follows. They can control their chitta, they can control the waves in their the fluctuations of the mind. Creative imagination is a very great aspect of Tibetan Buddhism. They have adopted this in a beautiful way. There's this medicine Buddha visualization practice, which talks about transforming the self-image, and this can be very helpful for somebody suffering from let's say schizophrenia, because what happens with schizophrenics usually is that after a while they want to stop their medications because they feel better, and then they are not able to get back to their they want to get back to their old behavior, and this actually again starts their problem. This is a very common occurrence with them. So yoga philosophy, which talks about consciousness as a flow of psychic energy. I'll just finish.
Please,
I'm going very fast.
Conclude.
Yeah, I'm going very fast. I'm sorry. And then there is this important point is looking at archetypes, which is a Jungian approach coming from the depth psychology, and how different scholars has associated chakra system with the archetypes and other mandala diagrams and the deities and everything. They talk in terms of archetypes and looking at positive archetypes to deal with the negative archetypes or the symbols, awakened symbols of a schizophrenic mind. The basic idea is the Four Noble Truths. We stick to it. That this produces great results. And looking at Akushal Chitta formation and the three evil roots and they're to stop them. And then there are scholars who talk about how altered state of consciousness can be seen as a spiritual emergence, something that somebody is seeking, it is a cry for help rather than a situation be dependent on medicine. So transpersonal psychological approach has been produced and supported by a number of scholars. If I talk about some of them, Carl Jung, Robert Assigel, Ken Wilber, Stanislav Grof, all these people, and how these universal archetypes or subjectivities disturb somebody's mental process and thoughts. So there is a great scope in it. There is a time constant. I couldn't read my paper, but yeah, of course it would be available. And we can go further. I would just read this quote by Fabrica again. The distress of a psychiatric condition which featured conflicts devolving from relations of everyday life and manifested as psychological and bodily dysfunctions. In one way or another, both the imprint of transgression surrounding norms, values, obligation, and spiritual pursuit inherent in everyday life. So, how we, in what culture we live, also affect our mental recovery and the scope of it. If we are living in, let's say, in Eastern civilization, the mental taboo is not that much prevalent as it is in the West. And looking at the non-ordinary states of consciousness, we can then
Mr. Patik, sorry, because your sound is not quite clear now.
And find them either as psychotic or mystical states, and then accordingly talked about different spiritual experiences, actually altered state of conditions. But somebody, right? Just sum up now. Yogi is somebody who should be practicing more. Of course, it's a very simple problem, but there are layers to a schizophrenia, mania, and all these conditions of hallucinations, auditory, visual, or tactile. We have parallels in the yogic practice and in the spiritual practice. I'll just sum up, finish here with the Fabrica quote once again. He says psychiatric conditions by definition incorporate the spheres of social and psychological behavior in a special and significant way, and its manifestation usually comprise and can undermine an individual's stability in the order of its life. One can thus assume that a system of medicine and healing that depends heavily on cultural meanings that key into an individual's understanding of the world and seeks to harmonize its place with traditional values will, I would sum up here, and I'm very thankful for this opportunity and for your patience. Thank you very much.
Ajahn Sombat, you can continue at the MC right now.
Yes, thank you, Ajahn Nati. I thought you will talk. Okay, because we have very short time and the time already over. I'm sorry for make you be here for long because we should finish our presentation and our session within the 6 hours, and now the time is over now. So I think we have no comment and no question because we have no time. So I would like Ajahn Nati, I have nothing to comment now.
Okay. Right now it's time to the closing ceremony, and next program I would like to invite the Associate Professor Dr. Prat Maha Sombun Vuthikaro, the Dean of Faculty of Graduate School, to be deliver the closing ceremony, please.
Thank you so much, Ajahn Nati, Ajahn Sombat, for inviting me. So, dear participants, today we have learned and exchanged a valuable idea, both textual Buddhism and applied Buddhism, especially the idea and the guideline how to integrate Buddhist teaching with modern science to mental and social development as our conference topic. So on behalf of the organizing committee and Dean of Graduate School, I would like to say thank you so much for your contribution, your paper presentation, especially today, our two moderator, Associate Professor Dr. Sombat Mangmi Suksiri from Sitapakwan University and Associate Professor Dr. Nati Sidi from Faculty of Buddhism, MCU. Thank you so much for your kindness. And if we have any convenience about our conference, sorry for that. And special thank you so much to our contributor from Indonesia, Dr. Willy Jabari, from India, Miss Meka Baurao Tayade, our contributor from Spain, Professor Dr. Jose Antonio. Thank you so much for your paper about Buddhist value and practice to post-COVID-19 future. Thank you so much. Our contributor from Myanmar, Venerable Dr. Panyatipa Tan. Our contributor from India, Mr. Rahul Rao. Your topic about Buddhist pilgrimage, a study of integration of well-being for social development. Thank you so much. Our professor from Dhammakhet Buddhist College, Hungary. Dhammakhet Buddhist Hungary is MCU affiliation. Thank you so much, Dr. Sotan. As your topic about learning to learn, 3-step educational model in Buddhism. Thank you so much, our professor from Sri Lanka, Mr. Vishanka Kunawatana. Our professor from Indonesia, Mrs. Tamika Praniti. Thank you so much. Your topic about implication of Buddhism on social and emotional Buddhist women. Thank you so much, Professor from India, Mr. Lahun Gambo. Your topic about modern science and Buddhism. Thank you so much, Assistant Professor from Dhammakhet Buddhist College, Mrs. Melinda. Yes, your topic very interesting, active Karuna. Thank you so much, Professor from India, Dr. Lalan Kumacha. Your topic about relevance of Theravada Buddhism for mental and social development. Professor from India, Dr. Vivek Sharma. Your topic, modernism and Buddhist therapy. Professor from India, Mr. Pratik Suka. Investigating Buddhist way indic wisdom for psychosomatic health with special reference to schizophrenia. Yes. Professor, the last one, Professor from Indonesia, Mr. Suharo. Your topic about the role of Bhikkhu Sangha in multicultural harmony in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Thank you so much. On the paper, very, very valuable. So on behalf of the organizing committee and as the Dean of Graduate School, MCU Mahajula Longkor Rajawitayala, I would like to say thank you so much to all of you, especially your contribution, your paper presentation. Thank you so much. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Venerable Sir, please be the reader to pay homage to the triple gem to be the closing ceremony.
So now please pay homage to the Tibetan gem together. Arahang Samma Sambuddho Bhagava Buddhang Bhagavantang Abhivademi Sawakato Bhagavata Dhammo Dhammang Namassami Supati Panno Bhagavato Sawaka Sangho